chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop lock. 20 million streams so she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights at the sight of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get back pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไรพอยต์เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิดด้วย one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูช่วยกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, but make a quan chick. Separate from the competition. For love, 'cause I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
losing. Either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. This run I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello and welcome back, you wonderful people. We are back for GC EMEA Stage 3 and we are finally in the playoffs. It has been tumultuous. There have been twists and turns this whole time. The play-ins saw Cash Cup teams join us and now we've whittled it down to the best of the best in this region, and it's not even necessarily who we thought of. And I mean, it's so exciting. I think Echo's just sort of vanished here, but I'm still here and I am looking forward to the match. And let me walk you through the standings because, well, the group stage, as we said, was weird and wacky. Now, no team got eliminated during the group stage. Everyone made it to at least the play-ins. But we saw the likes of KC and Giant X, Giant, Behemoth teams and names in this region struggle in the group stage. We saw teams like Habosh, Babosh, new in from the Cash Cups, rise to take that second place slot. It has been weird already, Echo.
It really has. It's been chaotic. So many unexpected moments. But I think the one thing that a lot of people were expecting was G2 right at the top. Because realistically, stage 3, it's when they gear up, and they looked incredible throughout the group stage. But I think, to me, Twisted Minds was such a nice surprise to see them not only fighting for the middle of the pack, but really fighting up at the top here.
I think you're right, and there's so many teams that we could really shout out, so many teams that have done and surpassed expectations. But I think that speaks to the caliber that we are seeing in Stage 3 and that we will see in these playoffs, is that every team has a real chance for that top spot, and they're going to need it because, while GCC, those slots are still very much up for grabs here. We can take a look at the EMEA points, actually, and, well, whoever wins Stage 3 guarantees themselves a slot. That much is absolutely certain. And then the other two slots are done on points here. Now, Echo, the permutations, there's a couple of them that I think you wanted to highlight here, didn't you?
So the most important thing, and I'm sure that this will get touched on in game 2, but the most important thing for mates is to win one match. They win today, they lock in GCC, they are there, confirmed, nice and easy. For SK and G2, because they're currently tied up here, you can see on 90 points with G2, getting the ahead of them for the 2 good finishes that they've had. Both of these teams need second place to lock in GCC. They can get it in third, but it's going to be difficult. And for Giant X, Twisted Minds, and ATN, they can all still qualify via points, but only if mates SK and G2 fail badly in these playoffs, if they knock out. For Focus and Habosh, the promoted teams coming up here this stage, they need to win stage 3. That is the only way they can get up into GCC.
Exactly, and as we said, anything can happen. Wild things have already been on the cards, and we've still got half the deck left to shuffle. But talking of games, I think we played one the other day, and we've got a little bit of a fun game show coming up for you guys.
Let's get ready for a game changer quiz. Tonight's guests. You might think we have synergy, but no. We have affinity.
That's me!
You might think that he's vegan. You might think he's meat. No, he's veggie.
Hello.
Which player has the highest 1v2 win rate in stage 3? Veggie.
Marty.
Incorrect. Lena?
So real.
Also incorrect. It was Fluxy of SK Nebula.
Oh, my Scottish goat.
I can't believe you didn't say the Scottish person.
Next question. What player that has competed in every GC stage 3 ever
Me.
hasn't... Yeah. Affinity is correct. She gets the point. What team has improved their round differential from stage 2 to stage 3 by over 100 rounds?
Is it Barca?
It is not Barca. Veggie.
Focus.
It is Focus Sakura. Absolutely it is. Which team in playoffs is the only team to have played a certain agent this year, and they've played it both in stage 1 and in stage 3? Veggie?
ATN, Reina.
Yes, it is. It's alternate attacks rubies, and it is Reyna. This is an easy one. Which player has the highest KD in the group stage, not including substitution? Lena?
Is it Akita?
It is not Akita. Veggie?
Surreal.
It is, in fact, Surreal of Habosh, Babosh.
Can you just throw me a baseball quickly? Just pitch me a baseball. Out the park.
Which org has been to both GCCs since they started in Game Changers, but need a very strong finish in stage 3 to make it back there? Affinity?
Is it Giant X?
It is Giant X GC. They have made it both times, but this third one would be a very difficult road for them to get back to. Well, Veggie has won it 3-2, but that is all we have time for. So back to the desk to prepare for the banger game coming up.
I can't even look at myself after that poor performance. I will say, what is cut out of that is me arguing my case for extra points, which I was denied, by the way. I brought in extra context, and
But
apparently
they were bad.
it wasn't
It was
enough.
bad context. Well, why would you get points for bad context?
Because it was still context and I was still right. But alas, we move on. I don't want to think about losing that game show anymore. I'm never going to hear the end of it. Let's take a look at today's matches. Let's take a look. So first of all, here, right now, you tuned in to come and watch just this, didn't you? Seed 1 versus Seed 8. That is ATN versus G2 goes in. And then later up, we have... honestly, a creme de la creme game coming up here of Focus Sakura versus Gentlemates. And I think we've got to briefly touch on it. Focus Sakura and their bracket run here.
It's going to be so difficult. If they can eke out a win over Gentlemates, which we know they're capable of from the group stage, they then have to go up against the winner of this match right here. And that is going to be incredibly difficult, regardless of who makes it through. I think Focus, they have their work cut out for them, but we're going to start here. We're going to start with this match. Let's get into it.
Let's get into G2 first of all. Let's take a look at the lineup. You know them, you love them. They've stayed the same throughout the year, and they have been kicking butt this stage, finishing top seeds. Now, is there anyone that you want to really highlight here? Because, this team's been around together. And first of all, shout out Mimi for being my answer there. I heard since the start of Game Changers, and I already knew, she's the queen, she's the GOAT, she is part of the furniture around here. But this lineup is looking really, really on fire right now.
Yeah, they basically have everything working perfectly. They don't have, for example, Vanya as the star player that they've relied on for the last however many years it's been since Vanya joined, who's always been at the top of the ratings. This stage, it feels like the focus for me is really, really on the whole team, how they're working together, the structure that's coming into this team since Drew Spark and now JT this year have joined, and how this team is really progressing forward together instead of just these individuals who have good fundamentals, who have good strategy. It's become much more of a blended piece together now.
And I think we should probably take a look at some of the results, because we've touched on little bits and pieces of G2, but if we bring up their 25 versus 2026 results here, you can see actually fairly consistent, all things considered. Is there anything that really stands out to you here right now before we look even further in the past?
For me, this is the perfect evidence so far, if we look at 2025, of G2's standard. They do well in the group stage. They do well in stage 1 and 2, but they don't hit perfection until the end of the year. Stage 3 is historically where they shine. I know you're going to touch on that in a minute as well. But I think actually this year's looks much more consistent from them, really. I think that's the key thing to look at, is that they've not gone below third. They finished this stage 3 group stage in first place. They've got everything now behind them for this improvement to get that win in Istanbul again.
Exactly. And I think that it's important to highlight, and I said we'd look back even further, in the history of G2 Gozen in Game Changers, only twice have they ever not won stage 3. And once they came second, that was in 2022, and once they came fourth, little bit of a tumble there in 2023. But this is a team that almost flawless record of being in those grand finals, of being on stage for the grand finale of EMEA wrapping up for the year. And so I think that's what we're kind of expecting. However, I think I've got a little treat lined up for you guys at home. We got to speak to none other than Akita earlier. We've got a little bit of an interview in just for you.
Hi, I've got Akita here with me today. I'm going to ask a couple of questions. How are you doing, Akita?
I'm doing good, and you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. So you've got about 95% of your matches this stage are on Neon. How are you finding playing this agent despite the nerf?
I mean, it's really different. Before you were playing Neon, you were jumping around, creating a lot of space for your team. Now you're playing more with, more smart, more with the slides, more how do you want to open, and you kind of play with second duties, I feel like, because solo duty is a bit hard, but it's still doable.
No, I mean, it's definitely a lot less jumpy, but it still looks like quite a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So G2 have a history of, stage 3, you win regardless of how the rest of the year has been for you. Do you feel like you're ready to do that again?
Yeah, of course we are ready. We prepare for a long time for just champs in general. And yeah, we are feeling confident and ready for sure.
Cool. I'm glad to hear it. So final question. We've heard that there's a little bit of a pre-game ritual with dancing on Discord. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. We do it sometime, and put music that we like, and we just dancing. But I don't know if we're gonna do it right now. I'm not sure, but me, I'm not gonna say anything. So if we it's not my problem.
Okay, can I ask you one question about that? Who do you think is the best dancer?
Oh, Turkish people are really good.
Okay.
But Mimi is really good too. Maybe
so we need to dance off.
Not. And yeah, I think Mimi or Elena for now. Even Eva, I don't know. They're good. I'm the worst one for sure.
Oh no. Okay, well I guess you got to work on that at boot camp then, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna focus on that for sure.
Right, well that's all we have time for. Thank you, Akita, and good luck in your game later.
Thank you. Bye.
I think it's time to actually break down some of the stats of the dancing duo, and it takes two to tango. Let's look at Mimi and Akita's stats here. And what is it that you really wanted to highlight when you picked out these two players, Echo?
Both of them, especially from someone like Mimi, who's played duelist, she's played support, she's been all over the place. Both of them now together are the key to G2's attack sides. Without them breaking down the barriers to site together, we heard Akita say there that she doesn't really play the Neon as a solo entry. She needs that kind of second entry with her, the Mimi, who's mostly on Phoenix, sometimes on Euro, to help to break through those barriers to get them onto site. Because once G2 goes and get onto site, their post plants are incredible. Together, they break through, they get a lot of first bloods. Mimi's first deaths being this low is incredibly good as well. We've got to shout her out for that. To me, I'm looking at this duo as the chance for this team to win today.
I think you are right. Now, I think that there's only two teams really in this matchup, and we got to take a look at this second team here. Let's take a look at ATN, and they've had a bit of a crazy time with who they've actually fielded.
They have. They've been going back and forth with who is actually playing. We've seen substitutions, emergency, sometimes halfway into rounds and maps, and it's been unfortunate circumstances from this team throughout the entirety of the group stage, but they've made it through. They made it through in playoffs. They've only beaten one main event team, which was Carmine Core, both in groups and in play-ins, but now they've made it here. They look like they've stabilized. Karina is back, and now we've got to see if they are ready to rumble as the full five.
Exactly, and I think that we got to talk about the comp changes. They've been dealt such a difficult hand with this, right? If you think back, there's been games where I believe it was Celia had to disappear off for a match because she'd hurt her hand, and it's been one after the other, and you've got to feel for them. But I think something that I really want to highlight in the mix of all of this is something that Blossy said. Now, all of the players answer a load of questions for us at the beginning of each stage. We get to read the answers and get really good insight into these players. Something that Blossy actually mentioned is that she thinks that the current meta really suits them and that they're really good at adapting. And I think that this is going to be a team that needs that and has been so well practiced on this that hopefully coming into playoffs things start to stabilize out for them. But even amidst the chaos, they're able to find these moments of clarity. But talking of consistency, we've got to look at none other than Purity here, who hasn't Purity played in this stage? She's just been otherworldly.
Yeah, she has been, but I think we've actually got an interview. So we'll run the interview with Blossy, and then we'll get to the stats after that.
I'm here with none other than Blossy, and I first got to talk to you. It feels maybe that you've gone into this sort of underdog status within the team, within the EMEA region, and now your first match in playoffs is versus G2. Do you think there's a power to being that underdog, or any advantage that you feel that you're bringing in?
I think so, yeah. I mean, every team or like everyone who has been an underdog before knows it's like it helps you play more free and more like you don't, it's no biggie if you lose. You've got nothing to lose, so it's like it is some sort of advantage, but like in the end you have to beat everyone and you probably shouldn't think about it too much in general. We play.
Exactly, and I think when you got nothing to lose, you got everything to gain, makes you fight that bit harder. Now, you've been begging to play Harbour since the beginning of the year. Now that dream's reality, what finally changed your coach's opinion, and how have you been finding playing that Harbour?
I think it was the meta change mostly. We've had like multiple meta changes over the year, but the current meta is, in my opinion, and also my coach's opinion, is you can play whatever you want, basically. Everything can work and nothing can work. So we decided to, as we don't have as much time as other teams maybe do because we are only part-time, we decided to put in some time in like off-meta comms, and I suggested the Harbour on one map, and all of a sudden we played him on multiple maps because I brought some ideas. My coaches were happy about it, and we just went with the flow.
Exactly. Now, my last question for you is that you guys have kind of survived this real roster instability. You guys have been thrown curveball after curveball. Has there been a lot of chaos surrounding that and who's playing each match, or how have you navigated all of these changes in the lineup?
I think if there's any lineup or like any team that could pull the constant changes through, it's us. I can personally, I think I can call anything and everyone. So yeah, and I know my players. It was some sort of chaos, yes, but I think if there's any team that could do that, we are the team, and we managed the chaos mostly. I mean, the split didn't work out for us as much as we wanted to, but we still managed playoffs, and we've got nothing to lose. And also that helped with the mindset of the players. We just want to play. We just want to show and play.
Anyway, I'm going to let you go get ready to show us what you've got and leave it all out in the server. Thank you so much for joining me, Blossy, and have an amazing match.
Thank you very much.
It's the quiet leaders, the one that don't need to shout about their greatness, that are the scariest in my opinion. She's so calm, so confident, and as she said, she can IGL anyone, she can do anything, and I think that's really been shown in this stage with all of the curveballs that they've had. But one of the players that she's been IGLing, who has been so flexible and able to adapt, is Purity. I was super eager to get to her stats earlier because she's just a player I want to shout about.
She's incredibly exciting. She's so flexible. She's played 3 different roles this split, 7 different agents. She's not maybe Forsaken level of every single agent yet, but I'm not going to put it out of her wheelhouse because she is so good regardless of the role. And also, she's consistently strong. She is getting good KDs, great ADRs, incredible KPRs on every single role. There was a moment where she played Fade on Summit, and she was incredible on that agent. And then another time she played Entry on Summit, and she was incredible then as well. This is a player to watch out for because she is going to throw curveballs at you left, right, and anything but center.
Exactly. Now, I think we've got to take a look at our expectations of this match coming in, and we won't beat around the bush and say that this is anything other than a G2 favored match, but that's just because of how strong G2 are looking right now. But is there anything that you're kind of expecting from this series beyond just sort of the narrative of underdog David versus Goliath?
Sure, I think that is mostly what we're looking at here because it's been such a long time since ATN have even got a single map off of G2 Gozen. But there is a couple of shining lights in ATN's map pool that as we go into the map video, I think I want to talk about, because Split and Sunset, although they did lose Split against G2 Gozen last time they played, I still think it's a great opportunity for them to play into, and they do pick it because it is their best map in the pool. It's right up there with their Sunset, which we actually get as the decider. So if this goes to map 3, I am seeing a world where ATN can take this away, because although their Sunset is worse in terms of round differential than G2's, I think they look incredibly strong on it.
Now, I'll talk you through, because I might have had a sneak peek at the veto before the game. Don't let anyone know, I had a little bit of a nosy. Now, the Haven ban coming out, for those that you weren't watching the group stage, G2 13-1 ATN on Haven. So I understand fully not wanting to play that, because that was 10 days ago that happened. That's not enough time to fundamentally fix a 13-1 in my opinion. So I think that that's pretty good. Now, I was originally like, I would have loved to see the Summit or the Sunset be picked by ATN earlier in the veto. However, when we sit down to evaluate this a little bit more, ATN have really forced G2's hands in the later stages of the veto. They've really made it uncomfortable for G2 in that second ban and pick phase.
Yeah. Because G2 had to ban Sunset or Summit. They couldn't let both, you've got to ban one of them, but both of them are still going to be good maps for ATN. And although, again, Summit, technically worse for ATN if you look at the round win rate that they've got on that map, they still look scary. And the one thing about this team is you don't know what they're going to throw at you. They could be changing compositions again. They could bring out the triple duelist, which we saw G2 goes and ban away. Like, there's
I'm
things
so
that
mad
can do to surprise.
I wasn't casting that.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we get it as we go into the first map. It's still a possibility.
Keeping my fingers crossed, but I've heard the agent selector's ready, so we'll get to see all manner of wacky things potentially coming on up here in the agent select. Now, Waiting for the magic characters to appear. And there we go. There we have it. You're nodding your head here, Echo.
Yeah, this is pretty much as expected. We've seen Blossy talk about the fact she loves Astra on this map. It is a rare pick. Obviously, she's got the Viper there to help supplement the lack of the rotating smokes that the Omen can do to the same level. But Blossy knows that, you know, you can anchor on site. You can play more flexibly. You've got the pullbacks. There's a lot of things you can do with this agent. Otherwise, this is one of the only maps in the pool that ATN haven't changed what they're playing on. It has been stock, standard. They know what they're doing. They're happy on this map, on this comp. But we've got to talk about G2, because look at their map win percentage on this map. Like, this is just a good map for them.
It does feel like ATN are fighting a losing battle in a lot of fronts, right? Is that it's not a losing battle, an uphill battle, sorry. Is that they're going up against the top seed coming out of group stages, a team that notoriously dominates stage 3s, who haven't really missed their champs. They have just been on it and on it and on it, right? So I think that it's scary coming up against the best, and you know that this first map is likely to be rough. But if you can take this map, it then gets a little bit smoother from there. But the likelihood is you're going into this knowing, unless you can do something magnificent in map 1, you're going to have to take this the distance, it feels. But let's take a look at our win conditions. Do you want to go with G2's win cons here?
Yeah, for G2, what they've got to do is keep the pressure on. If they can keep their structure together, keep the pressure on, that is where they look the best. That is where they can shut down ATN on their own map pick.
Exactly, and then win conditions for ATN here, it is very much to disrupt G2, to cause chaos in the otherwise meticulous system. Now, problem is that G2, they're great in the 1v1s as well. Every isolated player is equally as dangerous in their own right, but they work a little less cohesively if you can throw those spanners in the really well bought up system. And the anti-eco, something that G2 self-admittedly admitted are not their strongest point, is going up against the ecos. So, well, we'll have to see coming out here and now what they can bring. And G2 ATN, first match of the playoffs begins imminently.
And it's going to start G2 on defense. Relatively weak over towards the B side of the map. That's where ATN are posturing. Like, they want to start this half, start this playoffs over towards B. The one-way goes up from Vanya. She sees a lot of people, and immediately G2, they do respond. You can already see Akita's starting to move.
Mimi teleports back on over as well, but the issue is they're already ahead of this smoke. Prowler goes out, spotted something. Now the paint shells to try force Vanya's here. Comboed with the paranoia as well. Mimi needs to provide aerial support because Vanya's gone down. 2 for 2 in the opening jewels here. Round the side, Celia just draws the attention away from Mimi. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Now have the player advantage. Wrapping around, Celia's getting ahead of this push already, but Ever's found a way back in here. Needs to wait for Akita so they can crunch down together. Akita peeks out garage. Now both players spawning here. That stun's going to force them back into side, back into the watchful gaze of Ever. Karina finds the first. Now both players know where the other are. Dancing around site. Karina swings out and finds the pick, and ATN take the pistol round.
It looked for a moment like ATN might lose that. They might crumble on the post plant, but G2, they crawl them towards site and they take these 1v1s. And in those 1v1s, ATN came out on top. They get the pistol round, an important one. If they can start this map, this series with momentum, maybe they can get it running, because that's where they fell foul before against G2. If we think back to Haven, which we're not seeing today, that was just a streak of rounds from G2 that felt unstoppable. Now ATN, they get the chance to start their own. Silent Soul with the signature Ares. She's got the most picks of this weapon by at least 10 times compared to anybody else in GC EMEA Stage 3. And Mimi's immediately taken out. That's the B site open.
Completely vacant, and there's a party waiting to be had here. But to ATN's credit, they're not getting ahead of themselves here. They're waiting and hanging around. I also love Celia's position there, just making sure that nobody gets a little bit aggressive over towards A, gives them a little bit of a buffer and safety net.
Yeah, keep them contained. Make sure that you've got that space to go back into if you decide to go to A. If something scares you towards B, but nothing scared them over here. They know the B site is clear, doing their due diligence. They spike surely to go down in a nice open plant position. And G2, they do get this orb there onto Ever. It's going to sell up her Nightfall to come up a little bit earlier, but now they're walking into Celia.
They are indeed waiting around the corner. Just a ghost in hand, but she's cold for the first and the second. Eventually a trade comes out from Ever, but the number's so whittled down that, well, there's barely any members of G2 left. And now they're just going to sit and wait and hopefully go down to the spike. But Silent Soul's watchful gaze to punish any pixels that peek out here. Purity, I thought she was going to walk through for a second. Oh, the horn goes over. Not going to find anything. A drop down's been spotted. They're not even going down to the spike. They're trying to take these fights, and Amy's just wondering what on earth has happened. Walking out to her demise any which way. Swings on out. Purity's going to get the extra orb. And it's a beautiful round from ATN.
Celia played that containment so well. She knew if she could get 1 or 2 picks, just whittle down the numbers, make sure they can't do anything with the classics.
Yeah.
She'll, that means that ATN win out that round. Purity going ahead, good. G2, though, they are maximizing the orbs. Ever's only 2 away. That's going to set her up very nicely.
I think something to point out here is that Mimi's goal that she specified for stage 3 is she wants to get the most orbs of any player in the stage. So we will see them prioritizing this, especially when she's on the Phoenix. Maybe less so on the Yoru, but expect the orbs to be playing a very fundamental part in how they play each round.
Especially over towards A, you can see already G2 are trying to find that space. The Prowler doesn't spot out Celia.
Ooh. Good damage, though. Ooh, round the corner. Celia's been pushed on out. Good trade from Akita there, though. Gathers the orb for herself here. And now clearing on through main spots. Nothing can alert these players. But Mimi, she's already started to move away here.
Yeah, that's a bit questionable. G2 know that A is clear, so Mimi goes back to B. This is where ATN are hitting. They've got 3 people here. Can the numbers advantage win out against the better guns?
And the flanks coming on through as well. It's slow, but it's steady. Silent Soul stun goes on through, but the paranoia is perfect. Just causes a little bit of chaos. Disrupts the attack. Vanya's there holding down the line. Good for 1. Gets traded out, but Amy's there to make sure it doesn't go unpunished. Mimi swings out. Never too far from the action. And G2 find the bonus round.
They managed to make sure they don't give up this. After this first pick, they don't give up the round. It's important they stabilize. They've got the better weapons, so they do play this long-range advantage well. Things gone as expected for the first couple of rounds, but now is the round that starts to matter. Because as we go in here, G2's retakes are some of the best in Stage 3. Almost 60% on A side. So as we see ATN posturing to head towards A, G2's retakes is going to be where they are strong. So ATN need to get the numbers advantage before getting the spike down.
Look how much space they've already taken up ramp. Now the smoke in their face causes some issues, but the paint shell forces Mimi to teleport on back. They're clearing on through, and they've got so much space for free. The issue is, are they going to get wrapped? Are they going to get trapped? And where do they go from this tower position? One's going to spot them out, but they haven't spotted Akita. No, the trigger discipline backfires in her face. Ever needs to hold on, jumps around the corner, knife in hand, and it's going to get punished. A site crumbles. Battle in mid goes the way of Blossy. That cuts off the rotate. So now Mimi has to step up in a huge way. They know where Vanya is. They know where Mimi was. And they can piece this together, but they've got a little bit of security here. Teleport ready just in case she gets swung. Has to go for this peak. Has to take some of the weight off of Vanya's shoulders when she gets here. If she gets here, because she is going to be met at the doors. One-way smoke goes out, tries to make this uncomfortable for the ATM players to play on site, but with Mimi going down, it's all on Vanya. And they think that's the call to just pack it up and leave. Cling on to this weapon. And ATN starting to establish themselves early.
Time was so low, ATM managed to stall it out, and the fact that Blossy got that pick in mid was so crucial to shut down that quick retake coming on through. That's where G2 usually shine. But ATN, they get the 3rd round on the board, and G2's money is going to be a little bit weak here. They can buy up onto 3, so it's not awful, but it's not going to be comfortable at the very least. You're already Nightfall online, yes, but a Guardian forever. Not really where she wants to be so early in the half. This was nice though, like, Eva played her life on site, she knew she couldn't escape. That's the issue, is if she's playing hard anchor, the rest of G2 need to be closer to site to be able to get in for that flood and support her when she's on site. If they're playing off, she's just going to die, and her Nightfall got wasted that round. Now, it's a relatively low buy, G2 probably don't want to invest it in this one.
I wouldn't blame them. But Mimi with a Sheriff, can you think of a more perfect duo? Smoke goes out, falls back a little bit here. Waiting still on the side though, peeks out, tests her luck, and her luck gets tested back. Silent Souls with the opening pick. That's the A site falling. Now G2 looking to try gather their numbers, but the Viper's pick goes on out. Huge investment in what is a round against Pistols. And, well, I mean, G2, why not throw yourself at the wall, see if you could take some of these weapons away? Anything at all in this round is worth its weight in gold. Nightfall invested as well, and we're just got a head in our hands. Why they're putting so much into this? It feels almost like they've won. Oh, Horn gets stuck on the corner a little bit there. Purity's waiting on the side. Paranoia goes out. That's all the queue they need. Teleport, not able to get out safely. Purity does get traded on out. 3 for 3. Ever and Nikita both find theirs. And all of these investments, surely they don't fall flat. But time's oh so low. But all Karina needs to do is buy precious more seconds. And that's it. Tap draws her on out, but there's no time left. Huge investment. Ever finds the last kill, and it's expensive as you can imagine it. But it's a Red Bull clutch, and ATN just about drag this over the line.
Way too close for comfort. ATN put so many ults into that round. Obviously, they don't know that G2 don't have good weapons, but they could look at the money and tried to work it out. Maybe G2 forced in. They do that often. Ever's 3k, she already had the Nightfall, so I was kind of expecting her to invest that into the Viper's pit to try and allow G2 the space, but they didn't even need it. Now, ATN, they've still got 2 ultimates before G2 have used a single one. That's the one advantage. They can cycle these now. But G2 are in such a better position for the rest of this half if they can win out this round.
Oh, orb goes down. That's a risky jump peak. So much damage done onto Silent Soul earlier. Showstopper goes in, has created so much space. They're trying to chase her down here with the Nightfall. She's still just hungry for a pick or anything. Luring them out of Garage, though, into a trap. However, Vanya sees your trap. She races you one better. She's an absolute monster. And now Silent Soul is trapped on site. They can plant, but they're already surrounded. Now, the position of Purity in mid's going to be an interesting one because she's going to need to be careful because Akita is trailing behind her.
And Amy's got the line locked down. She does spray. Silent Soul trades it out. But now there's 2 versus 3. The duelists can regroup. But they've got to find a way towards a site somewhere. And G2's already heading towards A.
Oh, I can't help but feel ATN might have overcooked this a little bit. No, back towards B. But these positions in mid, committed to neither which site means they're equally close to both.
But it means the spike should go down, which puts ATN into the post plant where they could try and do something special. Purity's going to peek into mid, and the timing is perfect. She evens it up.
And the pain shelters well disallow the retrade to come on through is a bit of a nightmare. And oh, look, even looking to fight in towards spawn just about misses the timing on Ever. But footsteps are loud and they've been heard. Ever making no attempt to conceal a presence, but Purity's not quite cold enough to find the pick here. That makes it a little bit difficult. You've let her escape with her life and she's hunting you down. Ever up top knows there's only so many positions you could have got to from back alley in that time. Waiting. Oh, but they don't clear out Purity. She's good for one. Another double swing comes out together. Silent Soul's on the trade. And that's ATN establishing a lead.
This is an incredible start to the map from Alternate Attacks Ruby. This is so great. Vanya should have won that round for them, but the aggressive peaks from both of these duelists and Vanya's turn at just the wrong moment evened it up.
Devastating.
Vanya, who's like, she's so good in the clutch, but when it gets shut down like that, it's just impossible to come back. And the double duelist entry duo close out a round together.
That's exactly what we highlighted as ATN's win condition was disrupting in these small moments, these minuscule timings, and ATN is driving the knife in with them. And this is another thing I wanted to mention. G2, when they build up momentum, ATN are unable to stop them. This is why they've lost almost every map this year against G2, is because G2 build up this win, and ATN might get a round in there to disrupt a little bit. Nothing substantial. Now they're saying to G2, we're not even going to give you an opening half. And this is the side G2 chose to start on.
They chose to start on this side. It's defender-sided map. That's expected. But now G2's down to an eco. You're expecting ATN to get up to 6 here. And all of a sudden, this half and maybe this map disappears away. And G2 are then looking at Sunset thinking, have we prepared enough against what we need to prepare for? Because you don't really know what ATN is going to be running. This map has such an implication for this series with how it's going now. ATN still have 2 ultimates online. Don't want to really invest them in this round, but as we saw before, they might do. as they're just playing safe, looking for aggression, expecting it to come out of G2, and it is, but it's towards mid.
ATN and their A hits. I believe it was us casting. Was it ATN versus Casey, I want to say, where they just kept hitting A site in overtime, and it just kept working for them. And, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing the rush in again. Purity is going to satchel either into ramp or onto site. We'll find out momentarily. Looks like they're actually not going to be rushing on in. They're taking their time. They're doing their due diligence. Smoke goes down. Nikita's faced with a very difficult reality around this corner, but has help. Oh, pops the overdrive. Good trade there from Mimi. Boombot goes out, trying desperately just to weasel her out, but the Sheriff's reigns supreme. And, well, G2, sometimes the ecos work against them, sometimes they work in their favor. And Mimi! 2 meticulous headshots, and that fundamentally screws the round up for them. Mimi with her 4th with the recovered weapon. And that is a masterpiece.
An incredible round from G2 Gozen. Mimi hides around the back of the Astral Divide put up by Blossy, and she says, "Thank you very much, I'm sending you to your grave." An ultimate invested from ATN against a low buy from G2 Gozen, and it is to their own demise. It looked like on the previous round 4 or 5 that could have been it, but no, this time it actually was. Silent Soul hasn't built up money. She's got to go for the overdrive on the execute here towards B. B site is open though. So ATN, maybe they can get into another post plant because G2 have taken so much space on A.
They have indeed. Ooh, face front fight there. Mimi has to back away, and unfortunately that leaves Amy on site alone. And that's the benefit of the Euro. You can escape alive, but you can't be there to support your team, and that leaves them a player down. And weapons now recovered. Everyone's got a gun in hand now. I was going to say Purity just jumping up to recover hers. Not to mention Drift has been popped in here as well. Paranoia's great, just running across brace and bullets. Denies Vanya the ability to take the space. But Celia, the look, the backstab comes through and it's perfect. And there's nothing Vanya can do. Such a highlight player, but being left in a situation where she just has to surrender the round.
Another round win from Celia. She won the pistol for ATN and she won round 8 as well. The moment where it looked like G2 might have had the bounce back off the back of an eco round. That maybe G2 were going to start running away, but no. ATN, they win it out. They get to 6 at the very least. And G2 do have money now. They could invest into an operator for Mimi if they wanted to, maybe for Akita. Mimi's operator is actually incredibly good, but they're not going to. They're going to keep the money spread across the team, only ever without a rifle, as they look to try and find some way to come back in, because their retakes are usually the highlight, but ATN's going aggressive in the post plant. They're taking additional space, and that's where G2 start to crumble.
Crumble they have, because no matter what they do, even at the half is the best they're gonna get. And Vanya looking for a fight. Immediately, smoke goes out. It's not really going to deter ATN, already ahead of it, but Akita this time called over to assist. Smoke goes a little bit deeper this time, and the question is whether they really want to go for this. Paranoia's in hand waiting, but ATN sense something's off and they pull back, but Mimi in mid has taken so much space. A little bit of contact, knows that they're hanging around still near B. But the issue is that gate crash going to be going away momentarily, has to make a decision. Does she stay? Does she go? She chooses to dip out, and the right call to make to save her life here.
Akita dips in, sees that the ATN are trying to advance, take this space for themselves. The Prowler on A finds nothing, so Celia could try and find a kind of timing up towards A. That could open up an A split as G2 proactive reclear right into Silent Soul. What a shot!
Ooh, lovely slide out, and Akita, that's why she's the GOAT. Now, mid-control has been taken, but the question is, where do they go from here? A lot of space being taken by Celia over towards A, but no picks to be found. It looks like they're coagulating on B here. And Mimi's watching this. They know they've given up that mid-control. They know they've given up tower. Purity's managed to slip by unnoticed. Gun barrel just missed. Oh, but Blossy falls. Mimi manages to get the transfer. Takes down Purity as well. Now, this lurk in the backlines could be huge. Just missed by Ever. But the timing is going to be so awkward, and with only 13 seconds, there's nothing they can do. They're just going for maximizing damage output.
Oh,
missed the first one. It's fine, we didn't see it. You get the kill, footsteps. Ooh, does ever cut noise in time? Akita up top. I mean, Celia's just in a difficult position to live here anyway, but a hop up into tower means that live and let live. Everyone will survive.
Well, most people at the very least. A few did die. Mimi eventually after that first shot that we definitely didn't see. Yes. Anyway, this round here, the proactive reclear from G2, they typically have been doing this over towards A. So when ATN started to take that B space, they left Silent Soul, and she seemed to just not be prepared for that speed at which Akita was coming around that corner. That proactive reclear is going to be so important. Yeah, I mean, like with Akita as well, it feels like she just turns the speed up on Neon in a way that I don't know how is possible. But ATN, they liked A hits against KC. This time, they go in B. Vanya's got a lot of pressure on her again.
The smoke doesn't come through particularly early. Vanya waiting on it this time. Oh, did she get the... I think she just about got the orb before going down there.
Did.
So, small victories.
But now you've lost your Fade. That's no eye, no Prowlers to reclear space. You've got to contact everything, and Mimi's got this line already. Has
been forced off of it here as well. Showstopper popped. Oh, it could get both of them here. Oh, but they don't. They think they've got the only player. Akita's going to be completely overlooked. Finds one stun immediately, trying to fight her way out of that. Now, she doesn't know how far they've pushed back yet. She's been in a bit of a precarious position, but as all the smokes fade, she realizes she's safe for now. And Vanya, that's when she can step up. And between the two of them, they lock down this site. Blossy falls last. And G2... they said, yeah, we gave you 6. We let you have them. Now we're fighting our way back.
You can feel the pressure that is on ATN right now. They had this advantage, and all of a sudden it's starting to be whittled away. The players, as they were executing towards site, it felt mismatched. It felt like there was some kind of miscommunication of what lines they were holding, where they were holding it from. So I'm not actually surprised to see this timeout coming on through, because this is a lot of pressure. In stage 2, as you can see here from Blossy, they overwork themselves because of that pressure from stage 1, and it didn't work out for them. That was a bad stage from them. Now they're back. They made it through promotion relegation. They made it through play-ins. They are the underdog. And now, as Blossy says here, they are ready to play more free and with more hunger.
Yep, and this is something that I went on record saying at the beginning of the stage. Now, I actually said it about Giant X as my pick to win the whole stage. But what I did say is, I think... They do. But I said that I think the team that's going to win this is whoever is hungriest. And I think I neglected to mention ATN in this, because it has been a rough year for them. Now, they've been playing phenomenally within the Duck region. They've been essentially winning all of the EQs. I see them on LAN a lot, and they are queens on LAN. So if you can get to that stage, you already have the LAN buff of knowing you can do it in front of a crowd. And so I think ATN are a team that's really wanting this.
Sorry, Celia just threw her orb on top of that roof. That's a bit unfortunate that she threw it early before the barriers are dropped. But now ATN, a bit of a switch up. They've still got money somehow as they head over towards the A site.
Be a distraction smoke, you never know.
Oh, the spam again.
Mimi's got the first, Nightfall comes out. Oh, face first into Ever, and she still finds the pick. And this is how reactive G2 can be. And we said this, is if you can disrupt the system, that's great. But still, every individual player is a nightmare to deal with on their own. Because no matter how fast you swing at them, they have just lightning speeds. And now they've got tower control. But the issue is players are starting to wrap in towards screens to try clear out the infestation.
It's going to be so difficult to do. You've got 3 players on this A site. Blossy's going walkabouts to try and find some space and was spotted by Akita. And now, G2, do you push past Heaven? Because if you do, that's where Celia's waiting.
Ooh, Arm's been spotted. There's the first. Good trades comes through and raining down in the kill feed. G2... they really starting to bring this back. They heard us starting to doubt. They heard us starting to root for ATN. And they said, absolutely not. This is our stage.
G2 take a couple of stages to warm up. And they might take a half, or the first 6 rounds of a half, to get into a map. They've now truly come online. You can see the way this system is working. They've got so many positions that they need to be at certain points and aware of how ATN might try and play against them. Final round of the half. Akita's gone for the operator. Bit of a surprise, but it's over towards mid. As ATN, they're going back towards A.
Going back to what usually works for them ever. Ooh, lucky to be alive, counting her lucky stars. The stuns come on through, and Silent Souls with none other than the Ares. She's been so good with it, but she goes down instantly. Karina does get the trades, but Akita steps up to be that difference maker. And now 3 versus 2. Spike's being dropped, and it's going to be an awkward one to recover with the players you have remaining. You got to re-clear through ramp, and there's 3 waiting in tower. It's a welcome party. Party of 1. And Blossy falls, no gift bag to take home here, and just Celia left, 1 versus 3. Now she's been a demon this stage, but this is a monumental ask, wrapping around, and they've got to suspect that she might be here, that she might have managed to make it all the way through, but everyone's so tucked in that this is getting to be a little bit precarious. Spike's been recovered. Actually, she's got a clear run to B.
Wait a minute, that's kind of incredible. She managed to get that and get out. G2 just like it's not aware of where the spike had been dropped. She's taken her time, and G2's going to start to get suspicious, and she's going back towards A.
Oh, heartbreak, because she could have run to plant B, and this is exactly the situation she wins in. The thing is, if she waits long enough, they might actually wrap around in circles, orbit each other. They've left to head B suspicious. She's going to get the plant down.
Viper's Pit.
There's the Viper's Pit online, and suddenly this gets scary. She's playing outside of it, actually, looking to swing round, but they're watching for her. They know her tricks, they know her secrets, and G2 almost flawless comeback into this round to finish off the half. Even Stevens.
Switching sides.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And G2 have brought it back 6-6, and we never thought we'd have to say brought it back here, but ATN on the pistols, a suspicious dark horse team for them.
It's not great. The pistol win rate is worse than G2's. G2's is also below 50%, but ATN have got to try and find the momentum here, because as we've seen before, G2, when they've got that momentum behind them, they will run away with it. It will become impossible for ATN to stop the train that is Gozen. So they need to start it here. And now they've flipped onto the defensive side. They don't have the quick rotations that G2 do. So they need to find the picks, but immediately the paranoia, the stun is huge though from Silent Soul.
Oh, they've taken so much room. Blossy can already feel the walls closing in around her, and with her support falling, it falls to her, and as she drops dead from Ever's sidearm, now it gets messy because the spike's gone down and the rotates are so far removed.
No Euro to TP in. The Neon's already dead. She can't speed when she's under the ground. And Purity already being watched for. Vanya's ready, waiting.
Oh, he's out of the isolated fight, but immediately gets the second player involved, and that's a bit unfortunate. Ever's managing to pull this back, at least keep it even. Page shells go in, and that forces them out of position, but they're playing together. Oh, runs out of bullets. Tap on the spike, knows that she's not defusing, but now she goes back, looking to half it, looking to stick it, and Mimi will deny her any such luxury. And G2 get the first round.
The 2K from Purity looked like it could have turned it around there for a second, but no. G2 are going to get their 7th. Despite this headshot, the damage done onto Amy is the collateral there as well. But G2s, they stick together. They both rotate around the pillar together as a group to make sure they could trade, to make sure the damage with the pistols would be enough. And that's those fundamentals. That's what we're going to be seeing on this attack side. How well can G2 path with aggression in Mimi and Nikita to make sure that they've always got the trades there?
The 2 in G2 stands for double swing. Always 2 of them. And now
Sure.
here we go. Pushing on forward, just Blossy round the corner. All flash goes out. She's stunned, she's blinded, she's bamboozled, and she's dead. And now that B site falls at the wayside, and now ATN scrambling to get back involved. Nice little re-clear in mids, but there's nobody there to find. The only lurk is Amy, and she's miles away. Vanya, ready for the drop down, gets one, immediately able to find a second. Now weapons getting picked up here, but there we go. The swing on out from Mimi and Nikita, the dynamic duo to get the job done.
Nice, quick, clean, simple. G2 goes and are making sure that they did not give up too many guns, so they can come into their bonus round with a lot of powerful weaponry. They'll probably be able to buy up onto Amy as well, because she was alive on this lurk, and a lot of damage was done here by Mimi and Nikita. So, yeah, we're going to see 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, and 2 Spectres. And let me tell you, the things that G2 goes and do with these Spectres, I think they're playing with a different weapon set than I am, because I don't understand how they can do what they do with this gun. But G2, again, taking middle, aggressive, fast, the same paranoia that we saw before.
Good stun, though, stops them getting 2 ahead of themselves, but that's both stuns used now, and they've not even dropped out of heaven. But Mimi's found the first here. Purity tucked on in, whittles away down through the box, not even given the privilege of looking her opponents in the eyes as she falls, and now just Karina pushing up top. Now the smokes have faded, but Akita's waiting here on the other side, and it's simple. It's a walk in the park for her. And G2 extending their lead to 9 and have completely turned the tides on this map.
The Gozen snowball starts to roll, and you can feel the momentum picking up. Already, Nightfall Online, they had it so early in the first half, again here as well. Nothing to match it for ATN. The closest is the Astral Divide, and well, we saw how that one worked on the other half for ATN. Not super well, as they've now only got Sheriffs. Maybe they can try and build up towards an ult or 2, but it's going to be difficult to do in mid, where G2 are going once again.
Go where no have bravely gone before, and there'll be no one leaving, that's for certain. Just Blossy and Celia left now, 2 sheriffs in hands. We'd be remiss not to mention how good they are with them, but Celia out on an island alone on A, and with 5 opponents, fully armed, coming her way.
She's going to rotate in to try and find something. She hears the footsteps. She doesn't want to risk it. Just going to tuck in. Amy's going to be holding down this line for when Celia does eventually try and make herself known. Ooh, the timing was a little bit missed.
Just a little bit. Oh, this is going to get messy. And oh, I needed a clean headshot there. Can't quite find it. Now Blossy. 1 gun. 2 bullets left in it. There's the first. Needs to go reload. Dodging the paranoia. Waiting for a push. And oh, Amy's going to give her the fight that she's so itching for. That's a
nice
lovely
shot.
headshot. And I think she's just fighting for a way out. A chance to survive. Or a chance to go down to the spike and deny them the orbs now ever. You've just seen what's happened to your teammates. A little bit of spam through the box when she's that low on health could be dangerous. But I would be wanting to give her the chance to peek this.
Wait, she might die to the falling off. Oh, no, Vanya killed him in air.
I mean, that was gonna not end well either which way.
It doesn't really matter. She had her ult, and I think Vanya was 1 off maybe. But the from the shadows isn't exactly one of the most impactful. I say that, watch Vanya use it and get an ace. But a nice fight from G2 in middle. They weren't allowing ATN to try and find shots with the Sheriff like they did here. Like Blossy did at the end there. As we get the second and final timeout from Alternate Attacks Rubies. They're going into the most important round of this map. 4 losses in the half. The money is building up for G2. And if ATN can't put a stop to it here, going into the next round, the buy is going to be weak. They're already having to buy half shields here. This is potentially the start of the end. So the coaches, Zyfex, jumping in and saying, no, we're going to fix this now. And a lot of that is going to be going aggressive, I think, trying to find a timing, trying to cause chaos. Because if G2 are execing the way they know how, the way that they've practiced, the way that they've structured, they're unstoppable. I think ATN need to cause that chaos.
I think that you might be right, and that's what we said was the win condition, right? Is to cause the chaos, to disrupt the system. Because once the cogs of the machine start whirring, they pump out nothing but results. And G2, we're getting to that point where flow state is being reached, and this is their last chance, in my mind, to put something to stop this in, some sort of barricade.
Whereas for G2, they know if they can win this out, they've set themselves up to go to Breeze with an advantage. And G2's Breeze this year has been incredible, impeccable, and immediately Celia's already forced out of Mail, has to retreat back into her own spawn. And now there's so many question marks all over the map, so many places where the G2 players could be, and ATN so scared, they're regrouping, they're split across the map. You can see the pings on the map of where Gozen could be, but they're not there. They're all going to A.
Ooh, this is gonna be a bloodbath, a scrap arena of battle, an ATN stand victorious. Amy gets one, and Silent Soul says absolutely not. It's a massacre, and that is what we needed to see. It is a front-on assault, and they walk away to tell the tale.
The young gun duelist and the veteran IGL stand tall against the goats of GC EMEA and mow them down before they get to site. Such an important round, but that's the timing. That's the moment that you need to be finding. And Silent Soul and Blossy, the two of them against the world, win it out for the Rubies. And now they can maybe start to build up a bank of money. Now they can build up some ultimates and start to take the fight to G2, but G2's just going A by the looks of it. Aggression this round. Dimensional drift set up, ready to go.
Ooh, TP straight into heaven to buy them the extra seconds, the moments that matter. Bossy drops down, ready to go, but there's already so much chaos in the backlines. Mimi's out the dimensional drift, ready to punish as the orb goes down. Ooh, Flash comes out, she's lucky she's not caught with Util in hand. But now she knows that she's got Silent Soul trapped in the back of sight. Celia here as well, being pushed from all sides. 2 versus 3. Purity finds one of the showstoppers to even the numbers, but she sustains so much damage in the process. It's a sacrifice she has to make. Now Karina, this next fight, so important. Mimi just waiting around the side, actually chooses to flip on out of there, ever waiting. Caught by the edge of the haunt there. Karina's looking to chase this down, but you've got to be careful not to overextend too much, because you still got to find out where Mimi's gone. Pushes out, finds the first, isolated the jewels, tries to lure her on in. Caught by the haunt. It's an interesting tactic, but now just looking to half it, looking the other way. The swing there, Eva's missed the timing, but she expected the wrap. It doesn't come through, and Eva plays these mind games and comes out on top.
For a moment, G2's push was halted. This moment in heaven, where Purity came up too quick behind them before the exit could truly happen. But when it went into this 2 versus 2, the Gozen's veterancy came through. These players have been in those situations so many times, and it's always worked out so well for them. Now, G2 have 11. At least ATN have a buy. Most importantly, the operator from Purity. First time we're seeing this gun on the ATN side of this map, but it's not positioned anywhere helpful yet.
Okay, Karina falls back a little bit here. As Silent Soul's waiting, they've got mid on lockdown. There's the haunt going on out, gets broken, but nothing really they can glean from that. They only knew there was presence in the bottom of the mid. As the wall goes up, that gives them the perfect opportunity to slip into sewers and wrap in towards A.
Does. And this is the one thing that we do get out of Purity's op here. This is why her op win rate is higher than ATN's usual round win rate, because they can lock down B with only her there. And this allows the rest of ATN to start to group up towards A. You can already see Karina moving over, wanting to join in the fight. With G2, they're playing with their minds, and oh, Purity lost the fight on B, and now the rotates are just going to be all over the place for them as G2 move towards heaven.
Karina's about to find herself in the middle of an arena, and there she goes. Keita's the one to actually find the pick. Celia putting up one little of a fight she can, but as she's smoked off, there's nothing she can do to stop the spike going down, to stop that site being taken, and they can just gather numbers. Vanya's already up here waiting for the peek on out. Actually, might get a little bit ahead. She's trying to get a little bit of a window of sight on in. She does, she clears on. She just sees the back of Blossy, but she's cleared out tower. They know that there's nobody else there. Silent Soul swings on through, clears out Amy. That's a huge position to find because that gives them some breathing room. Blossy finds Vanya. Now it's just Ever left. And they know where she is. Popped on out, finds one, got to jump around the corner. Messy, Prowler goes on out, trying to catch her. No, she's there. Here's the tap on the spike. And actually might just look to try stick it. Oh, spots it, knows that she might have halved it. Now they play ring around the site, waiting. And there we go. Ever's just about found it. And it's the Red Bull clutch to get them up to map point. And ATN, that strong first half. There's nothing to be seen here in the second.
G2 hit a speed bump in the road, but they used that to propel themselves to map point already. The retake was on here for alternate attacks Ruby as well. Silent Soul and Glossy, the veteran and the upcoming star, looked incredible. But Ever, she's been around from the beginning of the game. She knows all the tricks in the book. She's used all of them and she's won with all of them. And now G2 goes in one more round and they win out against ATN on their map pick. Aggression from Akita and it's working.
Good trade from Silent Souls there. Almost takes down the clone, but she takes down Amy with her. And they brought themselves onto the site here. Now, we talked about G2 playing in twos. Vanya looking to go ahead and meet them. Caught there by the Prowler. They're looking to just try chase her down there. But Purity with the Judge. This is an awkward angle to push out with it. But Vanya's heard this Judge. Knows that she has to try play as far back as she possibly can. Jump on Over's being caught. She manages to get around the corner. And Vanya denies. And G2 descend. They reclaim this map. And ATN, their map pick, it looks so good for a second, but now the uphill battle gets steeper somehow.
Incredible work from G2 Gozen to manage to get that comeback on. The end of that first half was something so special. But this is what G2 Gozen are, right? They can pull something special out so often out of nowhere. And ATN, they started it so close, they started it so well. It felt like they should have taken it away, but well, that's their map pick gone, and now they've got to head on to Breeze, which is, well, that's going to be a whole different story.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think there's two maps more I don't think there's a map more synonymous than G2 and Breeze, but our MVP of the map could have been so many people, but it's Ever. We talked about it. She knows every trick in the book, and she's going to throw the book at you. 242 ACS is just ludicrous. First deaths only being 5% as well when she was finding so much impact. Just monumentally impactful.
This is what you want from your support player, right? You want to be staying alive into the late round, providing value. So many times her clutches were won out. Yes, by her shots, they were good. But most importantly, they were won out by purely looking at her util. It was impeccable. It was so good. And yeah, okay, G2's retakes were nowhere near as strong here because ATN was so aggressive in the post plan. But it still wasn't enough to win out against Gozen. And now they're heading to Breeze. And like I said, Breeze, we've not seen it from ATN at all this stage.
Yeah, we haven't seen it at all from them. And we know that G2 are just the queens of this map. So I think it definitely raises some alarm bells. Now, by no means is it over yet. I'm a firm believer it's never over until that defeat screen hits, right? But it certainly does sort of send canary warning signals to us a little bit here. However, ATN, we've seen them. They're pretty good in the opening duels, and that's something I want to highlight, is that opening duels, they're not bad at. The issue is converting that into rounds sometimes. They had a really good start, but as we said, they just let G2 build up the momentum in the second half. I want to see them come into Breeze. I want to see them hitting hard in the first half, and I want to see no bumps in the road as we transition to that second half. I want to see just the energy go up a little bit. Maybe conserve your energy a little bit more in the first half to bring that extra level of firepower in the second.
Yeah, keep elevating it for the side of ATN. Elevation all the way. And, you know, they've got some young players, and often those young players will bring the energy. But I do think we've seen people like Purity popping off on stage already over in Dark and bringing that energy into this Breeze, where G2, okay, this stage has not been great for them, but in history, this is one of their maps. You know you need to bring that energy to have a chance here in this final, or potentially final map.
Exactly. Now that's map 1 done and dusted. We've got another map, potentially 2 more on the way for you wonderful people, and then another series after that. But we are going to head to a short little bit of a break. It's very hot outside, so make sure to go cool yourself down, drink some water. It's important for your health. I'm looking out for you. But we will see you very soon for Breeze.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside.
Welcome back, you wonderful people. We have got another map on our hands, and it's none other than Breeze. Some would say the centerpiece of the G2 crown veto, right? And ATN, a team that has shown these glimmers, these moments of brilliance against G2, but now they go on to G2's home turf. Have our win conditions changed?
I'm not sure, because I do think the big win condition here for ATN is that they can surprise, that they can do something unexpected. And anybody that has been part of the G2 Gozen fan club this season knows that one thing JT does incredibly is scouting. He did this back on Heroic Valkyries, where actually Valkyries took a win against G2 Gozen back in the day when that was. I know I'm going back into the history books a little bit. This is something that you can absolutely pull out against ATN, a team that has shown so many VODs throughout the entirety of this year. But Breeze is an unknown since the start of Stage 3. And that means that this, I mean, we're pretty sure that Blossy will play Harbor. Harbor's good on the map, and Blossie loves Harbor. Other than that, there's a lot of question marks here for me.
I think you might be right. Anyone would think that you might have a little bit of coach envy of JT here, a little bit of admiration, but I think you're right, and I think it's something that we've got to maybe highlight whilst we've got a tiny second here, is the improvement we've seen from individuals since JT joined the roster. The JT joined, I believe, back in stage 1 and was really, really amazing and opened up Mimi to step away from having to be that sort of secondary coach role and allowed her just to be a player. And I think individually we've seen that really reflected in her results and in her stats, basically.
Yeah, she's gone from the IGL that would be good in the stats, but not, Vanya level, not Akita level, to somebody that is actually competing right at the top of statistics in her role right now, in that kind of like second entry kind of space. Her Phoenix is incredible, and she's been able to do that because this team has expanded and allowed people like Mimi to focus on what she does best, which is playing and making the calls in the moment. And as we're looking towards Breeze, for me, this is going to be a good test. And okay, we're in playoffs. We don't really want to be testing ATN, but I think it is going to be a good place to test them because they've still got the lower bracket. If they lose here, it's not out. They're not over just yet. But it's going to be a good test because G2 Gozen are good on this map. They've, especially since they swapped over from the Neon onto the Jet against Barca, they looked really, really clean on that map. So I'm hoping that they stick with the KO and the Jet, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Phoenix Neon.
I mean, we've got Agent Select ready to go, so let's take a look and see what we're actually going to be watching and seeing in the server here. Now, for G2 Gozen, we're seeing the Purity Reiner's back!
Let's go!
I'm so happy about this, because we've seen, right, this was the context I added on it. If you missed the game show, is that this isn't the first time in the Game Changer circuit we've seen Reina, right? Is we saw Bitfix, it wasn't Bitfix Puppet, it might be actually. No, it was Habush Babel Show. I think they played Reina in a couple of the Cash Cups. But this is the first time we've seen it played in the main stage. And now this is the second time by the same team. And if memory serves me, which it does, Purity kicked absolute butt on this agent. She was an indomitable fortress.
And if you remember all the way back to GC Champs in Berlin, G2 Gozen were running Reina on this map back then. They had Giuliano on the roster. We still had Mimi there, yes. And
I miss
it
Giuliano.
worked very well, right? We all miss Giuliano. But now ATN are bringing this out. They're on the attack side. We're going to be seeing Silent Soul going aggressive. The one concern for me here is how well can they play against the stall that G2 Gozen have, because they have the same kind of stall that ATN do in the fact they've got the Viper stuff, they've got the shock darts, they've got the Harbor throwy stunny thingy, but they also have the KO. And if Silent Soul is going aggressive, the knife catches onto somebody like Celia and maybe somebody else, that exec gets stopped in its tracks. And that's what we're going to be looking at for G2 Gozen here, is the KO knives coming out from Mimi, the timing of them to shut down the exec whilst it's happening.
I also think that if you can shut down, Reina doesn't have a lot of utility she can use to break a stall, right? She's got the 2 layers, that's it. So my worry is a little bit is that you use one and you get the execute disrupted, you suddenly lose that entry utility in a sense. Now, Purity's just got the pure mechanics to make it work anyway, but it does just ring a little bit of an alarm bell from sort of a purely hypothetical on paper, as it doesn't feel great.
It's one of those things that if she's popping off, if she's confident swinging like she was on Lotus against Casey in the play-ins, yes, absolutely it could do incredibly well. But she has to be doing that. If she gets caught out by stall, if Silent Soul is too far ahead, she will get caught out. Purity won't be able to support. Like someone, like a Phoenix who could wall themselves in if they don't get caught by the knife could go. There's no rescue utility. Silent Soul, this is a mission for her in independence, because she's going to have to be independent in some of these fights now, whereas before she might not have been.
I have to have a look. ATN, they've shown their prowess. They've won one of the 2 pistols so far. It would be lovely to see another straight up mids. And see, the thing is, it feels a little bit suspicious that they've been given mid for free. So they choose to back away before pushing any further. And well, good call, because we can see the party at 3 waiting to serve them at the top of mid. Now, looking to head in towards A. Just Mimi here to take the initial brunt of the damage. Unfortunately, falls without finding anything. And that wall going up means that, well, actually, G2 going to be the one stalled out of this retake. Wall falls down. Now, Vanya, line of sight opens up here. Sunsol waiting, trying to push on in. Ooh, Akita walks face first into her. Karina finds one of her own, and now suddenly it looks like a massacre just ever left. They can hear her on orange box or yellow box, depending on, you know, how colorblind I might be. But yeah, it's a flawless round for ATN, and this is very reminiscent of how we started Split, a beautiful staple, and this is what we want to see. This is the glimmer of hope that we want to see continue into the rest of this half.
Because the exec, the mid take was great. ATN had everything together, and the post plant, look how aggressive they're getting. The Harbor Wall drops, and they don't tuck back behind Celia's Viper Wall. They go ahead of it so that they can play to fight, get the kills, get the stall before the Viper Wall goes up, and that second layer of post plant is ready. They're so good at these little prepped sequences, and now as they head over towards A, G2 goes in, all on B except for Vanya, who's kind of just playing off site to play for a little bit of info. A site's open. Once again, we get an ATN post plant for pretty much free. The question now becomes, do you go hunting to get the orbs off of G2? Because G2 goes and have no chance of winning this, really. It's all about ATN, and do they want to hunt for Blossy's ultimate?
I mean, I reckon you still got to be careful against the G2. Now, they've not brought up any sheriffs. It is literally just the classics, but I'd still be wary of pushing too far here. Now, a lot of noise being made. This is early warning signs for Celia, who's taking the first fight. There's the snake bite, trying to lure them out, but they've left a little bit of a needle in the haystack, ready to just jab them as they peek around. But actually, they've decided a little bit too risky. They don't want to give away any extra ult orbs than they have to. And, well, G2 just looking to go down to the spike here, clear on through. A lot of space for them just to, well, really have a party as they die. Have a little bit of a dance, as we know they do. And there we go, ATN, a flawless second round to convert that pistol.
Exactly what they needed. They did the FPX buy as well, so they can get a full rifle setup for this round, coming into round 3. Means the bonus is as strong as it could be up against G2, who they've got everything that they need themselves. Maybe they were expecting an Outlaw to come through, but they've noticed that didn't happen. So they can go for the regen shields, as they should be winning out this round. But it is pretty even on the weaponry as ATN. Just a fast A hit again, if it works.
All three have been caught. Actually choose not to throw in the fragment to try stall them. Mimi with one gets traded on out. Akita's there and waiting. Dashes backwards into safety. Still kicking around. Now somebody's managed to cross, but that spike is at Mimi's feet. Celia find her way through mid. Now with Mimi being found gives her a little bit more room to work, but needed that fight versus Akita. Now Blossy's managed to find it, but with the snake bite coming on through, she's just tanking it to try plant anything for the ult point, and she's been lit up like a beacon by the recon. There was no getting out of that alive, but to give due credit, just able to get the spike down is enough in those moments of unfathomable defeat.
But we're seeing a vulnerability in their execute already. The Mimi's knife was perfection. You could see that the players of ATN were split apart, right? Some went forward. Sunsol was on an island at the back of Pyramid towards site, whilst the rest of the ATN players, some were walking forward, some were caught out with Akita getting a timing through the Harbor Wall. There's these weaknesses that G2 are now going to be looking to exploit as ATN. They're going for a different round. They're going for full mid control, not an ace split this time. And Purity, the lurking Reyna. Yet to find a kill impact in this because Sunssol's been the forefront of that. But she's going to be looking for something on B.
Knife gets destroyed. That's going to give a little bit of information about the mid presence. Now throw us a flash in just to try to deter them pushing her. And now there's no peeking and prodding out of B here. So this is very much going to be a contact on site.
The wall setup is good though to help with the stall. So many layers of decay you've got to walk through, but the vulnerable comes out. Purity just immediately shut down, and Amy can just spam down this line.
Ever's there as well, fully blinded, and that is going to be Celia finding one. Finds a second as well. She's wiped out both players here. Isolated duel on Mimi, but just turns away at the wrong second. And here we go, ATN. Unfortunately, that lead already starting to diminish, but I want to highlight here now, set the expectations. There are few players better than Amy at holding down this B site breeze.
If you're pushing towards B, you need a plan for Amy. You need a way to shut her out, to stop her from getting in, because she will. She will just stop you in your tracks, spam down, vulnerable timing will be perfect. It's impossible. And especially with Reyna, you don't really have a way to get through the chokes. So Silent Soul, who was in mid, couldn't assist with that, and Purity was just left to die. And now ATN, it's a little bit of a weaker buy. Blossy with the Guardian. But the operator from Akita already aggressive on the line, spots out Celia, has been noted. And now ATN, I think you've got to go B, but there's a good setup from G2 here.
I mean, a good setup from G2, words we utter all too often. Spike's being recovered, still committed over towards B. Now they've got a little bit of a tussle potentially going on in towards A main in a second. Ever the drone, not quite going to scope out Purity. Peek on out, Silence also punished, but quick retribution from Amy. Round the corner, waiting for them to push on. However, there's been a little bit of a missed timing. Flash gets broken, and this is going to be really awkward because when the orb and the wall go down, if the cross hasn't already happened, that's going to be a problem. But Blossy, lovely dip on out, is going to survive with 1 HP, but it's 1 more health than realistically it could have been. She's still alive, breathing, and fighting. And now G2, I think they're just calling it quits here. They've got that up. They want to keep it a secret. They want to keep it safe. And they're just going to hide it over on A. And now ATN, a little bit of a chance, maybe not to breathe, because, I mean, still 2 versus 4, you're always worried G2's going to go for it, and they've done it before, but they will be allowed a moment of reprise.
I think ATN know that as well, because the operator is precious to G2. They want to keep it under lock and key. Blossy, somehow, she was so incredibly low, 9 HP when she took that fight with Amy, and she won it, which is absurd. But we are seeing ATN get their third, stopping the G2 momentum in its tracks after that kind of 2 rounds in a row, making sure that they've got something. They've also built up the Reckoning, which is going to be an incredibly useful tool to push towards site, to get into the post-plant, or for the post-plant aggression that we know ATN already like to do. Akita's operator, though, this is going to be so difficult to break past. Her KPR increases from 0.87, which is already incredible, to over 1 kill per round if she has an operator. She is incredible with this gun. The team are already setting her up towards A, so they can rotate off and take space elsewhere on the map. But it's not going to find a kill in the early round this time, because again, ATN exploring B. Celia.
This Ares back out as well. Celia is still hanging around there, and she's about to be met by a severe amount of, just death, quite honestly. There's 3 players flanking her. And I like this look from G2. It's a little bit different, but that's what we said. We wanted to see something new from G2. We didn't want to see stagnation from the previous kind of stages this year. Fast execute on in, so much util used to get them onto site, but it's really still going to pivot on Celia. Dealing with this flank here. Now she's tucked on in, but they've still got a pass. They've been silent. Is she waiting for this? The jump gets hurt, but she gets overrun. Does still find one and can call over that she spotted at least 1 more here. Knife's not going to catch anyone. Makes this a little bit harder to get past the choke point, but they are collapsing in on this site from both angles. Wall goes up to try cut off this back site here. But Purity still able to take this fight with these players in spawn. Finds the first. Manages to dip out of there. The dismiss keeps her safe. Blossy's found another. And they're just ducking in and out. It's like a Hydra. You cut off 1 head. 2 more appear. And ATN double the round to G2. They hit their 4th. And it just looks kaleidoscopic.
The way they set up that post plant was so good. They were getting crunched on all sides. But it doesn't matter. I love the ego Reyna peek into dismiss from Purity. It was at the end of that replay there. This is the kind of thing we don't often get to see at the top level, because we don't often see Reyna at the top level. But Purity has got it on lock, and now G2's timeout comes through. Because again, I'm thinking back to Split. ATN had the lead. They had 6. Now it's only 4. And G2 came back. They managed to get an even half and win it out from there. This timeout, it's very reminiscent of that. Are they able to find the solution? Because their retakes on this map are really good. They should be able to get back in. But again, ATN's post plants, they're aggressive. That's what made G2 stumble on split, but they overcame it.
They did. I think that the story of the team is just overcoming, right? I think it's a word that feels synonymous with them. Tactical break coming on through, and I think well-timed. It's going a little bit wrong early. If you can fix the issues, it means you don't have to fight back into this if you're G2. You don't have to make this amazing comeback. So good to fix the issues early on here.
The G2, unlikely to fix them here, although we said that on split and they won 2 eco rounds, so you know, who knows.
The Bucky, the double
Buckies.
Bucky,
the double
what's
Bucky.
better than one Bucky Echo? 2 of them.
2 Buckies, of course.
I love it. Unfortunately,
it's one of those things that could shut down ATN. They're going the wrong way though.
Yeah, and you need to get a little bit closer to make it work. It's going to be an awkward angle, and you really need you need them to rush you, otherwise you're kind of sat out in the open. No real escape plan here.
The timing.
The back away. Oh, the timing is perfection. The stuns go on out. They're going to clear. Now she does unload a whole load of bullets into Vanya's face, but it's not quite enough. But it's going to go down. Akita looking to try to find anything. Nice little spin around. Make sure that she's safe from doors here. But Purity's just pushing on forward. And we talked about these proactive defenses. They are so lethal. Knives get popped here from Akita. Might as well. Oh, so many of those knives gone. Now down to the last 2. Stunned on up. They're just trying to whittle away anything that she could use to punish them in this round. And done a successful job in that so far. Jump's being heard. Round the corner. Taken down. Just Evan now switched over to the Guardian. It's a little bit of an awkward one here because this crossfire is immaculate. You peek out for a main from Celia, and that's just beautiful. ATN, they get 5, and I'm getting flashbacks to map 1, but I like it.
Absolutely. We just got to see if ATN can keep it up this time. They didn't fall too foul of the G2 eco round. And they got the knives out. That's never a bad thing, because it means Akita's going to be slightly less powerful in those rounds where she does have those knives. But G2 have a lot of ultimates in the bank, building up towards their first reckoning as well. The Viper's Pit from EMEA looks like it's going towards B and ATN. They're wanting to pressure that early. They might try and find some space into it.
Okay. It is risky business, but... You know, send one person in. Don't put all your eggs in one A-shaped basket.
Because they were spotted there by the knife as well, right? G2 have good information that a couple of players are on A. They've got to be careful. Wary of the exec happening there. Vanya top mid, see nothing coming out of corridor. G2 have a lot of investment towards the B site here where the Viper's Pit is. It leaves their A very weak, and these players isolated from the rest of them if the flood does come through.
Smoke blocks off Vanya from being able to get involved, so it's all on Akita to try whittle down the numbers. Unfortunately, not going to be able to cut them down at all. Mimi's going to pop the null command here. Jump on through has been spotted, gets the transfer, and Mimi has been immaculate with these multi-kill mayhem moments. And now Karina shut down. Round the corner lies 2. There's a flash available, and Mimi is the queen of flashes. That marks her 3rd. Ready for another flash round the corner. Peeks on out, and now they're just tucked back pyramid because there's nowhere else safe for them. Knives back online. It's going to find only Purity here. But that enough is alone round the corner. Blossy's a little bit closer than expected. Vanya's there, and Ever, the trade game, perfect as always from G2. And they post up a 3rd, not letting ATN find themselves too much of an advantage.
Akita and Mimi were isolated on site. They were on an island. And yes, okay, Vanya put her wall out to try and help the team anchor down. But ATN just swung into Mimi's arms. And with the null command, no utility to assist, no flashes, nothing to peek around that smoke. She can just roll on through with the stim she gets off the back of that ult as well. Not a round really that ATN should be losing, at least in that fashion. I'd expect the post plant to be a little bit more advantageous from them, but now they've got a lot more ultimates. G2 have invested an awful lot, 3 in the last round. Whereas ATN have got 4 here if they need them. Mid take again, so much pressure put onto G2 across the map.
Mid control being established nicely. Purity's managed to get a whole host of space, and well, are they aware that she could be here already? Amy swings out ready for it and has so much backup if she needs it, but she was the only one luring G2 into mid so they can go trigger the trap B. Celia's already here, already ahead of the curve, but they're chipping away through the wall, stopping her from peeking, and actually she doesn't want to push much further. Viper's Pit of her own onto site there, makes this awkward and cumbersome. What is going on here? Blossie has been completely overlooked and has the chance for the perfect backstab. Hunter's Fury's coming on out here, and I'd love to see Blossie activate sooner rather than later. Just go for a quick little peek. Mimi is none the wiser. The swing on out there, almost able to adjust in time, but Blossie's found it. And there we go. Counter Reckonings brought on out. Everyone is blind, and then some. Karina finds one. Immediately there's an answer elsewhere, but that's the Viper's Pit going down. Just Karina left. Amy dips on out. It's absolute perfection, and G2 find their fourth, bring it to within one round, and draw out so much from ATN's bank there.
ATN put a lot into that round. G2 did the round before, but it's kind of evened up. The IGL battle there in mid went the way of Blossie, but the round went to G2 as they are slowly finding their own momentum, trying to march back towards even Stevens, then try and push forward if they can. Akita's up back online, over towards A again. Seems to be taking a more passive line than they've used before, but this wall being done before the barriers drop at the start indicates that Akita should definitely be sticking around towards A to start with.
Here we go. Creeping up through mid doors. Now there's two players here, but it's a bit of a passive angle from Akita, but she's got a long line of sight and she's got an up and the ability to get out scot-free. Banya sprays down for the first, might be able to get the second. Shorty's in hand and Celia's just desperately trying to put some distance there round the corner, does find one. Gives them that A main space to work with, and Purity's cleared outside. Between the two of them, they managed to give themselves something to work with, but they are the only two remaining. Oh, comes off the spike, still finds one, but Mimi is there for retribution, and now 5-5 is where we find ourselves. Are we going to see another even half or a G2 able to claw this one back into an advantage? But all I know is that this has been the season, this has been the game changer stage of the op players.
It has. The op is shining right now, and Akita on top of the box was so good. I was questioning to myself if we would see the next timeout coming out from ATN, because this is now the point of essentially no return. If you lose this round, you're likely to lose the next, because you've not really got any ultimates except for the Empress online. And okay, yeah, maybe we just get a Purity Ace round, but you can't always bank on it. And ATN don't want to go to the lower bracket yet, because this stage, we've talked about it so much, how evenly stacked this stage is, how everyone is so improving so much across the board right now. And you don't want to be going down, because the chances you're a year ending there are pretty high.
Yep, and we said for ATN, I believe their win condition is they need to win the whole damn thing. And lower bracket's a scary place to be. Upper bracket's a scary place to be. I think I'm just generally terrified for all of these teams. Honestly, the level of Valorant that we're seeing is unlike any year before, which is a good sign. It shows that the game changer scene is healthy, and that everyone is just pushing themselves to greater levels. And I think every player will echo that sentiment.
They will, but Akita's already got the right line on B. ATN walking into her line, her crosshair once again. She's got the high angle.
Oh, she's here, she's there, she's everywhere. She's the monster under your bed, and she's the demon backside. Gets a second, and she's ready for some more. Dodges the flash. No, sidearms come on out. She's got it with the shorty. It's absolute pandemonium. Blossie's desperately still trying to deal with the Akita problem. Unsuccessful so far. Not even using the shorty. Up close, shotgun opping. Celia says no. Finally, they put a stop to this. But now, 2 versus 2. Blind is immaculate onto Blossie. Swing out from Celia is exactly what they needed. Now, ever 1 versus 2. Spike's gonna go down, knows that there's a player on side, knows there's a player backside, not even looking for Blossie though. And that's when she's most lethal, when she's underestimated, when she's unnoticed, and the silent leader, silent but deadly as ever.
Akita opened it up but couldn't close it. The switch onto the shorty worked out against Purity there. You know, Purity hates getting shut down by shotguns, but She can't find everything. The rest of the team was just taking these 1v1s. Eva was inside the smokes, but it was impossible for her to do anything else. And Celia here said the player she'd most like to play against was Akita. And well, that's not working out very well for her so far.
I think it's a matter of respect, and Akita commands respect like no other player in this tournament. 2 picks immediately off the rip is the best way to start this. Now, still 3 versus 2. It's not comfortable numbers. And ATN are on site, but Mimi's here. Mimi's waiting, primed and ready, and Celia has to be so careful. Clears out the corner. It's perfection in ATN. They said they've been working on their fundamentals, and it's small bits like that that will net them these advantages. Now, Eva, Vanya, join up. Bit of a funky wall there. A little bit of an arc. Ready to go. Pushing on forward, not spotted anything yet. Drone goes over the top, and they get a little bit of spam through the wall there to try and deal with this. Looking maybe just to try put the cove up to try lure them out, lure them into the fight, knowing that they've got to break this down. Celia's out in the open, finds one, and you know where Karina is. Stun around the corner. It's perfectly timed, but Karina's already got the pick. Let the Hunter's fury roar, because ATN leads at the half.
Remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Right here.
ATN leading at the half again. Now I want to see that momentum continue, that spark blaze into an inferno. I want to see them take a third map, but G2 better at pistols and better at the comebacks. Can they bring it back early?
Because they did on Split. They got 3 rounds in a row, and that was the start of the end for ATN on that map. And as we look on Breeze, G2 switches over onto the attack side. They've got relatively similar compositions, right? The big switch up is obviously the Reyna to the KO. And the KO is going to be more helpful on the exec to stop a flood coming through from ATN. G2, they've got their eyes set on A to start with. Knife finds nothing. So the A site, they wonder, is it empty? And it is, because ATN, they're just elsewhere on the map. So they're going to have to do a 5 versus 5 retake here.
They certainly are, and the walls and the smokes are messy and confusing, scratching up the A site, but G2 got their claws sunk in. Spike goes down, and they're already establishing in a post-plant. Look at this position from Amy. Now, timing is going to be everything here. Catches one player heading on in. Oh, Purity's still waiting for her, but Amy just fires back. Perfection whittles down the numbers and knows that there's more coming in through doors, so can alert the team. She needs to get a move on to join them, though, but Mimi's on site. Silent Soul finds 2. Karina with another. Vanya bites right back. 2 versus 2, but Karina, that's the moment she steps up at health. Oh, so low on both of these players. Flossie goes down now, just Karina left, and Amy spamming away for the Red Bull clutch. And again, this is the scoreline. I feel a little bit of deja vu coming upon me.
Really feels the same. Amy opened that round up and managed to close it in this 1 versus 2. Both of the ATN members were so incredibly low from the brawls, the fights that they were in earlier. And now G2, they've got the advantage. Akita with a Marshall in her hands, full shields as well, just to make sure that no sneaky little outlaw buy comes through from ATN, because actually they can't even afford it, so it's fine. But ATN, they feel so much pressure, they broke the knife, and G2, they turn away. It's not worth it. Not yet.
Here we go. Karina waiting in mid. Neither know that on the other side of the wall, their opponent lurks. And it is going to be Karina making the first move. Ooh. Actually, I lie. It's going to be Celia on site overextending into Akita's territory, which feels a little bit weird because, well, Akita's on the attacking side. This was the side they were meant to defend, and it's completely toppled.
See, timing is good. Takes down Amy. That was a gun. That was a rifle. I think that could be picked up here. And they do. They get it. Oh, it's only a sheriff. Never mind. And Ever's just shutting down Karina. ATN can't find an advantage in this round.
Blocking fire.
Smoke comes out, and that's even more a problem. Lear goes high, and it's perfect to draw the crosshairs. Unfortunately, Akita's crosshair is permanently on your forehead. She finds a third, and G2 tie up the scoreboard 7-7. And I don't know, it feels like a little bit of an argument here for predestination. I feel like we're following in last map's footsteps.
Hey. Let's see how the bonus goes, okay? G2's bonus is strong, but it's not incredibly powerful. It's not the most strong bonus we've seen. ATN had better, actually, in the first half, and they still lost that round. So, let's wait to talk about Destiny until we see the end of this round, because it is even now. G2, if they can win their bonus, they set themselves up to do exactly what they did on Split. Akita fast dash. Blossy is scared, runs away towards backside.
I mean, you gotta be scared. G2, their presence alone instills fear. Purity round the corner, playing a fearless character. Finds one, gets out, but she's got an opponent right behind her. Akita there and waiting as the smoke falls. Silent Soul stands tall, trying to provide them any advantage, but they've got such a small box of safety, such a small pocket of air. And the worst part is, before Amy goes down, she sends off that snake bite that repositions them and forces them to fight on out. Smoke comes on through just to try buy them some cover, but it doesn't matter because Vanya still finds one, and now just Mimi left. Stun goes out, slide on through from Silent Souls is perfect, and the 4K is what was needed. ATN this time, they try to write their own story, rewrite their destiny, and they are back in the lead.
Yeah, see, we can't compare everything to Split because this is a breeze, and ATN, they started out strong and they managed to, most importantly, stop the momentum from slipping away too much. Purity dismissed into a little bit of a sticky situation there, but it allowed Silent Soul to find these timings. Her picks here, her aim was so good. And this slide, I mean, you saw her for half a second on your screen before Mimi fell. But it's still a buy up from both sides now. Gone through mostly as expected. Purity's got a Guardian. That's really the only weak point for the side of ATN. She can still hit with it. We know that.
Absolutely, and sometimes it's not necessarily about, you know, how big the punch is, it's about how hard you hit. You'll see immediately wall goes up. Akita's not going to respect it. Speed up to the max. Blossy waiting on the other side of the wall. Spam! Just hears a couple of footsteps, and that's enough for her honing senses. Amy's going to hear all of this, not phased at all by the flash, stands on, holds on to this, and this is such a huge part of map control that they need to keep this retake away, and just toying with the corner. This time Silent Souls, no such luck, not able to dodge the bullets her way. And now Blossy, still on site, has denied them the plant, but I mean, they're just going to head elsewhere now. Why would you bother?
You know she's there. She's been there from the beginning. You know that you can just leave. And she's stuck. She hears it. Her Reckoning's one away. She dies here. She gets it. That's good. But the buy up on it for ATN the next round in round 17 is going to be low.
Spike planted.
Amy's positioned ahead. But Blossy, she's gone on the flank. G2. Mimi's already watching it. I was going to ask, are they going to think about this coming through this quick? And yeah, already. Mimi's aware. Although the smoke actually turns her attention.
Ooh. Round the corner. Nope, Mimi is momentary distraction. You know, a little bit of a glint of the light. Yeah, exactly. But immediately locks back in. The queen of doing so. And G2 unwilling to let ATN continue with any advantage, and timeout being called really, really early on here from ATN. But again, they like doing this. Post 4th round timeout seem to be kind of a staple of the coaching system here in ATN.
This is very early though, and they've not really seen a lot of rounds from G2's attack side to really work out exactly how they want to play against it. It might just be micro, it might be fixing some of the plans from Blossy instead. She is anchoring a little bit too much, leaving herself on that island to then get left alone, as we saw at the end of that last round. And the money's not good either, so I imagine most of this timeout is for the next, but Reckoning, Hunter's Fury 1 away, and you've got the overdrive for Silent Soul. There is a recipe for an eco round win here for ATN. It's there, but worst case, Mimi's got the null command to shut down 2 of those things.
Here we go. We'll have to see how they utilize the tools at their disposal. G2 look primed early to all hit A, but actually have sent a couple of players in towards mid following that timeout. I like this adjustment, but ATN, they've got not a whole lot in the bank.
No. And if Blossy does fall early here, I think that's going to be it. They're just not going to try with any of the ultimates. They made the right call, though. Already keeping 3 players over towards A. Purity looks in mid. I think she spotted Akita. And Blossy's trying to find the timing. She gets it!
Ooh, and she gets a second bullet off, so it's good damage onto Mimi, too. Unfortunately, 1-for-1 trade still going to innately favour both the attack side and the team with guns here. It's G2 happy to have the engagement fall such away. Mid control still good by Akita, but looking to back away, regroup with the team to hit B. And well, the only B player, Celia, is so far removed from the situation. Maybe she goes overlooked here, though. However, there'll be a swing coming on through. Nope, Amy doesn't do diligence. Who am I to think that Amy wouldn't clear every single corner, every single scrap of her path onto site? And talking to the path onto site, red carpet's been rolled out for them. Akita's making moves, pushing even further, buying them that buffer. And they've even left a counter Viper in Amy to hide exactly where Celia was positioned.
She could be caught out here, though.
Waiting. She could be. It all depends on the timing. But Mimi not going to let her team go down solo. Oh, her crosshair's drawn, but it doesn't matter. Able to adjust in time. Flicks back up and keeps her teammates safe nonetheless.
G2, calm, collected. And yeah, okay, they fall early to Blossy's shots, but they don't panic. They don't overthink how to play out the rest of the round. Amy finds a bit of space towards B, and that's the call to just exec, take the site and hold your long angles. You know that ATN's buy is weaker. But coming to this is probably what the timeout was for. Ultimates online for both. The key thing for ATN is at any moment G2 could press the null command. And they do, immediately. A site, they want it. They want to go into the post plant. And ATN, they're going to have to try a retake again. Amy's lurk does nothing this time, though. It's going to be a quick retake.
Nice pickup found, and unfortunately the overdrive being taken offline doesn't matter because Silent Souls has got a Vandal and she's making it sing. Akita's in the corner. Oh, that moment of hesitation, loses in that space, and Purity forward, facing Eva. We'll find one, but now she's got to clear out players on all fronts, and it's just head on a swivel. 360 camera, it's not going to matter. Just overwhelmed, overrun, and ATN. We've seen them take the battle to G2 before. We've seen them take the whole regulation on maps this year, this stage even. And this time they're really keeping it close, not letting them get out of arm's length.
The lesson's been learned from Split. And they know that Amy is going to lurk, so they shut that down so quickly. Don't allow her that late time to play. And as they've seen before, again, G2, they go aggressive in the post plant. They try and take that space over towards doors to make the retake harder. And it's been punished. ATN, the timeout worked wonders. They found the solution. And now to G2, adapt quick enough. Are they able to adapt by themselves? You know that they've done it before. Now they're looking towards B. No null command, so they're going to have to take the shots, take the fights.
Hunter's Fury. Pulled early, trying to clear them a path on in. Akita's up top, gets traded out instantly, but Vanya's right there on the refrag, and that's B site found. And we've got the Viper's Pit available, going to tuck into the corner here, and it being in the corner makes it so awkward, but there's still a lot of space for this team to fight in and around the site. Purity's here, Blossy as well, and now suddenly the walls closing in on this site. It's just Amy in the Viper's Pit, needs Mimi outside to do more, but as the Viper's Pit goes down, Silent Souls isolates another fight, and G2 just letting these 1v1s be taken.
That was a 3 versus 4 retake, I think, that ATN managed to win out. Purity's Reyna. I mean, you can see the moments, right? You can see the times where it's coming through and working. As the exec from G2 was nice. They set themselves up to get into the post plant, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout coming through from the Gozen soon, because ATN are starting to get a couple of rounds on the trot. 3 retakes now in this half. No timeout yet. And with G2's money very low, there's a chance they might need to eco in the next, and then that leaves ATN potentially on that point, taking us to sunset.
Get out of my way.
We didn't think Breeze would be going their way, but Akita, knives popped A, aggression once again, and ATN are already taking mid, ready for the retake.
Reckoning let loose early, but Glossy's already found one in the meantime, and she's just snapping all over the show. A single pixel appears, and she's ready for them. Now Vanya, an absolute hero of the game changer scene, has decided this is not her place to stand and fight here. They know that they've sent her back in towards a main, but what they don't know is how far Amy's pushed. She's wrapped all the way round. They're going to be completely unaware here. The question is, oh, they're not. Celia's sensed this. They realized how far that she's pushed. Take her down. And now they know Vanya last heard a main, and the doors, the metal doors are so loud, creaking. She gets both there, but Silent Souls does not allow her the clutch, denies this, and Silent Souls stepping up here to drag this out for ATN.
Getting to 11, 2 away from taking us to the 3rd map. And Blossy, the IGL, stepping up aggressive, not panicking towards the back of site. She's got her teammates with her. And now we see the timeout from G2 goes, and now we see them taking this pause, pushing the panic button. As we can see here from Mimi, I think the chaos might be getting to them because they've been trying to improve their focus on comms, right? And in these moments, when Blossy is peeking round from the left of sight, that's when that pressure matters and when you need to be calming. Because as much as G2 are creating pressure on the map, ATN's responding quickly, and that's when the communication from G2 needs to be perfect.
Exactly. And this is what we said, is that ATN has a real ability. If you start finding faults in the almost flawless system, right? If you find that little moment to throw in a little bit of a nut or a bolt into the cogs, that can really disrupt the flow of G2, who are a team that are so regimented in how they play.
And now they're down to a low buy. Unless they can pull something out, get a thrifty online, we're going to see ATN getting up to 12. And then they only need one more win. That'll be it. They'll have ultimates online by then as well. Celia's is relatively close. Whereas for G2, they have to rely on the guns. Nikita's speed.
Here we go. Oh, Vanya, face first into the action. And the sidearm does it. Oh, Karina does eventually say, nope, you've had enough fun. But, oh, is it too little too late here?
The spikes out in the open as well. Vanya got a little bit overheated after the first 2 bandit shots. They were nice, but now the spikes out in the middle of nowhere.
They've got to wrap round and re-clear this, and ATN know this. And they've left Mimi to deal with a flank, knowing that this is going to be a multi-dimensional, I say retake of the spike, really.
Yeah.
And now Silent Soul's waiting. Holding the crossing. Blossy swings out. Messy shots means Mimi's got a chance. She takes it. An arms wide open slide out here from Silent Soul. She needs to be the savior once more. Caught here. The recon dart at her feet. There's too much going on. And they dogpile around this. They don't need the spike because they found the picks, and G2. Again, around out of seemingly nowhere off of individual brilliance alone.
It had 2 rifles, but it doesn't really matter. It's Vanya and Mimi getting the majority of those picks. Vanya's bandit is something else. She stole that away from ATN. And now they've got a buy. Now they're pretty comfortable, but Purity's got the operator online. She's been struggling a little bit this map. It's not been the Purity that we've seen before, that we saw against KC on Lotus. But now as G2 are looking to tie this up, Celia's Viper's Pit in their face, and G2 immediately react. They know to take mid. If they want B, they've got to split the map. And now as they push forward, they take the site. G2 surround this Viper's Pit.
Oh, Silent Soul immediately finds the trade out. Jump over the top, stuns go back site, and it is just a matter of who has the most utility right now. Whittled it down, so it's just the guns. Purity makes that op heard, makes it sing. Now Ever's got nowhere really to hide. Stunned on up, they're going to try use this opportunity. Round the corner, Purity with the shorty. Jumps Ever. And there you have it, ATN find map point. And we said at the beginning of this series that it kind of feels like they had to take this to a third map for this to be impactful. But no, we thought that it was going to be all on them winning the first map. We never really considered that Breeze was going to be where they did their best work.
It's not a map we've seen from them this split. They typically look to ban it in the first phase, and they left it open, expecting G2 to not pick it themselves. They've only picked it a couple of times. But now we're seeing ATN, well, they've leveled up for the playoffs. They're here ready to fight. As G2 pushing towards Silent Soul, she rejoins with her IGL as G2 actually turn back towards mid.
Toxin screen down.
Celia waiting. Box screen falls, and she's going to be the one to take first contact. Actually, potentially it'll be Karina. Between the two of them, the weight of the world on their shoulders, and now all of that falls, unfortunately, onto Celia. But actually, they find one pick in exchange. It's still disadvantageous, majorly so. Huddled in towards mid. They're going to push in towards A. A silent but deadly conga line cha-chas its way onto A. And it is going to be just Silent Souls here to join the party.
You think they'll let her join the conga line?
No. I have a really, really strong feeling they're going to shoot her in the face.
Oh, come
but
on,
that might just be me. I know. I'm all for a little bit of a conga line, you know, a little bit of a party with your opponents. But they don't want to let this opportunity slip away from them. Celia hears all of the footsteps. Here's the jumping. Mimi, perfect with the Sheriff, finds one. Silent Soul's tagged up by the drone. It's just going to hide in cover whilst the flashing wears off. Now waiting for a push up top, but unfortunately just drops down at the wrong second. Tap on the spike to try and apply the pressure. Slide out, and it's a perfect transfer. And now just Vanya left, and she's got a stinger. Not the right range for it. The wall goes up as well. Stun goes out. She's relying on Silent Soul to be the bodyguard, and Silent Soul's done everything, but she can't get a line of sight into the spike in time, and they've just stuck it. ATN have taken a map of G2 for the first time in over a year, and they have set themselves up to do the unthinkable, to take the series, because we've got Sunset up next. And now things go from messy and chaotic to downright pandemonium.
What a 2 versus 4 that was. The duelist duo on the retake, causing havoc, taking names and numbers and taking us to the third map. Silent Soul was the spearhead of that retake. Her first blood's maybe nothing to talk home about. It's not what we've seen from her before, especially on her debut, her first game. But still, absolutely incredible work from her and Purity to come back in on that retake. What work from ATN taking us to this map 3, and G2 goes in, well, stage 3 is meant to be where they level up. ATN, is it the same for them?
I mean, maybe. I think what's even more impressive here is G2, 14 first kills and only 10 rounds to speak of it. ATN, just the zero clutches feels misleading compared to what we saw here, because it felt like they were bringing back these crazy situations time and time again, and Silent Soul's just being at the commanding helm of that.
And as we look towards the third map, Sunset, I'm expecting we'll be seeing the same composition coming out from ATN. And Silent Soul is a still big part of that aggression. She sets up Celia onto these incredible lines that allow Celia to then pop off while Silent Soul's doing her own work elsewhere on the map. Sunset, we could really be seeing G2 losing this series.
We genuinely could, and that's a little bit of a terrifying prospect. And I don't know. We said this though, didn't we? We said it was anybody's fight. We said it was anybody's game.
We did.
And I don't know what more to say about that one, quite honestly. But all I could say is Sunset's coming up, and we didn't know if we were going to see a third. We always knew it was a possibility.
Yeah.
But I am genuinely so impressed by ATN here. But G2, they're a team that doesn't stop fighting until the very, very end here. However, we are going to head to a short little bit of a break to get that final map ready for you guys. Make sure to stick around to find out how the series ends. We don't know, you don't know, and we're finding out very soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Life's not always VIP, rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. 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 To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. To reality, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Got a chateau in the mountains that change it. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side thing. Shorty went viral on a TikTok.
Oh yes, you saw that right. We're going a third map. ATN, they had a great showing in the first half of map 1, but couldn't quite bring it across the line. Map 2, they take a map versus G2 on home turf here. And now we go to Sunset, a map that we've seen from both of these teams. But as we said, if you were here for the veto, they really forced G2's hand at the end here, and it's paying off.
It really is. We've only seen this map once from Gozen in this stage. 13-5. Oh no, so that's Summit. We've seen this map way more than that. We've seen this 3 times. Sorry, my bad. I was looking at the wrong map there. But they lost this map against both Mates and against Focus. So as I'm looking at G2, they are a good team. They are good on this map. But the things that we've seen coming out of ATN here, if we ignore the map against Gentle Mates, which was a 12-13, we ignore that, ATN look really, really good here.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I think a player that I really, really want to highlight here is I have very rarely in my career tweeted about specific players. I had to the other day just talk about Celia on that chamber on Sunset. She just put up what I could only describe as a mind-blowing performance. And if we see even a fifth of that come through today, G2 have got to be really worried. But then again, we got to play both sides here. G2 are notorious. They are queens. They are the reigning champs of this region historically. So I think ATN, they've still got their work cut out. But if there was any map to pull off an upset, this would be it.
Absolutely. And, you know, we finally get to see Mimi onto the Phoenix again. This is something I'm incredibly excited for because, I mean, I'm assuming they stick with that composition because her Phoenix is so good. You talk about how she wants to get the most ult orbs possible. This is the map to do it on. As long as she does stick with the same composition. ATN have switched up their comp on this map a couple of times. Oh,
ooh, no.
I don't know if I like this.
I don't, because Celia on the chamber was just so perfect. But then again, we talked about it. Alternate attack rubies have been through so many different iterations of who's been playing through unfortunate circumstances that maybe this is the comp they felt gave them the best chance amidst all the chaos.
But G2 Gozen have also got a switch up as well. We've got Mimi on the Sage. I like the Sage pick, but I love the Mimi Phoenix. She's the best Flash player in my opinion in all of GC EMEA. So I don't know, now that she's on a character with, well, it's the opposite of a Flash, it's a stun. Yeah, this is a very, very different composition from G2 Gozen. They've gone from, you know, the aggressive double duelist, fast-paced, take the site as quick as they can, and they've switched up onto the slow, stall, control the map, control the space, and stop ATN from taking anything. They start on the defense. That might be part of their thinking here. The defensive win before on the old comp was fine. It was good. But with only a 33% win rate, you are maybe looking at changing the comps, trying to find something that fits you a little bit better. And hey, if you're putting Amy on the chamber, allowing her to pop off, well, I've got nothing against that.
True, true. I'm just mourning the loss of what would have been the best chamber head-to-head of the entire year, I'd argue. That's a bold statement, but I'm going to say it. But as you can see here, map win rate, it does favor ATN. And we'll have to see. G2, they're not slackers. They never are. And you see that even when ATN are rushing them 1 versus 3, that they've got what it takes to hold on. But ATN, I mean, you've got to be rolling high off the back of that last map. You've got to be absolutely reeling.
You'd think so. Taking G2 out on Breeze is not a feat a lot of people have been able to do in history. Been a little bit weak for them recently, yes. But Sunset. Both of these teams enjoy this map. It's slightly stronger for ATN if you look at overall maps, but they've been changing their composition, and both teams coming into this one with a completely fresh look. Wow. ATN played this comp, I think, with the same people and the same agents at the beginning of this split, but then they switched off of it. And G2 immediately swarm mid. Akita goes running through part of her workout, I guess.
Amy got a little bit of a window into how bad the situation was, but how bad it is and knowing how many are pushing you doesn't matter if you can't find the results. But they found the results. Akita and Eva both get theirs, and this fundamentally slows it down. Silent Souls is walking, wounded, limping through the rest of the round, taken down by just a stray bullet by Akita. Now Karina putting up as much of a final stand as she can, swings out, and unfortunately, body goes tumbling, bullets litter the ground. And there is a pistol round there for G2.
A needed one, gets set up as much as possible. We could see the value coming out from Mimi's slow there. As ATN were trying to swarm out of market, they were getting separated. Some were stuck in the slow, some weren't. Akita's dash through mid, I'm not 100% sure, but she managed to spot out where ATN were coming and stun, slow, and make sure that she could team up with Mimi over towards B. But now ATN, classics only. Try and swarm the A site, get the spike down if you can, but both Sentinels are here, and the spam through the smoke is taking Blossy out. Ult orb onto Purity for the runner back, and a flash. What can you find?
hopefully a whole lot, because, well, Amy's here, can teleport out of here as soon as she needs to, but don't want to let her get any picks. Mimi, all caught in the secondary bounce of the stun, taken down, but Amy's here, ready to go. Vanya even gets involved to avenge their fallen leader, and Akita slides out, Judge leading the charge. And what a beautiful way to close out the second. But ATN coming into a bonus round here, and they know that very few weapons got felled, very few chances to upgrade.
And they know that there's an outlaw on Amy, most importantly, so they have to force up full shields. That means we're lacking some utility from both Blossy and from Celia. Might be missing them later in the round if we get there. As ATN grouped up towards A once again. Both Sentinels from G2 here. That's their stall site. Can ATN win out this battle to shut down all of the stall? Nope, not the first.
Not the first. Second player's waiting. Mimi holding on. Peek on out there. Good information from Vanya, but she's got to be careful not to lose her life here. Investing a smoke into cutting off Celia's line of sight, but still just going to fire bullets that direction, hoping for some stray damage. Akita, lovely peek on out, finds one. The walls go up to get her out, and that's mid-control re-established, and so much space here for G2 to work with. But now, Akita needing to step up once again. There's a whole conga of people coming her way. Actually just falls back to head on to B, and unfortunately Mimi's just been left with this whole A site alone once more.
Yeah, but your Sage, you now used your slows, you used your wall. Not much additional stall, so we will see G2 start to rotate over towards A to help out Mimi. She's got the Outlaw trained on the right line, but only Purity is one tap to it.
Around the side, Mimi having to run as far back as she can. No movement abilities to get around the corner. Actually going to heal up Akita here. Teamwork makes the dream work. And Mimi falling back as far as she can, get the longest line possible to make this outlaw work. But Celia's taken down both her and Eva in the meantime. Nikita now just tucked back sight. There's no way that they don't clear her out here. And Paranoia going on through to try allow her the space to work. She gets the transfer. She's ready for Blossy as well. Now this needs to be perfectly timed with a push out of elbow, but it's not. And she manages to isolate another. Slides out the corner, but Blossy denies the ace there. And ATN find their bonus.
Ruby's IGL shuts down the star duelist of G2. She had so much value in this round, taking mid-space, shutting the door, rotating back towards the site, hiding in this cubby, and then almost taking the round. But no such luck. ATN though, it was expensive. They lost a lot of guns. They've got the Ares on Silent Soul and the Guardian on Purity, but the run it back. That's what I'm looking at. Can they find value here, or will Akita just mow them down on A?
Akita waiting. There's the peek coming on through. Just a little bit of a jump spot. That one way works both ways. And now ATN, actually, that's enough for them to just reconsider switch on up. They've had a little bit of presence in mid this whole time.
Yeah, but Amy's so far advanced on B, and she's got the TP to safety here as well.
The issue is, if they come up with any sort of pace, the TP, it's only really Mimi that's available to help. Oh, it's the worst way it could have gone, and fire it off into the wall. I mean, you're lucky, you think it might not have run out, so you test it a little bit further. Push on forward, Silent Souls has found Amy, but Mimi's right there. Quick rotate on through in the Neon, well, quick rotate as always. Celia has found another, and they're keeping this as even as they can make it, given the devastation in early rounds, but low health on Celia, a bullet's all it takes, and Mimi spotted her. Doesn't know that she's crossed there and has to drop off of the wall. Teammates slowly shimmying round to give them another entry point onto site.
ATN are taking ones though, they're separated.
Not how you want to be playing this. Smoke is going to get walked through by Celia because there's nothing really she can do. Karina needs the help on site. Celia is low, gets one, but Vanya's there. The double swing comes out from G2 and they find their third. ATN not going to be allowed to even the board early.
G2's fundamentals there were just perfect. They were playing that so well, making sure in the retake that they were clearing the lines together, that there was tradability everywhere. And I mean, Amy opened it up with that 2k collat. That is something you dream of as a chamber player. And now, again, we see yet another post-round 4 timeout coming through. ATN wanting to fix these issues early, but they've only seen one full gun round from G2.
And that's a little bit of a problem so far, because G2, they've just been able to slowly build up bank in the background, and those ults as well starting to, well, they starting to creep online. 2 already available and 2 not far off.
And that to me is the biggest issue here. Is that, yeah, we're building up ultimates, but we didn't use purities already when we definitely could have. Maybe cycling back up towards another one relatively soon. Could have been used in that previous to clear out B main, because you know that B main will be taken by a chamber. And we're going to have to see ATN fix these little issues, making sure that they are clearing the lines with either utility or something with tradability like a Phoenix ult. But it's a lower buy for the attackers this round. So once again, the Outlaw from EMEA finding immense value here. Because even if the light shields are brought up, doesn't really matter to her, but she's over towards A as ATN are pushing B. It's the weaker site for G2. They've identified that correctly. Can they run it down before the retake comes in?
Big questions, and we're going to need big answers to them. A little bit of early spam from Vanya, but she's not going to be hanging around here. Talks about the chamber playing B main. This time it's just Vanya, and actually Akita's been called over early as the judge in hands. Good for the first, and she's letting it rip. Finds 2, and Vanya's there immediately to patch the gap as she falls. Spray through the smoke has done so much damage onto both of these players. They're hobbling away. In fact, Karina's not even hobbling away. She's now trapped in this corner.
So low. And really, G2 has their number here. They've got every line covered.
It's just a man that can see the isolate these fights. No, it's just such an awkward choke point to push past, and G2 come out supreme. And there we go, starting to build up a little bit of wind in their sails. And if you'll harken back to map 1, we talked about this. You cannot afford to let G2 start snowballing, because the avalanche will crush you.
And it already feels crushing. These rounds... win for ATN. They've not had a close loss. They've got ultimates. They've got to start using them. As they left the spike in spawn, they're wanting to try and prod and poke a slow round from ATN here. As G2 allowing it to be slow, not taking anything too aggressively, but already Akita actually exploring mid, finding space. Tiles clear. And G2 wall off B.
You know, though, when G2 don't take space, that they've got another plan in mind.
Yeah.
Nothing is free. And it just means that they're lurking somewhere else for you. And this time, got a little bit of presence more into mid here. Akita up close and long range support from Ever as and when needed. Prowler's getting destroyed and hoping to draw as much attention away from Akita. They're not... Oh, here's the superficial clear. Does get traded out instantly. Mimi activates 2 for 2. But there we go. There's the third prong on the absolutely magnificent fork, raking through the ATN attack.
One by one, they fall. And ATN. Ultimate's still in the bank. Ultimate's not used. Weapons thrown away to death. And now we're looking at G2, looking for their 5th as the map is carved in half. Yes. You've got a 1 on A and a 2 on B. ATN make the right decision in terms of numbers, but Amy's here. He's going to have to turn around at some point. Nothing's watching her back.
Here we go. Slowly creeping on round 12 seconds. It's Amy could put up a little bit of a fuss here. Not quite in the right place to do so, but she's got the op ready for Celia's reposition. Doesn't matter. Headshot, immaculate. Spike goes down, and that was the 1 kill Celia needed to get the Viper's Pit online. And now they sit and stew, waiting for Ever and Vanya to have to make the move, and the ball's now in G2's court. Side, waiting. Vanya pushing on in. Haunt's not spotted anything. Oh, Vanya just looking the wrong way. Able to walk into Silent Souls. Spam away. They now know where Celia is. The paranoia, they've held on to it for so long. They're not sure where she's walking. Both players blind. The shorty round the corner just needs to find a line of sight. And Celia's just running for her life. But she's done enough. Bought the milliseconds needed. And Vanya has to use the TP just to get out of range. And even then it's close.
ATN managed to sneak away with a round win. Akita gets one in his trade, and this fight, this roll towards middle, you could tell G2 had the advantage. They had the numbers there. But despite Vanya clearing up the site, the Viper's Pit and the stall from ATN was just enough. And now G2, the buy is weak. Stingers, Sheriffs. The Silencer's got a Bucky. It's both teams are struggling a little bit with this money, so Ultimate's still online. Used Akita aggressive.
Ooh, both sides have popped it. Vanya gonna be the first to find a kill though, and immediately falling back a little bit, trying to wear down these overdrives and take away any advantage that Akita might be able to find with it. Blossy pushing on forward, slowly around the corner, Ever waiting. Celia, first contact taken, the Stingers. Oh, why don't my Stingers work like that? And now Ever's been spotted. Shopdog goes in, trying to whittle her away. She's just got the Sheriff in hand. It's unfortunate, but Karina still 1 versus 3. She's taken down the first, still 4K needed to secure the round, and the Paranoia's in hand. And now you're being chased down by the Tour de Force as well. They're just throwing everything at her. And finally, the round is closed on out. And well, Karina does the best that she can to drag it out. But G2 charging away to a victory.
A victory needed as well. To get the money back on for them, to get themselves comfortable, and to force ATN down to a weak buy. The last one wasn't great. They still haven't used Purity's run it back. They've had this for 4 rounds now. But if we look at this, Split and Sunset, the 2 maps that we've had so far are the only 2 maps where ATN have a positive first blood, first death rate. Sangsol is a big part of that. She's been quiet, but she's got the Ares again. She finds Akita.
A bit of a signature for her, and she's signing her name all over this map. However, her journey cut a little bit short there. Run it back's taken down, but it's just a run it back, still 4 versus 4 here. Vanya, ooh, the Shock Dart claims her life, and now A-Site has got more bodies on it than G2 would preferably like. They're going to fall back a little bit, regroup, recalibrate, let those smokes fade away before they re-hit. And now, with all of them going down, clear lines of sight on in. Wait out the snake bite. It's used very early. And ATN, they're running out of stall util here.
Yeah, but G2 ran out of time last time. They've got to attack with an op now.
There's a Hunter's Fury waiting on Karina. Karina needs to stay alive. Ever's found one. And that time is getting suspiciously low there. Blossy waiting back sight. And Karina just waiting to let the Hunter's Fury whip. But the issue is she's too close to use it. Finds one. Revive's being found. Has to spin around behind her. In the meantime, they're just going to defuse. Trying to go for the knife. Akita's going to get it. Oh, it's heartbreak.
Oh, the Resurrect was essentially flanked. And now G2, they get the win. A little bit close. Time was still getting very low there, I must say. They didn't do a really good job of stalling out on their A takes, and the post plants are strong. But they've still got to get to site, and that's the issue, because they've only got to site, what, 3 times so far this half, and they need more if they want to start to win.
And here we go. A chance here. Weapons in hands of all of the players. Util available across the board. Mimi spots a little bit of contact. Here's some footsteps. Immediately puts the wall up. Trying to distract from the fact that Vanya's still here. There's somebody lying in their midst.
They're pinging it. They're aware. They know that these ratty angles are taken. But Akita's aggressive in mid again.
Oh, and look at this. Mimi joining in the party means they can't even rotate through mid now without a whole lot of problems being kicked up in their face. There's Mimi swinging on out. Akita's good for another one. Just ducking and weaving between the 2 of them. They're getting the job done. Vanya's managed to pull a flank off here. Spikes it in her clasp. And Akita swings out for the 3rd. There's not much more you could ask from because it is flawless.
G2's understanding of this map is impeccable today. This comp allows them to control sites and stall, which then allows people like Akita and Vanya to go aggressive, to take timings, to control even more space, and force a second timeout from ATN already. It's come through so soon. They've got 3 rounds left in this half, and they need to get 5. The money is relatively low. They've used a lot of ultimates. There's only the Hunter's Fury left. So is that enough for ATN? Do they still have something in the tank to get past first the Sentinels of G2, but also avoid the timings that G2's players are taking on the defense?
I think you're right. And ATN, a team that like to burn through their timeouts early to try fix the problems before they get into their second half. And that's a slight problem for us because even if they do even it out, it's that second half where G2 really feel like they come alive a lot of the time. So burning through your timeouts now means that there's nothing to do to stop them if they build up to this level again in the second half, regardless if you can get the remaining 3.
Because once G2 start to snowball, it continues, it runs, it rolls, and that is it. It's over. Amy's operator hasn't necessarily found the kill value that you might expect, but she's found so much control that has allowed the rest of the team to play this exploratory style, even on the defense. An early recombat towards B main, Vanya can spam whilst inside the smoke. As G2 aren't sure what to do, HN prodding and poke towards B, so the quick rotate over there actually is incorrect. It's only Amy here.
Ooh, orb up in her face, and she's willing to stand in it as well. Oh, peeks out, not even able to teleport away in time. Her death is that quick and that merciless. Hunter's Fury ripped to try give them the space to push on up, wrap round onto A, and A site is under their thumb.
And now the spike goes down. The head of Purity not spotted. Mimi checked for it, but this is going to be a tricky retake for G2.
It is cumbersome. Oh, Silent Souls has found one. The trades come on through, but there we go. Red reigns in the kill feed. Just Vanya left. She's hanging around. She wants to go for it, I think. Smoke goes out. She's got to push through the wall. Not spotted anybody initially. That's a slight problem because there's 3 where she's heading. Worried about somebody back box. Just gives herself a smoke to try tap this, bait them all out, but she's got one behind her, one in front. She needs to spin round, and she has done just that. She's looking for it. She's hunting, but time's getting oh so low, and that's the window of opportunity closed. And Blossy, always Blossy to put the final nail in the coffin.
The IGL clutches it out, gets the team up to 3. It's what ATN needed, the stop to the onslaught that was G2 goes at the start of this half, and Vanya almost pulled it off. You've seen the 1v3s from her before. A little bit quieter than usual in this stage with them, sure, but he's still relatively strong with it. Just didn't work out there. But now ATN, they have money. Ultimates, basically nothing until the next round. Pretty much the same for G2. They've got Akita, who's going aggressive in mid again.
Swing out from door there. Akita good for the first. And then immediately making sure there's no opportunity for ATN to punish every one of these dastardly peaks.
And you've got to punish them, right? Because if you can't, they just run away scot-free like they have now, and they're going to take down a Karina here.
Vanya, Amy both find their pieces of the puzzle. They're starting to form a cohesive picture. Now, ATN, a little bit few and far between here. Now, cold, criminal, and Vanya sees her teammate get taken down, and there is retribution, swift as the wind.
This is the issue, is if you take the 1v1s against G2, a roster that has stuck together for so long, a core, you will lose. They are so incredibly good at taking their ones, and now ATN for the last round of the half, an incredibly weak buy. They'll run it back online. I think only the second of the half, which is, you need more than that if you're playing the Phoenix. And ATN have got to try and find something with it. Purity's got the Phantom, same as Blossy. Vanya, pressure onto her. Akita's here to support though.
There's always been at least 2 players watching this B main. That gives them an indication about how close they are. Akita to swing out. Everyone's blind. Punishes Purity. Overdrive has been popped there, but it is swiftly put down. But actually, ATN, we talked about how they have to thrive in the chaos, and they've done just that. Ever caught by the edge of the reckoning, just waiting out the blind. Here's the footsteps. They line up for her. It's the worst thing that could possibly have happened. And Amy with the op swings out. And G2, a 9-3. They are done letting them have even halves. They are determined to take this here and now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face so you can hack that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now.
G2 back and better than ever. A stronger half than we have seen all series here on the final map. Echo, talk to me. Win conditions. What are we feeling?
For G2, they just need to keep the pressure on. They talked about it in that quote that we had from Mimi. Pressure is going to go their way. They've found so many timings. They put so much pressure there on ATN on the first half. If they can do it on the attack, which you know they can, it could go well. They need to keep it up. Silence will go and aggressive. Amy's got the headhunter in hand, doesn't find it, but the body shot is still good.
Round the corner, already clearing on through. Silent Soul's a star player, a standout in this lineup so far today. Needs to fall back a little bit. Doesn't want to overextend, get caught, and be the first piece to topple, the first domino in a line of disaster. Look at this flank, however, from Celia.
So quick.
Oh, but they're ready for it. Guns are in hands. Doesn't matter. Celia still finds one. Alerts them to the problem. They're going to run out into mid. Purity's already taken so much space, but it's been spotted before she can do anything. Still able to get one before she falls. Silent Soul finding her piece of all of this. And now 3 versus 2. A chance, a hope. They're running through spawn. Akita's already here. Can call over all of the footsteps, but she's got her back turned to all of these players.
They're not peeking her. They don't think she's here. Why would she be here?
Oh, she could have a timing, but she needs to move now. Trigger discipline, finds the first, and now that's all eyes coming her way, but both of these players are low, and Ever's planted the spike in the meantime. She can call over that both are here, and that just gives Ever a little bit of a window of time to wait, to pause. And still, Akita just applying the pressure, foot down on the pedal. There's nothing they can do. The hydraulic press that is G2 starts crushing ATN, forces them onto site, and now it's Ever's turn to shine. There's the first, there's the second, and G2 double digits off the back of the pistol.
Such an important pistol for ATN to secure, and they cannot. No one expects the Neon to be lurking when the spike is being planted in a 2 versus 3. Everybody thinks 2 people alive in a 2 versus 3, you stick together, you get the trades, you try and find a timing maybe, but you make sure you can fight together if you want. But that one taken, that mid space, it could have crumbled and G2 could have lost. But instead, Akita played it perfectly. And now, ATN, they've forced up, Stinger by, they have to win this, they lose. G2 is on the precipice of winning the first series, advancing in the playoffs.
Here we go. 2 versus 1 here in the A main push. Is it going to be enough to deal with Vanya? Going to be. They've already managed to get past the choke point, and it's already under their noses here.
So much pressure across the map from G2, but ATN, they've gone aggressive, and now actually G2 is moving towards this A push.
I think they're ready for it, though. They know that they could be anywhere. They know that an exploratory gaze could be all it takes to take them down. The smoke coming out pushes Silent Soul's back, but there's no such luck for Blossy being able to reposition. Silent Souls wanted to go for the peek off the back there, but unable to do so. Stuns up on both sides. Oh, both Neons spot each other for a brief glimpse. Now they know that Silent Soul is trapped, and Well, they can start funneling her towards the fights there. She's still good for one. The Ares, she makes it look effortless here. But Akita, there's the double kill. Needs one more, trying to defend her teammates, but she runs out of bullets whilst out in the open, and Celia will punish on that one. Upgrades weapon, but that catches her by the horn, and Amy's just going to fire through the box. There's no reason not to. And G2 one step closer to that first series win.
The force-up buy of ATN, it's a risky move. It could pay off dividends if it works, but a damage done is good, yes, but they've really needed that win as they've got to continue to force up, essentially. G2, they don't need to waste all of their money, but they're going to use a fair bit. Part of it, though, is Amy. Her defense side was good. She got a couple of really nice moments. The attack side is on the chamber, can be a little bit harder. She's going to take this mid control, though, as ATN have 4 members on A.
Surely they can win this one on out. Well, they've got the first, they've got the second. Mimi and Eva, though, they don't want to let this go. Good flash on out, but Purity still stands strong. Takes down Mimi, and now they've got a huge advantage. You just got to hope they can cling on to it for dear life. ATN looking to re-clear the space. Spike's been dropped really awkwardly.
She's watching for Celia already. She knows it's happening. Celia's got her knife out, not prepared at all for Amy to take her out in our 2 versus 2. The Spike's out in the open, but it's still possible. G2, they've got the Haunt, the Prowlers, to make a play.
Goes on out, and this is just doing everything they can to deny them, playing around the corner of the smoke. Amy's waiting to try punish them. Knows they've got a little bit of time still to work with here. There's the first, and you gotta hope that ATN don't overcook this. Trade comes on through, and there we go. G2 have done it. And ATN, all the cards stacked in their favor. Spike gets dropped right on their laps. And still, they don't want it. They can't keep hold of it. It burns their hands and they drop the round. And G2, 1 round away.
You can see the difference in that 2 versus 2 of having smokes available but no info, and having info but no smokes. ATN had to go exploring. They had to go looking, because what if G2's on the flank? What if they pushed through mid and came behind them through A site? So they had to look, but the trades and the fundamentals for G2 were stronger. They were there, ready, and now G2, they're ready to close this out. Akita's already in her opponent's spawn 10 seconds in.
It's a difficult position to be in. They don't know how fast she can be. Overdrive is popped. Good for one more. Running into the spawn. Why not? Vandal back in hands. Karina hesitant as she should be. And Akita, the star of the show, slides forwards, finds one more. Silent Souls denies the 8, but has left Silent Souls in a 1 versus 4. And this is everything on the line. Mimi swings out, and G2 13-3, an absolute domination to close out this series.
What a map from the side of G2. Incredible work to shut down ATN at every turn to make sure that they could not take this series.
Exactly, and I think Akita, just at the end there, that 4K, just really 465 ACS. That's ludicrous, just quite frankly. And I mean, we can sing her praises till the end of days with the stats here.
Yeah, what a performance from Akita. 465 ACS. Almost 300 damage around. This is not the kind of thing that you see very often, and this is the kind of player the G2 have 5 of in their roster. You can see this performance from any of them. They're all this good. What a map from G2, cementing themselves in as a contender to get to Istanbul at the end of this stage.
Exactly. I mean, that third map, I think, shows why G2 have the expectations that we have of them, right? And yeah. I think I've got goosebumps from that last round still. Honestly, just 10 out of 10. Let's break down the stats a little bit more here. G2 this time, a lot more that we're seeing from the first kills here. Post plants, as always, from them looking clean and cold.
The post plants are one of the parts for G2, for me, that is incredibly strong. They go a little bit aggressive. They make sure to take control of some of the chokes that the retakes want to come through, and it shuts them down at every turn. We saw it on Breeze get punished by ATN over towards double doors, but Sunset, well, G2 just had their number every step of the way. There was really no chance, and the force up from ATN, I respect the effort, the attempt, at going for that force up in round 2, but it's difficult when G2 is just able to shut you down.
Exactly. And I think, you know, we talked about it, how they scale into this final stage. And this is just sort of case in point, an example of just that. And I think that third map is kind of what we were expecting to see. ATN, it hurts because we said that third map was really a chance for them to do the unthinkable, do the unspeakable and take this series. But G2, that's that moment when it goes to a third map that they just have this extra depth, this extra tenacity that other teams maybe are still building up to. So I'm really looking forward to seeing them progress in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible performance. And we're going to see them advance. We're going to see them fighting for Istanbul. But I think you've got someone to speak to first.
I do. Oh, and it is my utmost pleasure. And we've got an interview, I should say magic coming on up here. I have first of all got to say huge congratulations here. But I'm going to get straight into the questions because I want to let you guys celebrate. I'm here with Emma. Now, ATN on Breeze. What were you expecting? Because there wasn't really anything to look at from them. So what were you expecting versus what did you get?
Yeah, they were like playing a really different comp, you know, and I think we at the beginning we couldn't like adapt, and then we played it. It was like a bit complicated, you know, and then and then we go to third map and we won. On Breeze, like a bit, you know, I don't know how can I say, but we couldn't adapt their game, and after the match we talk how we gonna fix it, like stuff, and then third map we won.
Exactly, and third map looked so good for you guys.
Thank you.
G2 have a reputation of being these wizards in stage 3 with always winning it out. And you guys have got really high expectations that are put on you sort of year round. How does the team handle that pressure?
I don't think like there is a like pressure on us because like everyone is really working really hard, and we are always like talking about how we can like win this like pressure, but I don't think like we have a lot of pressure, and like this like people, everyone is like believing each other, so like they're always like handling, you know, so yeah.
Exactly. And my last question for you is that we spoke a little bit to Akita earlier about the pre-game dance ritual. What do you guys do post-game to celebrate?
Like I don't know, like he's like really insane, you know, and like this player is all insane players, so we don't need to do anything, like we are just playing our games and we are winning.
Exactly, that's all you can ask for. Anyway, I am gonna let you go and celebrate an amazing victory, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys for the rest of the stage.
Yeah, thank you. Bye bye.
You hear that? No pressure. And that, you know, I think is the most G2 response of them all, isn't it? Is pressure? What pressure? We don't feel it. We're above. And I love it. But that's the series. This is how it's panned out. And I mean, what? Any closing words, really, Echo?
I'm very impressed by ATN. They took the map off that they haven't been able to do in over a year, I think you said, and that's an incredible feat for them. It shows that they mean business coming into this playoff, so they want to fight for as far as they can get. They've got a work to do to match their stage 1 performance, but it's definitely within the realms of possibility because they'll be up against the loser of Focus and Mates. And well, I want to see the Focus and ATN matchup because that's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I mean, that's only if they end up in the lower bracket, and we've already seen how that happens, but that's enough of us. We don't want to spoil the pre-show for what is the very next match, and I don't think I can sell this enough to you how much you should stick to watch this round, because if you thought this game was lights out, you thought it was crazy, went to a third map here, the next match is going to be equally as intense, equally as fiery, and you've got two absolutely stellar casters that'll be taking you through the action. But that is going to be it from the two of us. Make sure you're following the channel to keep up with playoffs, because we will decide which teams are heading to Istanbul and then even potentially to Sao Paulo over the next couple of days. You're not going to want to miss a single beat of the action, and enjoy the next series.
Red Bull gives you wings.
911, it's an emergency. VCT, call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night. Oh, we light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night life. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Hey, who are you? Tell me your secrets and let's talk about it, I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it, Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It's good to be here. It is playoffs for Valorant Game Changers EMEA Stage 3. It all comes down to this summer. Huge stakes ahead of us. A banger matchup as well. Of course, it is Focus versus Gentlemates. It's been a minute since I've seen your face about. How you doing? How's life changed since the last time we talked?
No. I don't think I want to say anything major's happened other than we've seen G2 almost lose a VO3, but it was just a little bit of a blip. But other than that, nothing major has happened, Ryan. What about you? I don't think nothing has changed other than we've got more game changers to watch.
Nope, it's just getting hotter and hotter in the UK. So by the end of things, I think I might turn into a puddle. But the show will go on, of course, until then. Let's talk about where we're up to so far. We're drawing basically from a blank canvas here. We've only just started our playoff run summer. But as you say, G2 avoiding the misery of going on a lower bracket run as they beat Alternate Attacks 2-1, of course. Focus versus Gentlemates, our second matchup of today. Tomorrow, we round out the initial games of the playoffs. Of course, Habos Babos versus GX and Twisted Minds versus SK Nebula. Some exciting matches ahead of us summer. I'm super excited to get into it. But to focus a little more on the present, Focus versus Gentlemates, even you said to me beforehand, this is going to be a great game.
Yeah, I think for me, especially coming in towards the opening day matches, right, of playoffs, right, you have the G2 ATN. That was quite interesting because it was G2 got to pick their opponents, but that added extra bit of spice there. But coming into this matchup in particular, both of these teams came out exactly the same in regards to standings out of that group stage. So heading into playoffs, it's a little bit more of a question mark for me in the sense of what to actually expect from the rematch. Obviously, they faced each other in groups and now getting to sort of rehash out the differences in playoffs. And there's a lot on the line for both of these teams.
Yeah, we'll come back to the point of the previous matchup in just a second here. We've got to talk about Focus's roster first because a lot of the unironically, a lot of the focus for me for this team has been in this stage, right? I think it's not fair to say that they've suffered a lot of harsh defeat in the previous previous stage that they were here. Obviously, in stage 1, they weren't even on the stage summer. It was that they had to go through the promotion relegation stage. Since then, the focus that I saw in stage 2 and the focus that I'm seeing here in stage 3, a night and day difference. And that's got to be a scary thought playing as a Gentlemates player or as a fan watching this game today, because, this time in stage 2, it's fair to say that maybe there was an argument that, Gentlemates were going to make it look easy. Instead, we've got a matchup here where Focus have looked incredible through stage 3, and they haven't really showed signs of stopping. Now heading into a playoffs run, things might get scary for Gentlemates.
I mean, for the side, if you're just focusing on what has changed for Focus between split 2 and 3, obviously you've had a couple of role changes and 2 new players have come in. So for me, it's just so much more of this unknown for this team of we haven't necessarily got much to go off. We've got a couple of changes and it's the momentum based and how well that they're looking so far. It's just this upward trajectory that I'm really looking forward to seeing where it actually ends up.
Yes, before we jump deeper into the Focus side, I was joined for an interview ahead of today's game. Thanks, Maddie, for joining me. How are you doing, first and foremost?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. I'm excited. Obviously, heading into playoffs, last season you were fighting for survival through the promotion relegation stage. This stage you've come out, you've qualified in 4th place. How does that feel?
Honestly, it feels amazing. Like, I knew with the changes we made that we could do really great, but there's always like you're a bit unsure until like you actually see it in action, because there's nothing that can really prepare you for like these main event games. So yeah, we're just really happy.
Yeah, obviously touching on you saying about some changes, you told us that you've done some structural changes, you've been working on the macro a bit and trying to really hone in on that. How does the preparation look like for this game and maybe for this stage? Has it been a lot more leaning into the like offline side of things? Is the amount of scrims gone up? Like, how have you prepped for today?
For us, like, we try not to overdo it, but then also not do too little, but we do focus on like making sure we have things down in offline, so like it goes smoother. So I think we do focus a bit more on the offline stuff to just make sure things run smoothly. And yeah, that's just how we prep. And then like I'll do my own like research on the other teams, and like people look at their own stuff, and yeah.
Fair enough. Obviously, for you, it's your first time playing playoffs, and I think for the same for 3 of your teammates, right? Star, Addy, and Sammy. How does that feel for all of you? Like, that must be an incredible feeling.
Yeah, I think we're all so excited. Like, we're so excited to be playing every game. Like, we just hope for the best and just enjoy every second of it, because, like, what else can you do?
The vibes are on a high. You got any predictions for us today?
I think it's gonna be a very fun game to watch and to play. I think it's gonna be very close, but I do obviously hope we can close it out and maybe have like a better start on the first map to maybe like end 2-1, I think, for us.
Okay, there you go. You've said it. Thank you very much for joining me, and I wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
So there we go, Summer. I think what's interesting to take away from that is maybe the recognition and understanding that slow starts have plagued this focus side. But obviously you've got to look at the history between these two teams, especially in stage 3, and you've got to realise the facts of this case is that it wasn't Focus that walked away with a loss next to their name at the end of that series, right? Like, we'll have a look back at the result from stage 3 group stage, and you'll see that Focus put on a really good show, and I think that's kind of what was hinted at in the interview there, is that as long as we fix our early game, I guess, like the first map and really trying to wind things out early, there is every opportunity that this team can still deliver upsets, can still go toe-to-toe, and in fact beat the Gentlemate side.
Yeah, and especially you can even see in the lower thirds, it's exceeding expectations, not only for some of the individuals. This is some of the highest placements that they've ever had of making it into playoffs and being able to be on a form that we're actually expecting them not to be a team that's bowing out in like a 0-2 fashion. We're actually expecting them to push it in towards like a deeper run into playoffs, and that just makes it so much more exciting for, I guess, the players obviously as well, but for us when we're casting, for anyone watching at home as well. It's more of that being able to see some of the newer talent get that opportunity, and seeing some of the newer names and faces make it into playoffs and really have this challenging run, that we see them taking maps, taking victories off some of the best teams and some of the veteran names of the scene that we have in Game Changers EMEA.
Yes, obviously the history for Gentlemates has looked pretty promising up until this point, and to touch on the Gentlemates roster now, I think we're well accustomed to the names that are about to appear in front of us, Summer. They are an incredible team. They've done so much so far this stage. Ultimately, for them, you know, it isn't even necessarily focusing on winning this stage. It isn't necessarily getting a bundle of points. They are so far ahead of the competition up until this point, Summer. They have looked incredible. Of course, the caveat has been, as you saw just there below your camera, is that they have had a pretty rogue time in the group stage. We're used to seeing them topping the sheets. In stage 2, I think they went 9-0, right? They won every game in the groups. This time, it's been kind of a different story, where they've suffered quite a bit and taken a few more losses than maybe anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, the team has struggled with having subs coming in and out just because of some of the issues some of the players have been facing, so having to have that little bit of flexibility. But at the same time, you're looking back at Split 1 and Split 2, how dominant that they were. We have to be giving them a little bit of a break to an extent, because at the same time, there's so much tape for other teams to go into their matchups with that it's really interesting to see how they're adapting, because they're not just this unknown team that was just 0 core at the start. It was 2 teams merged together with Nami at the helm as IGL, now they're starting to have that little bit of a playbook that other teams can use to counter them. But it's definitely interesting to see the development of that team throughout this year, both the highs and, if we're calling their group stage performance the lowest of their lows so far, that's still an incredibly high floor for this team in regards to skill.
Yeah, as you say, the bar is set high. Fortunately, I was able to grab a couple of minutes with Tokamite before today's game. Thank you very much, Toka, for joining me. How are you, first and foremost?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good. I'm on bootcamp with my team, and I'm really happy.
Good vibes, I take it?
Yeah, as you can hear sometimes.
Yeah, look, exciting times ahead, of course. Up to this point, you've had an incredible year within Game Changers EMEA. You've placed first and second in both previous stages. Is that the same expectation heading into this stage? You want to be taking the top spot?
Yes, of course. We want to qualify on the stage to grand final and to bring the trophy to Gentlemates.
Thank you. Look, in stage 3, it's notoriously the most competitive in regards to, obviously, the winner of this stage gets an invite to GCC, and then also all the points that come with it. For you, only winning this game gets you qualification for GCC. Does that change how you go into today's game, maybe mentally or in terms of the preparation that's been done?
I think no, nothing special. We prepared as always to any other games. We discussed yesterday with the team what we're feeling like if we're gonna qualify after this game. Like, are we feeling some difference? But everybody said no. They're not thinking about qualifying for the champions. We only thinking about the winning this game. Not like, are we gonna qualify after this win? No, we don't think like this. We just want to win, and that's it.
Just focusing on the game. And specifically, obviously, you're playing against Focus Sakura. They beat you in the group stage in stage 3. How does that feel heading into today? Has anything changed from last time to now? Is there anything you can tell us on what we should expect to see?
Yeah, this time I think we prepared better to them. Last time it was a bit, I don't know, awkward to watch. But I think now we are ready, we prepared mentally and from our staff side, also on the maps.
Awesome. Do you have a prediction for us today? Do you think if it is going to go differently, like how do you think it's going to go today?
Of course I want to win, but let's see. They're also like a good team. They showed a good VALORANT against us and against others teams, so we expect a good match. Let's see who is gonna win.
Okay, thank you very much for joining me, Toka, and wish you all the best today.
Thank you.
So fighting talk for both teams. Some are both expecting a win today. For Toka, at least, having had a chat with her, I think it's important to highlight that the self-reflection is quite honest. They say, we didn't really prepare maybe as much as we did last time. The game was pretty awkward. In her words, basically saying that it wasn't 100%. However, heading into today, things might look a little bit differently, which is very exciting because, of course, this is a Gentlemate side that could go on to have a very, very dominant stage. And having reflected on that, we'll have a look at the previous couple of years that they've had, a couple of stages in this year, and the maps and the percentages and how they've looked. All in all, Summer, from a blank canvas to now, they have looked by and large the best on every map. I don't think there is a weakness in the Gentlemates map pool, at least as the stats would suggest during this year.
I mean, you want to talk about weakness. The worst percentage win is 57, basically 58%, and you can't even be saying that's this massive weakness that teams can target, because it's not only a relatively high win rate, but also the amount of reps that they've got on it as well. So when you're looking at this whole, like you said, this whole blank canvas for Gentlemates to work with when it comes to going for those vetoes, they like playing every map. The only place you can say there's a weakness is Ascent. We've seen them on it once, and I think they had an absolute phenomenal game. It was like a 13-1, 13-2 against Giant X in Split 2, which no one else has wanted to necessarily allow them to play it. So it makes sense in the sense of coming forward into this matchup now for the side of Gentlemates. Definitely not going to be the underdog by any means, right, coming into this matchup. But there's so much on the line for them. But at the same time, you have to be looking towards Focus. Like I said, the momentum's ramping up and they're starting to hit that peak, which I'm really excited to see what level of peak that we're going to see, because we've seen what Gentlemate's peak is. That's winning the whole stage. So it's whether we can see something similar coming from Focus, given now that they're starting to push it and starting to be extremely competitive against these regular playoff teams.
Yeah, as you can see as well, right? I think the most important point to highlight heading into today for Gentlemates, as I kind of teased in the interview, is that, as I say, it doesn't really matter if you walk away with the trophy. It doesn't matter if you walk away with a whole bunch of points. Winning this game in particular for Gentlemates is enough to put them through to the Game Changers Championship, and I think that weight is definitely going to be put on their shoulders. You know, whether they want to say otherwise in the interview. You know, the weight of this matchup, the gravity that this has, winning this BO3 puts you on a plane to Sao Paulo. I don't think that's going to be ineffective for every single player within the team, right? I think that's very obvious. Maybe they've found a way to calm the nerves, but it is still a very high stakes match for the Gentlemates side. Having a look at the map, Summer, of course, for Focus, they've still got a BO3 and then a whole lot more to win if they want to be finding themselves joining potentially the Gentlemates side. Ascent, Summit, Haven are 3 maps. You know, we were talking about one of them in particular, Summer, potentially being a weakness for Gentlemates. In fact, it comes up immediately.
Yeah, I mean, for both of the maps in particular, when we're looking towards Ascent, Gentlemates have played it once, they absolutely demolished their opposition. So for the side of Gentlemates, they have to be feeling confident on it, but not very many reps, so it does make sense why they're picking into it. It hasn't necessarily got as much tape as some of the others when you're looking towards Focus and the staff that they've got behind them and the prep that you can see some of the players in IGLs do towards it. But then going into Summit as our second map, this one for me, obviously it makes so much sense why Focus is picking it. They 13-1 them the very last time, and that's actually the only loss Gentlemates have actually faced on that map in particular. But then going in towards Haven, it's that high rep, relatively decent win rate for Gentlemates that it would be a great place for both these teams to hash it out in that sort of third map, because it's a relatively even playing ground. But for Ascent to begin with, I'm so excited to see if there's been any major changes for Gentlemates coming in from what we saw them playing in Split 2 to what we'll now see them playing in Split 3, because Focus have been playing it more recently than Gentlemates.
No, most definitely. I think, as you say, Ascent is kind of a blind pick for Gentlemates. We've only seen it the once, of which it was a whitewash. You can't really go back and look at the tape and understand really what Gentlemates are trying to achieve on that map. Summit, again, as you say, makes total sense for Focus. As you say, it was like the most definitive win, I think, that we've seen for them, and obviously for Gentlemates, their only loss is to them in that lopsided affair. And then, as you say, heading into Haven as that decider, it almost is a complete antithesis to what we've seen in the first 2 maps, right? You've got a punishing pick by Focus. You've got a map that Gentlemates know that they don't really have, like, they can still keep their cards close to their chest in terms of how they play that map. And then you go into Haven, which admittedly, okay, sure, Focus can definitely do a lot more homework and start to draw the lines and connect the dots. At the same time, we know that Haven is the bread and butter of the Gentlemates side. You know, they are not slowing down on that map, and they've looked pretty incredible all year round.
And we talked about this being a relatively fun, spicy matchup when we were coming into it. I think the veto just makes it that much better because, like you said, we have the first 2 maps being punish picks for either side, and then the last one being a relatively equal playing ground. We can see them just go absolutely to ham on at the end. But when we're looking towards what we're actually going to be seeing, this is where the questions start to pile up for Gentlemates.
Most definitely. We are in Agent Select for our first map, potentially of full 3. Focus Sakura on the defense of Ascent. Summer, looking at the comps, I mean, I'm just double checking here before I say something that is a complete lie. It is a mirror comp between these 2 teams. You know, at this point, we're not expecting anyone to reinvent the wheel. We're not expecting to see anything ludicrous from either of these sides. They know the gravity of this matchup. They know they've got to come with their A game. Trying something new at this point in the tournament is damaging. So what you see is what you get. Both teams opting for the safer selection of agents here on Ascent.
Yeah, and it's the same one Gentlemates would have ran against Giant XGC in that Split 2 performance. So as much as we were saying there's not really much tape to go off because there was 14 rounds in total, there's at least something. There's no major changes going into this one for the side of Gentlemates. And you can see it there. sure the stats are a little bit lopsided, okay? Because they played it once. They've got 100% win rate, 91% attack and win rate, because that's all they actually had to play on towards that map. But definitely for the Focus Sakura, looking to upset that stat line a little bit.
No, most definitely. As you say, the numbers may be a bit skewed in terms of the amount of reps played on this map, but there's no denying, of course, the obvious ones at the bottom, right? The comp is the exact same as last time that both of these teams have played it, of which, you know, Focus Sakura, okay, sure, yet to score, but low reps on that map as well, so that's why the defensive win rate is so low. Look, all that matters now is how we see these 10 players play on the server. Focus Sakura versus Gentlemates. For Focus, they need a hell of a run here in playoffs if they want to be making the plane trip to Sao Paulo. For Gentlemates, well, it's one small step to glory because they only need this win to find themselves booking a ticket to Sao Paulo. It's Focus versus Gentlemates. It's a BO3. It's Ascent. It's time to get the ball rolling.
Especially with Focus beginning on that defensive half, I'm looking towards Gentlemates being really disruptive in the defensive setup, just trying to find the gaps that Focus are leaving. Obviously with Cabot on towards the Sentinel being one of the main stopping forces for Focus, or at least trying to control where Gentlemates get on towards the map, because Wens can be a little bit of a sneaky player. Same goes for Nami on those extremities, but it's definitely going to be eyes on this double duelist as they relatively heavy stacked out towards B main.
Silent approach towards B. Shock Dart is going to do some good damage. At least as what you would expect. I have been deceived just as much as everyone else, Summer. Nothing done by the util, but the Aldrone enough given away to signify that the B main presence was something sought after by the Gentlemates side, but a quick transition through middle, out towards short. Addy pulls the blind, tries to get through, but a smoke will block her. So now the focus has to be towards the A site itself. Sammy slips in towards Hell, has to be careful, dig through the wall. A couple of bodies in heaven as well. This is not uncontested territory for either of these teams, both going toe-to-toe. The objective is forgotten as bodies start dropping and heads will roll. 2 on 3. Gentlemates have to recover.
Flash is available up and over, but there's players playing anti, so nothing for Marty. Has to tuck tail to safety. That's a crossfire in Hell. 3 players to drop down in front of them.
On low HP, but as you say, numbers advantage given away. The Ghost makes first contact, but the Sheriff delivers a one-tap. Cabot will start to stick the defuse under the watchful eye of Addy, but it will be broken apart by the Gentlemates hold. A hat-trick of frags from the Phoenix to kick things off. Marty making sure that nothing bad happens at the start here of our first map.
Yeah, and the spike's not even planted them in the position that they take up for it, but able to isolate that one kill. Keeping it into the 2v2 and just time dwindling. They had to get on towards the spike and unfortunately unable to defend. Heading into the next. A slight investment. C-Star with a bandit.
Oh, that is ridiculous. Second shot connects. Berry X playing with fire as she gets burnt down low but not dead. Nami will find a third. Addy one back onto that low HP Marshall, but even then, the damage is already done. Focus, they make the right gamble, but it will not pay off. Marty even a step closer to her ult, the run it back. Coming closer and closer to being online. Nami to close the show. I've got to say, for Gentlemates, a quick second round, but the ultimate economy here, Summer, something that is going to become very threatening very quickly.
Yeah, especially when you're looking towards not only who's getting a couple of entry kills, being on towards Barry X, on towards the Jet. Obviously, you want to build up those orbs, but especially on towards Marty getting a couple of those kills and also being fed those orbs, especially. Getting that running back online is going to be so pivotal. Looking towards getting an orb, maybe in towards A main. They have the ability then to shift over towards B if they want to use it in towards this round and make it so dangerous for this bonus. Because look at the money, look at the weapons. There's 3 rifles and you wouldn't expect that to be around 3.
There you go. Already you can see the orb being cycled over to Marty, making sure. Run it back. Getting closer and closer. Phoenix wall ready. Addy quite uncommon to see the Omen smokes being put in this mode, but she gets the information. Nice first shot. Marty dead, so the ult will not come online, but Berry X will go down kicking. She finds a double at the helm of this aggression, the gun barrel being spotted. Play with violence. But it does not stop the objective from going down. 3-on-3, Focus have to evaluate in this situation, and with very limited utility as well, Summer. Only the recon dart, that goes out, and it detects nothing. So fighting from the dark here, Focus on this retake. An approach from short denied, and swiftly a second removed from this equation as well. All on Mally. A 1-on-3. And she decides her life better kept than spent trying to win this round out. So Gentlemates will convert on effectively their bonus, but as you say, premium rifles brought in, and they will escape with them as well.
And even though it's not necessarily just the individuals, in that post plan, it's 3v3. All Gentlemates players stuck in towards site, but it's the pivotal gunfight from Toika. The 1v1 in towards the player coming out from tree on towards start. That initial engagement there just denies any sort of flood out from heaven because, well, you can't necessarily do it. Cabot falls, and then you have the shock dots coming out, you have players being able to play off of each other, you have to just tuck tail and run. Mally at least keeps that rifle alive in towards this one, but for that being Gentlemate's bonus, you're hoping for Focus to be a little bit more competitive in it.
As you say, it's one thing to maybe lose the round, it's another that Gentlemates can walk away with 3 lives, and now with some ultimate abilities available, things start to get a bit scary. But on a larger scale, Focus, as you say, with that saved rifle, find it best suited to take the eco around it. Mally might suffer a little bit financially in the next round. Should the expected occur. That's a nice bit of movement, and it's even punished as well. Marty gets the kill. Camera removed. Wen's trying to be tricky out in middle, but Mally one better, and a great shot from Marty. Tipping the scales further in favour of the Gentlemate side. Only 2 remain, Addy and Sammy, left to do it all. And yet again, Gentlemate's doing well to crunch the numbers and make sure that this round goes their way. Some damage done. You are expecting this one to be pretty straightforward, and the added flashbang from Marty. A quad kill in round 4. Really starting to put the pressure on Focus early on Ascend.
Yeah, it was a nice little kill from Mally in towards mid, but no weapon to be retrieved. Nami just playing a bit of a bodyguard there, but it's also the fact that we just have Marty absolutely running it down in towards B. Nothing can stop it. Sure, it's against the lower buy, but it's more of the confidence that's going to be building for that duelist player. That's going to be a little bit tricky for Focus to stop if it starts getting out of control, especially when the run-it-back's been online now for a couple of rounds, expecting possibly a little bit of a change up in pace, but at the same time, don't fix what's not broken. For the side of Gentlemates, they have the opportunity to switch it up, but at the same time, they can stay cool, calm, and collected like they are right now and put the pressure back on towards Focus.
I think I'd like to see a tactical timeout taken after this, Summer, to be honest with you. 60-second breather for Focus. You know, we are talking about Ascent. Yes, okay, sure, it's Gentlemates' selection, but even then, right, you don't want to get Gentlemates too confident. You can't get them too ahead of the curve. You know, take that breather, recognize maybe the mistakes, the flaws in what's been played so far. Set the record straight between the 5 players, opting against the choice of wisdom, at least the extended break for it, and instead coming back with an operator and 4 rifles.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a switch up. They do have the Cypher trick from Cabot over towards A main. Something that Sammy and Addy should be able to play off, whether they're flashes or the paranoias. It does seem like they still just, for the side of Gentlemates, want to get that orb control relatively early on. They decide a little bit of util dump is enough. Then their attentions over towards mid, where it might give an opportunity for Star to get active with that operator.
Cage triggered.
Making sure through the lens of the camera that nothing is approaching from B. Ultimate round the corner. Star knows that she's going to have to tuck tail. The operator takes a shot blind, has to run away. And now Focus cornered in the heart of this A site. At least that's the pressure that the Gentlemates are trying to apply. But a quick pivot from Market is now going to leave them a bit more cautious. And as you say, the objective drops and a second kill. Marty in front of the wall will be punished. Limited time. Nami's lurk out from a short position, trying to be the thorn in the side for this Focus side. Sammy spotted, but under the nose of this defense, she might try and make her approach into heaven. She knows that there's a Phoenix there. The problem is the deep lies in sight itself. Good start. Flash to go out. Blind Nami! Just pre-fires the angle, but time is low, and the objective's still not in sight. Gentlemates have left this till the last moment. Only a few seconds left. The spike, it's tapped, it's not stuck. Now it has to be. Knives drawn, and unfortunately there should be no way. Is there really going to be a chance for Berry X to win this? She's already found one, and star tag low. She draws the knives of her own, bears round the corner, spots out Cabot. What more to be found? But she's holding up high, and Cabot swings from below. Focus on the board, but they make that a nail-biting first.
Didn't want to believe Variax had time to get that spike down. Not only that, but to get off and get the kill. But fortunately for the side of Focus, the newer addition of Cabot and Sammy both start and end the round. This is just criminal here. Fully blinded, but Nami manages to get the kill. You're talking about the tactical timeout that you wanted, Ryan.
Yeah. It comes after the win, not the loss.
Yeah. I mean,
it is
you
a
do
wise
understand
choice, right?
it. Yeah.
Makes sense. Give yourself a bit of time. Look, that round's good. Let's use this even more as a momentum killer. Don't allow Gentlemates to stand back up effectively in this fight. Without own drawbacks, though, it gives Gentlemates a bit of time to adjust to maybe why that round went wrong. And I think, you know, just to be a bit critical here, Summer, time was a big issue. Not to mention, I feel like we were sort of drawing from the lottery in terms of where we were going to head, right? It looked like the A pressure was there towards main, backed it up in middle, went up short, turned it into a B play. It didn't work. We had to go back to A. Just a huge combination of rotations. I guess there's like a secondary reason as to why Gentlemates concede their first on ascent.
Yeah, I mean, it was the double kill from Sammy, getting that spike dropped. Forces the reposition, but talking about reposition, Star starting out in towards B main this time with the operator. Sees a couple of toes, but nothing to work off of.
Run it back. This time it's the Focus Phoenix that will deliver good news. Sammy drive by into B main, not to mention the Guardians found some ground towards A. Deciding to reverse out of the A site though, play for the retake. They know they've got the numbers here, Focus Sakura. So it's not worth overcommitting and kissing goodbye to that advantage they worked so hard to get. Neural theft as well. Almost overkill in this situation. Swing into short, Tokamite knows. Her day's numbered. And Nami given the same treatment. Focus, previous 2 rounds put together now. And you'd argue, if it keeps going this way, we've got a game on our hands here, Summer.
Especially when you're looking towards the money now for Gentlemates. Sure, it's not necessarily the dire situation just yet. There's still enough money to reinvest going forward, especially when you're looking towards Toka. Got quite a bit of cash in her pocket. Another round like that, or another costly round, you can start to see Focus break French Sider's bank.
Tech pause brought in once more. Hopefully not a long one. Have ourselves a bit of time to evaluate the finances. You can see here as well that the bank accounts for Gentlemates starting to run out. And Nami, quite a nice comment to be made, really, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, you are in the middle of a BO3 that secures yourself the trip to Sao Paulo, but I mean, I don't think you can disagree with the statement made there, Summer.
No, of course not, and especially when you're looking towards Nami being, I wouldn't necessarily say a veteran of the scene just yet, but getting up there in the sense of some of the younger players looking up to her, whether that's from the French scene or otherwise. But it's at the same time of, it is quite literally what we want to use to describe Focus. Of they've come in stage 2. This is the first time majority of the Focus players have even been in playoffs, right? Only Cabot's actually been in Game Changers EMEA playoffs before. So it really just encapsulates everything not only Nami's trying to say, but also just the Game Changers scene as a whole, that everyone's getting better. Some of the new players that we're seeing coming up are coming out of nowhere and being absolutely goated at the game. So it's definitely leveling up the performance, that we're seeing less of a gap between the top 2 teams, and we're starting to get like a group of like 4 or 5 that we're seeing consistently at the top and being competitive.
As you say, it's definitely the gap is shrinking between the bottom end and the top end, and Focus Sakura are the argument of that, right? Some at stage 1 weren't even part of the Game Changers EMEA conversation. Stage 2, they come in, they have to fight back through the promotion relegation stages. Well, here in stage 3, find themselves well within their right to be in the playoff run, and they have looked incredible during the group stage of our third so far. Focus, of course, to be a little more focused on this game, have themselves the last 2 rounds consecutively put together. And as I say, the financial reserve starting to run out here, Summer, for Gentlemates. No luxury being able to be afforded. Operator not included in this investment. It is just the 5 rifles. Star still keeping the sniper in her pocket. See what Focus can provide, knowing that Gentlemates are going to have a bit of fire put beneath their feet.
Yeah, especially coming off the back of that pause. As much as they're not allowed to talk to each other, doesn't mean you can't sit alone with your own thoughts. So for Nami as well in particular, thinking how we're going to be combating what Focus are bringing forward of that operator, like you said, of it being still being in the hands of Star, being recycled from the previous round. Seems a little bit of a change in setup for Gentlemen. Heavy towards the mid presence. And just straight out through the smoke.
That's disgusting. Berryx gets the early frag, but even then, it's Focus that walk away laughing. Advantage settled in their court. Mally tagged up low. Still a 4v3 that Gentlemates are left to untangle here. Squeeze out every drop of information. Jump round the corner. Star can't connect the mark. Cage goes up. The tree pressure applied, Summer, but even then, it's all a hoax.
And Mally's drone from Market will confirm just that. There's still presence towards mid. Gentlemates haven't necessarily committed an individual site just yet, and incredibly spread out for only 3 players alive. You have 1 in B, 1 making their way through A, and 1 through mid. So there's a lot of opportunity for Focus to get these isolated 1v1s, but for Gentlemates, they might be able to pick off a couple of players unsuspecting.
30 seconds left.
Mally gets one onto Marty, so the herd thins even further for the Gentlemates side. A split push towards B, even then. Sure, there's enough time to get the spike down. There's enough time to maybe even set up. Gun barrel spotted. And the bad news just keeps on being given to the Gentlemate side. 10 seconds for Nami. Smoke will go up. Spike planted within. Even then, it's tapped, not stuck. This round over. Looking for damage here, Nami. And even then, can only get over the first hurdle. Focus. Reducing the gap now down to 1.
Respect going for the damage there, knowing maybe not necessarily the best opportunity to get that spike planted with the shock darts on their way and the spam coming. A little bit of a switch up for Focus. Sure, a little timeout was sprinkled in between round 5 and 6, but otherwise, Focus starting to be able to pick off these Gentlemate players early on. So it's those entry kills that are doing a lot of work for the defenders at the moment. Star being relatively consistent feature. Camera spotted.
I was going to say, not with the best of buys, but definitely some bite to a round like this. The util drop towards B, as you rightly mentioned. So, the defensive game played by Focus. Berry X just leaps into sight. Then she just doesn't stop. She's found herself a second. Sammy earns one back for this defense. Even then, that's short-lived. Marty continues to hold the W key through Market. Hunter's Fury deployed, but the damage already done. Gentlemates giving no time for Focus to play the game of catch-up. There will be a lead. And it's looking like it will be extended back up to 2, unless this 2v4 really happens.
The issue is, now make it a 1v3. Strawberry X is low on HP, but the work that she's done already just to get out onto the site, the double kill, almost feel like it's enough. Again, Mali in a position for exit short. See what she can get done.
Oh,
absolutely nothing.
Unlucky.
Yeah, timing just does not work out for her.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Toka getting a little exit kill for herself. But yeah, look at this in the replay. Absolutely clinical from Berry X. Not even an opportunity to the defenders there.
Yeah, you can't even blame that we saw the wrong end of the kill there. You just anticipate that that should just be a 1-for-1. It should be that she's not able to adjust that quickly. And we are getting our fair share of timeouts here, Summer. Round 9, or at least before the start of it, Focus delay the commencement as they use their second tactical timeout. I mean, a brave move considering.
I mean, from our understanding, right? Sure, you got a couple of rounds off the back of it. So if this timeout does convert into a 9th, a 10th, the 9th and 10th rounds going in their favor, then we start to see a little bit more competitive. But at the same time, for the side of Focus, you're looking at it, you have to be backing yourselves on towards that attacking half, given the fact that obviously you're running those mirror compositions. I want to say it favors towards the attackers with that double duelist and being able to have the Cypher as well, that you're looking to get majority of your rounds on the attack. And for Gentlemates, we haven't actually seen them on the defense with this comp. We haven't, other than 3 rounds, right? When we were looking at the Giant X game, because they... Oh, 3 rounds. Yeah, the pistol, the win, and then the bonus. Yeah, sure. Okay, right. But for these players, when you're looking at what you wanted to be seeing on the defense, there's not much tape to go on, so you really have to get as much rounds here as possible. To the side of Gentlemates, going fast in towards A main, a little bit of a pace change.
Yeah, this is quick, and it's not going to stop either. Addy's going to be caught out by the Hunter's Fury, has to try and move into cover, but Berry X has already closed the gap, maximizing the damage. As Star trying to play for the control, at least the damage of it instead. Gentlemates offered another opportunity at a freebie. And they are a team that will always punish and take those. 3 on 5. And considering the money here for Focus, to be honest with you, Summer, I wouldn't be half surprised if they top tail and save, especially now they're down to 2.
Yeah, that should have been the call. See what Star can get done. If it's nothing, you really want to be keeping these weapons alive, but the only issue is Gentlemates is just not going to allow it. A flawless round for Gentlemates off the back of Focus's second timeout used in the first half. For Gentlemates, you almost feel as if they're getting back up to speed and repeating what they did in the first 1 to 4 rounds.
I mean, whatever your personal opinion is, Summer, you know, you've got to
I have
argue
no opinions.
that... You've got to argue, well, let me get to my point first, and that is that, you know, you can't just win 12 rounds on the attack. You know, you saying both of these sides playing the same comp, you know, yes, it does benefit the attacking side, but fight needs to be shown from both sides here.
I take it back. Focus. My opinion is correct.
Glad to know.
Yep, yeah. No, but going towards this one, it was a
all I'm saying is, yeah. 9 rounds in, we need to see more than 3 on the board from Focus, and I don't think they'll disagree with that statement either. This one, more or less a full investment. Cabot on a Sheriff, however.
I mean, especially given what they've invested into this half. 2 timeouts. Oh, Sammy! Knockdown low, is going to be able to heal herself
Timing,
up.
Oh! In and out. Addy just gets in, gets rid of the run it back. Marty sent towards A main. But actually, Gentlemates have had focus on strings because they've gone towards B, while the entire force converged at least it felt towards A. And they are leaving, but it doesn't stop Wens from finding 3 through the smoke start. Her position compromised, and while she will find one back, the spike has already left the B site.
And look at how confused Focus players are. Star's still clearing out towards B, and finally the penny might have dropped with Barry X getting that kill onto Addy all the way from spawn. Now Star, half HP, 4 players ahead of her, and a double lineup here. No chance. Spike barely even gets put and planted on towards A, but for Focus, they're getting pulled left, right, and centre towards that round. Gentlemates, sure, they might have had like the plan of, yeah, we're going to fake towards A with the ult, and then we're going to TP in towards B with Nami's ultimate as well. Oh, wait, we actually have 2 of our players out on A. Let's just go back. And then somehow Wens just gets the spray down of 3 through the smoke. Great. And then you're left with the 2 players for Focus. Wait, is it A? Is it B? What's going on? Because we've lost all semblance of information and control over the map.
You say the Omen ult kind of railroaded Focus into believing the B site was the destination. Instead, it was just a stop to stretch their legs. Some spot in mid, doesn't spot too much. Penultimate round of the half here, Summer, and for Focus, I mean, the half kind of rides on this round here. They've got to win this round, otherwise the economy is shattered.
Opportunity for Star. Again on the same angle, it's just not working out for her, but at least Addy gets something done.
Hey, main, now held, needs more. Star, but Berry Eggs at the double. Plows down, Focus is A site hold eventually. She will fall, but yet again, Gentlemates playing chess, not checkers. You go through market into the B site, as you say. Their position now compromised, and more integrally, the Cypher's still here, but Cabot, now she's stuck in the trenches, has to fight for her life on B, but Tokamite to spam through the wall. This is looking like number 8 on the board for Gentlemates.
No, at least the numbers are in check for Focus. It's 2v2 for the retake. Recon available for Mali as well, and Paranoia, so there's definitely util for them to work with. The setup's going to be difficult to dismantle.
Time as well, that's another issue. More seconds burnt, teleport. You can see they've pinged in the smoke. It's another bit of time delayed. Nami with the blind, that's going to catch both players. Paranoia. Now they're split between them, as you say. The Paranoia to isolate these fights. Addy has 2 TPs, but no other util. A tap, not stuck. Now the information fed through that it's not being diffused, but even then, the damage is done, the time is low, and Tokamite, an electrifying way to close round number 11. Gentlemates take 8 on the attack.
Even in just that 2v2 situation, on top of the lovely double kill again that we're seeing Barry X just whip out of her hat like a magician, is the utility play towards the end. Not only does Nami back off a little bit in the 2v2, using the Paranoia to delay time to isolate those gunfights, keeping one delayed and one pushed forward further onto site, but also then Toka using the shock darts, not going for the kills, playing for the time. Fortunately for Focus, they have a lot of ultimates to work with in this last round. Use it now or lose it.
I mean, 4 online is pretty
so fast
strenuous. This is so insane. Berry X, one with the knives. Huge whiff from Star. Cabot and Mali joining forces though. Now the numbers thin, and it's all in the hands of Tokamite. Spotted by the neural theft. Needs to find 4. Will fall at the first hurdle. A dominant start for Gentlemates. Focus have opted a little bit of a chance. A lifeline given heading into our second set of 12, but Gentlemates now on the defense of their selection to see if they can bring it home and open this series with a win. Can they convert? We'll find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. Just trying to control
but expect so much from you. From the dark
An 8-4 half in favour of Gentlemates. A second half to bring home their selection of this series for Focus Sakura. Well, the composition would argue, as you say, Summer, to favour the attack, but the scoreline, well, that's going to rely on winning round 13, our second pistol. And Focus need to argue their case should they want to make this map competitive.
It would be interesting to see the difference in both these teams, obviously with the mirror composition on how they're actually going to be approaching the attack. When we think back to what Gentlemate's pistol was, it was a similar sort of setup, heavy B main control, at least for the initial poke and prod. I just want to replicate, maybe with similar successes.
Sheriff firing off a couple of times. Berry X using it more as a warning because Marty flash around the corner, trying to double peek on B main, but a bit of body blocking is going to cost some health. Recon dart there as well. Flash to go up. Cabot moving through the cage. Berry Eggs. Oh, Berry Eggs! How on earth does she just keep on going? 4 out of the Sheriff. A knife to the heart for Focus. Had the HP lead. Earned the B main space. Get into sight. But falls to the hands of one.
Oh, just ew, Ryan, because you talk about the HP difference. Most of the damage was done on the Barry X at the start. She had to ducktail hide in towards Boat, got hit by the paranoia, got hit by all the utility, all the pot shots, and still manages. Sure, it's a Sheriff, you just have to hit the headshot, but she hit every headshot she was presented with. And you talk about it relying on the pistol, and it comes down to whoever can secure the previous round. Well, if we see similar performances like that, starts to get a little bit concerning for Focus. Not even on the individual aspect of going up against Gentlemates individuals, but Barry X in particular having a whale of a time over on that B site.
Fired on all cylinders. A huge morale boost to an already exceeding Gentlemate side. Putting pen to paper in round 13, and the repercussion here, Summer. Focus, bottom of the barrel investment, has to do something with very little. I
mean, love the fact that they're going and getting the orb control. You can see them funneling that over on towards Sammy, getting the A orb. Likely going to do the same over towards B, and because there's not real investment from them in the sense of it's just the classics, hopefully trying to overrun the site players, and best opportunity to do that is towards lane. And has to be careful. Pushed off the angle at the minimum. Oh, Sammy. Probably careful.
Speaking of which, oh, Berry Eggs! How do you just keep getting away with murder? She'll reload, finally falls to the hands of Sammy. But yet again, individual excellence out of the Sheriff of the Jet. 20th kill, her 8th death in 14 rounds. And now, I mean, look, she didn't even buy an SMG, no rifle, no nothing in the previous. She can bring an operator forward.
Oh, that's our second shot. Oh my god.
Gross adjustment. Gross shot. And now for Focus, well, you bear arms in the most important round of this map so far. You've got to win this round to get back into things. If you lose, you're going to be drowned out by the music that Gentlemates are playing here on Ascent.
Just to note, is it a bonus round for Gentlemates right now? Barry X has bought into an operator, knowing that the Blaze Storms is going to be up and towards the next anyway, so for Gentlemates, there's so many win conditions for them. Maybe one Focus might not necessarily expect. For a gap's been found, at least over towards mid. Spotted out now by the owl drone from Toka.
Oh, gotta be careful. Bit of damage done to Sammy, but it's a negligible amount considering the buy that they've brought forward and the gravity of this round. Time ticking, Summer. We are below a minute on the clock. And it is very obvious that Focus poised for this B split.
Yeah, you can start to see the final pieces of the puzzle shifting over. Addy now joining. Cabot in main, Paranoia ready. It's not really much heavy pressure on site.
Has to be done by a duo, and the Sova cordoned off, so Wenz has to do it all. Even then, the recon through the smoke. An advantage for the defense. It's quickly cut out, at least only for a moment's notice. 3 on 4. Nami's found Addy. The numbers continue to thin, and plucked apart is this Focus side. Right idea, but walk right into the brick wall.
You look at that of like, oh, what have Gentlemate's got to do in this bonus? What have they got to work with? You got the Vandals, you've got the Operator, Barry X is forced up. That doesn't even really come into it. It's the 2 players on towards site, Wenz and Toka. Toka had a Bulldog, fine, but Wenz is there with the Sheriff. And even then, it's another bonus conversion for Gentlemates. Focus are just finding it so difficult to get themselves going, not only in the pistols, but then also earlier on in towards the start of the halves. Starting to get concerning now onto 0 real investment. Only got the Sheriffs and sure Cabot's got shields, but that was a massive round for Gentlemates to walk away with. Barely any casualties. You're almost happy they had casualties because it meant they could reinvest into the Vandals rather than walking forward with Bulldogs and Guardians.
I mean, even then, you're dreaming about the future summer, of which it feels like there's not much chance. Barry X caught out in the smoke. Operator. And delivered to this attack. But now, in no man's land, in the middle of markets. At the double, Tokamite. Blasts through this Focus attempt towards middle. And Marty makes sure that nothing more grows from it. It is 12-4. 8 chances. Map point mates.
You almost want to give that round a quick sort of brush past. It's not necessarily the worst one for Focus to lose, right? 0 investment, but this... You talk about round 15 being important. This, again, round 17, even more so. Backs against the wall. Gentlemates only actually played this map once this year so far. There's a similar sort of scoreline, a 13-1 against Giant X. Focus at least quadrupled the rounds.
Didn't have to do GX like that, Summer.
Hey, they're fine, they're fine.
I mean, mathematically true. Mathematically true, but that was almost uncalled for.
Or am I just hyping Focus up? They're doing a lot better than another team. Kind of. But again, going into this one, important for Focus to at least get those entry kills. Oh, Marty.
Just great timing from Marty. Flash to go out as well. Paranoia. They're blind no matter where they step. Molly goes out, burning at the feet of Nami, but it doesn't stop her as she'll rip through the heart of Focus. Sammy, the run it back, gone. The last attacker, the last line of defense. Sammy, A-main, pushing through. Nice first shot. 4 more to go. Time not really in her favor either. And you can see the Sharks start to circle. 13-4. A quick dismissal for Gentlemates on their selection of Ascent.
Absolutely nasty, and it's no surprise who we're seeing at the very top there. Barry X and Marty. The double duel is doing so much work for the side of Gentlemates, and yeah, you just have to be looking towards Barry X in particular. 23-9, fine. But it's just the fashion that she manages to get those 23 kills. It's not just a couple of pot shots here and there. It's multi-kill after multi-kill, double entry after double entry. Stellar performance from the Gentlemates duelist.
And, I mean, the numbers don't lie, Summer. You can see the ACS through the roof, the cast, the first blood. It all adds up. And Berry X, a mean machine that couldn't be stopped as Gentlemates step 1 ahead of the Focus side heading into our second map. We'll have a look at the map stats overall, and I mean, you can already see some of where they kind of lie. I mean, Focus didn't really have a chance at a post plant. Even then, Gentlemates, their conversion high, first kills very lopsided. It all kind of added up to be a Gentlemates game. Of course, not their selection next. It's Focus's turn on Summit, but even then, that map can't exactly inspire confidence in a team that just got beat 13-4.
Yeah, especially given you're looking towards the Gentlemate side, you're expecting adaptations to be made going in towards Summit, given the last time that they faced each other. It was heavily in favor of the Focus side. So for them going forward in towards that next map, that might just be the boost of confidence that they need. That going onto a map that they historically absolutely smashed Gentlemates on. I don't think there's any other way that you can put it. It was an incredibly dominant victory there, and that was to get the BO3 victory against them in the group stage. So for Focus, I don't think it's necessarily completely demolished the momentum going forward, but especially going in towards Summit next, there's definitely things there to boost them in this break.
No, most definitely. Speaking of breaks, we're heading to one, but when we return, Focus, a new mindset required if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket. Gentlemates, upper map.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When it sees your face, from calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls will stand at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We are here for our second in just a few moments. Beforehand, though, Summer, a little bit of time to reflect on what happened in map 1, and our attention turns to Summit to see if Gentlemates can do it in 2. Of course, the last time we were here talking about Summit between these two teams, Focus wiped the floor with them, and with how this game's going, the volatility is at an all-time high, so you can't count that idea out either. Just to breathe in myself for a second here. Mates, Focus on Summit. How do you think this one's going to go?
I hope, for the sake of Gentlemates, that given their track record on this map, they only really had that blip against Focus, and being able to sort of stabilize their own performance on it against some of the other teams that we saw in group stage. Definitely an added bonus for them in regards to confidence going through it. into this second map. But for the side of Focus, I just want to see sort of a rinse and repeat of what we saw last time. We had players going absolutely insane on the entries, especially when you look in towards the composition that they tend to bring forward of using that chamber, which is definitely a lot of focus on those entry kills there, which they were able to do, along with Addy having a phenomenal performance on towards the Omen. So hoping to see a little bit of a rinse and repeat for that for them, at least to have that confidence to push it to that third map. But when you love the background changes, Ryan, you're Omen teleporting everywhere in the tunnel.
About to play a football game, about to walk out to a stadium of thousands in the Valorant equivalent. No, I think you are right. Like, in terms of Gentlemates, who are now simply a map away from qualifying to GCC and going to Sao Paulo, I think, as you say, it's kind of a chance to steady the ship, you know, for the teams maybe on the outside looking in. Sure, we got owned in the group stage, but we were also able to return the favour in playoffs. What does that say about our summit? Leave it more as a question than an obvious point that can be exposed and sort of hacked at by other teams. Most definitely for Gentlemates, I think they definitely want to sort of patch those holes that have been made. I think you've got to focus on the Focus side a little bit more, and kind of evaluate how they've got to go back into things. If they want this to go to a third, I don't think there's a better fitting map for it, right? They are on what has been their bread and butter against this team in the group stage. They beat, what I think you said, 13-1, right? If my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
Like a huge whitewash. That's the kind of performance I think both of us and maybe those at home need to see if you then want to reinvigorate that belief in the Focus side.
I mean, it's also, we thought the first map was dominant. That was a 13-4. Imagine what a 13-1 would have looked like when you're thinking back to the last time that these two teams faced on Summit. And like you said, for Focus, it really is a must-win for them. Not only in the sense of keeping the champ stream alive, it would be much easier to make it in that sort of upper bracket run, but at the same time, it's to prove that the first map was just a blip. And again, on the other hand, it's the same thing for Gentlemates. The quicker you can get to champs, the quicker you can secure your place, whether that's here today or if it's required in towards the next couple of days. But getting in a 2-0 fashion right here, right now is exactly what the Gentlemates players, fans, anyone related to this team will want. And the thing is, going in towards this map in particular, it's definitely a point for them to prove that it was just a blip during that group phase.
Yeah, a couple of the names that were mentioned heading into Summit is Nami and Addy, and a head-to-head here, as you can see the difference in smokes. Look, as you say, Nami, I think, sort of moving towards that veterancy status with in-game changes. For Addy, of course, well, she'll be quite confident knowing that the likes of a Harbour can be picked on this map. You know, her Omen is incredibly strong. Statistically, Addy ahead of the curve, and if the previous Summit performance is anything to go by, I'm excited to see the numbers that she can flock up at the end of the game, Summer, because we know how dangerous she can be on Summit, especially against the Gentlemates side.
And I think when we're looking back to when they were initially playing against each other, like you said, Addy was one of the main drivers of that. I think it was something like 20-5, 20-4 was her KD at the end of it. Definitely one of the major presences for the side of Focus in having such a resounding victory over the Gentlemates side. But at the same time, looking into it in regards to the compositions that both of these two teams play against each other, hopefully we can get into Agent Select soon just to confirm that there's not been any changes, but likely not going to be the case. It's the difference when we were talking about the Sentinels on this map in particular. You're more favouring towards the Gentlemate side of using that hard Sentinel cipher, right?
Yeah, I think for me, like, look, Chamber is one of those things where you can play it as that pseudo second duelist. You know, we were having this hot topic between us of, you know, well, if you play the Chamber, it's kind of like you've got a second duelist, but you have the trip as well. For me, the map is so huge. You need something that can delay. And yeah, sure, you know, the Harbour smoke can be thrown from anywhere. You've got the Omen, the likes of the Neon with the stuns as well. Okay, sure, there is utility in that Focus Sakura arsenal. The Gentlemates comp for me, however, you know, Cypher trips, the cages, the spam that you can get away with definitely can do more damage and halt pushes that Focus Sakura might throw at them. Having to jump into Agent Select though, Summer, as you can see real quick, the exact same as last time, right?
Yeah, and it's the difference in ideology both teams are going forward with. Focus Sakura opting for the double controller. So again, Addy and Cabot on the Harbour and Omen respectively. But then Gentamates sticking to that double duelist setup that we saw on the first map that worked incredibly well for them. Marty on that Phoenix, obviously. But a little bit of a change up for Barry, at least from the last map in itself, switching over from that Jet to the Raze. And you can see that a little bit of win rates there. Nothing changes for both sides in regards to composition, but again, for me, it's going to be such a focus on towards the Focus Sakura side to rinse and repeat their previous victory, but especially on towards the openings of Sammy, making that chamber, like you mentioned, not necessarily the hard stop Sentinel in comparison to Wen's on the Cypher, but if we can get those entry kills, which she was incredible at in the group stage, we can rinse and repeat that. It's going to be a little bit more of a difficult running for Gentamates on the road to Rio.
Most definitely. Look, yes, well, I said that as well, don't worry.
Yeah.
It just rolls off the tongue. You just expect it to be the case. Gentlemates, Focus Sakura, a second map of some deep history for Focus Sakura as they look to strike twice in dominant fashion. For Gentlemates, well, they're 13 rounds away from hopping on a plane for Game Changers Championships. We'll see what they can do. Day one of playoffs, and Gentlemates, well, with it all to play for and simply a map away from finding themselves with the ultimate goal of this year's Game Changers circuit.
Yeah, you can even see on the screen, it wasn't necessarily the best showing, like we've touched on already for Gentamates against Focus, but they have also won all 3 other times that they've played this map, so it could just be that blip, or Focus might just be Gentamates' kryptonite. We'll see if that is the case in this rematch here. With Focus beginning on the attack, maybe a little bit of an opportunity for Star to get going. Wasn't necessarily afforded the opportunity on Ascent. Now an opportunity for redemption here.
You can see early prowler towards EMEA. Make sure nothing playing close.
EMEA walking down mid.
You're right, reactionary play. Understanding that maybe the A is under threat, so make up for that control and have those quick rotations. That pressure relieved simply with some jiggle and an exchange of gunfire. All very silent right now, and Focus yet to put their eggs in a singular basket. You can see out towards B, they've also got some pressure. It's very omnipotent, this Focus attack.
It's the same thing for Gentamates. They're not necessarily really heavy holding any side. You had 3 players walking down mid and Toka, the lone player remaining, at least going 1 for 1. But that fractures the attack of Focus. 2 players towards these 2 players west. After converge on 1, and with the spike heading in towards B main, likely to be the finish position. Sammy spots a shoulder, but no kill. Gives more information to the Gentamate side. You can see them starting to walk over, especially with Nami pushing down main.
Wen's gathering some knowledge and half a second away from maybe dropping another attacker instead. Blocked by the harbour wall. We know how much of a pain Addy can be on that harbour, the numbers that she can put up, hoping to start on the right foot. Stun towards drop. Wenz drops 1. Quick trade. Berry X stun returns in tandem though. So a 3-on-2 that this Focus side need to wiggle out of. Addy 1 for 1, and Berry X will silence Focus on the approach towards B. And Wenz, I mean, you know, my argument was the hard Sentinel maybe could get away with delaying even further. Well, that wasn't the case on the B site, but it did allow a lot of numbers to flood in together, retaining some of that control. It was difficult for Focus to clear out, and they pay the ultimate price.
Yes, this kill here as well from Marty, that instant trade. Super pivotal in keeping the numbers in favour of the defensive sides. Although a plant was afforded to the Focus side, doesn't seem like they want to invest too much going in towards this one. Couple of bullets and shields on towards Sammy. Let's see what that...
Part of this round, at least a lot more vocal than that of the pistol. All goes up for the harbour, the shield deployed, gives some space. You can't let the Sheriff get away with that though. A 3-on-3 as the dust settles, a real advantage, but now fizzled out as the rifles make their rotations. Berry X jabs Addy out of sight, and Wen's quick to follow off the back of the Spectre. 2 from 2. Gentlemates, good start.
Clinical in converting the second round, but for Focus now, this is the concerning round for me in towards the round 3. Sure, can lose the pistol, lose the follow-up, fine, but it's the bonuses for the Gentlemates that they've been converting a little bit too easily when we were looking towards Ascent. New scenery for Focus, hopefully a little bit of a different result for them. Full investment, of course. Again, Focus over towards mid.
Chip damage being done to a couple of these players. Mali and Toka might basically walk in the same path. Same for Gentlemates though, well, this is a bonus. This is no full buy, so I know they've got choices even if this round goes astray. Good start for Star. He finds the headpiece of Marty, creating some more A pressure. Trying to just build up in middle here. Even then, gonna say, mates keep looking, it's Berry X, but she gets dropped as well. 3 on 5.
Some cheeky long angles on this map, you gotta be careful. With a group up of Focus players, gonna find a resoundingly empty A site. Not necessarily the best weapons for Gentlemates for the retake, but any damage that they can do will be felt going in towards the next. Door closes. Lowers the options for them.
Retake. I mean, you've got the weapons to do some damage, Summer. It's a question of how much can be done. Sees unpocketed by Mali. Catching Wens. Returns the favour out in the front of sight, knowing that nobody's there. They'll try and make their approach, but even then, plenty of bodies stacked up in A. This one always over. Nami was always trying to save that Phantom. And Toka might. I think she'll go to the spike. Just don't feed the ult orbs into this attack. That will be the case. 2-1, so Focus get their way when they've got the premium rifles.
It's already a shift from the previous map. Important to stick the landing on the anti-bonus round and keeping majority of the players alive, so it's a relatively clean one at that for Focus. Concerning point now for them is heading forward. They might not know it yet, but Berry X has invested into an operator. Might have an opportunity for an early engagement over towards B main. Slight bit of support.
Orb taken. There's no blood in the water. Berry X walks in, takes the freebie, and gets out as well. Cabot TPing forward, trying to regain lost space, but even then, it does not fill the hole of the 4v5.
That's the thing. It's the initial kill done and dusted, and out for free and set up for an even deeper line in towards B main, keeping Cabot in check for any sort of lurk possibilities she wants to sneak past.
Cheeky from Berry X. Nice reposition. Quick to the trigger as well. 5 on 3. The numbers continue to blossom.
No charges left. Going up.
As the Sakura falls. 35 on the clock. I mean, limited time. They will try and take some headway towards the A site, but this is well fortified even for Gentlemates. Bodies there, but bodies can't provide. 3 on 3. There's a shift in the waves again as Marty claws one back. The run it back expiring for Marty even then. The precedented advantage in numbers. Tokamite on the other end of it walks through. Both players blind. Mali going to be caught by the seas even then. Marty leaping round the corner with the classic, making sure that the job is done. Gentlemates reinstate their 2-round buffer.
Oh, it's just a lovely set of utility, Ryan, just to get back out in towards that site as soon as that orb drops, or moments before it does. Get the flash that goes out, blinds both players, and then you have the net on towards site. Marty just goes leaping, like you said, around the corner. But even with the closing utility, we also saw the same at the very beginning. The flash from Marty, even though she's playing this aggressive duelist, she's going 5 and 2, obviously playing great in her own right. Even her utility is setting up her teammates. We saw the initial kill from Barry X and then also just setting up for Toka's kill. Very cohesive Gentlemate side on this defense so far.
As you say, the flashes creating diamonds. Gentlemates, as I say, scoring a couple. Up by 2. Focus have another chance to reinstate a round. Berry X, ever present here on Summit. Started on B last time, out on A here. But the same result no matter where you find her. Paranoia deployed, the flash to go back round the corner. Now Cabot left to cower. Marty deploying her wall. I mean, all sorts of util being thrown at A-Link here. Even then, it's so much time being bought that there are layers to this defense. Nami eventually evacuating Link, but Berry X blind. Nami can't trade. Stun goes out. Showstopper from Berry X, buying space between that operator and site. Those rotations coming thick and fast. The wall being dropped, cutting circulation into A even further. And Focus, Nightfall even invested. The counter nade. Berry X still trying to fight in the heart of sight, moving in. Berry X, Satchel not set off just yet. 10 on the clock as the spike goes down. Cabot can't afford to swing, but wins. Raise the corner, takes the pre-fire, and leaves it all in the hands of Mali. The fade against 2. Silently approaching close, walking towards the enemy, trying to be in the unsuspecting position. But this one cleared by Tokamite. 4-1. Gentlemates do not let their foot off the gas.
Not really much to say about it. It's Gentlemates gets the initial entry. We got to see a little bit of the head-to-head between the two operator players of Sammy and Barry X in towards mid. 2 missed shots each, but it's the repeat that Barry X bests on. It's here. Isolation of the kills. Perfectly played from Gentlemates. Yet another on the board. So it's starting to get a little bit shaky now for Focus. Talk about them winning that bonus, but after that it's been relatively quiet. They're getting out onto site though, Ryan. That's the benefit. That's the positive to take away from this. Out of the 4 rounds Gentlemates have won, 3 of them have had to be retakes. It's trying to fortify the defensive position.
A bait and switch applied. TP into heaven. Cabot, low on HP. The shorty from Berry X. I mean, it's a patient game being played, but Cabot somehow able to find the kill. Marty caught in the seas. Tokamite can only find 1. How has this round gone so pear-shaped for the mates?
In a blink of an eye, over half the team vanishes. Make it majority of the team. Another pickup for Sammy. Nami left wondering. And given the fact that half of those, well, not even half, 3 of the 4 rounds have ended in retakes, it's been incredibly hard for Gentlemates to build up that economy, especially investing in towards that operator. A lot of reinvestment have had to come through that. You're looking at the money now, it doesn't necessarily look like a team that's been leading. Toka, Barry X down under a grand.
I think my value here comes from the fact that Focus were almost able to catch the fights at every possible moment where they had a chance. I don't know how the shorty kill doesn't come in for Berry X. I don't know how in the heart of the site that there wasn't more damage done by Marty. I don't know how Tokamite can only go for 1. I think you look at all of those things when they add up. Focus quite fortunate in their ways to hit the B site when they did, and those fights taken at the best possible second.
Timings definitely work out in favour of Focus, and it was a little bit of a pace change as well, catching the Gentlemate side off guard. You can see the ramifications that's had now and towards them. The only weapon you really have is Nami's. Nami's got to be careful. Obviously, the rendezvous to TP out to safety, but...
There.
Cheeky little pick wouldn't go unnoticed. Marty...
Careful. I mean, this is a brave engagement towards middle. Nami only for one. Addy one back. Gentlemates! A dish best served cold. 3 other barrel of different sheriffs and other pistols. All in the hands of Sammy. As quick as Focus build bridges, Gentlemates happy to burn them. And now the unthinkable has to come out of the sniper, a trip up close as well, holding the corner, and up down, taken by the Gentlemate side, and Omoda thrifty in round number 7.
Even makes sense. Sure, Nami goes forward. The only rifle saved over only gets 1. The rest come from pistols, Ryan.
I can't believe it.
Focus just baited into fighting in towards that mid position, lured in by spotting 1 or 2 players' shoulders, reading for the kills, and instead walk right into the Gentlemate's trap. It does make sense off the back of that, which should have been an opportunity to start stringing their own rounds together, getting a couple back-to-back, start to put the pressure back on towards the Gentlemate's side. That a tactical break comes through now for Focus.
That's cool. Focus, as you say, opting to take that breather even then. Both teams effectively standing on the glass floor financially. Focus have to put most of their money up into this round if they want to match the firepower of this defense. And even then, as you say, for Gentlemates, well, they've conceded the sites a lot and have found themselves in retakes quite a bit. So it's not exactly like they're financially set either. Both teams are going to have drawbacks. Maybe a little more punishing for Focus, sure, but even then, uncertain for both.
I mean, Gentlemates almost got bailed out by the previous thrifty round, looking at the money that they're starting to build up, and especially with Barry X now with a free operator into her clutches. A little bit of a pace change again for Focus. Want to go fast in towards the B site, but so is the retake. Quick and choppy.
Trying to use the trips to their advantage, the cages to buy some space. Prowler spotting Star. Wen's first engagement goes her way. 1-for-1's left, right, and center, but Berry X still in the kill feed. Not long lived though as Cabot finds one back. It's just one-on-ones every single time. Trade City out towards B, but Gentlemates survive with 1. The all-important Marty will pick up the op as well.
At least save that reinvestment, but looking towards the replay, you talk about it being 1-for-1s, the trades, because so many of the Focus players all funneling out to the same position, and Gentlemates incredibly quick on the rotate. And off the back of the Nightfall from Token, can just run out on towards site as soon as they get there. Chaos. But one that the Gentlemates walk away with a round victory. Again, question of money for Focus in towards this one. Sammy only really with a headhunter to work with.
Barry X leap round the corner, repeats, finds the kill. I don't know how she's so effective, I really don't.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, it's every round. Almost getting boring seeing her in the kill feed. You just know it's coming every time. She's finding the kill, it's with the operator, and she lives. That's just how the round goes. Focus yet to thwart this power that the operator holds. Stun goes out. Wen's going to be stalled, in the corner. Bodies pile on out as Tokamite has to watch from the spectator screen. 2 kills in favor of Focus. And while the compliments are paid to Berry X, you'll have to do more here on this retake. Marty alongside her The double duelist partners in crime as they try and approach. Cabot blind hits the shot. And that operator so close. Satchel pushing Cabot out. And she'll find the freebie. A third on the board for Focus. Out of 9, they are still 3 behind.
It's a great little punish coming in from the Focus players. Just squishing both Toka, Wenz and Nami in the site into uncomfortable positions. Picking them off one by one. Dismantling the little setup that they had over towards that B site. And sure, you talk about the entry kill for Barry X. Not really much of a follow-up. And off the back of that, it's a Gentlemate's timeout, which to an extent that you can understand. Not wanting to necessarily give Focus the opportunity to build back up into this half. Given the money, conversations to be had, if there's a little bit of a set play that they can do or any adaptations to make Marty's Sheriff a little bit more potent. And also make use of the ultimates, right? You're one away from the showstopper, running back's already online, so maybe bringing the aggression similar to a couple of the previous rounds that we've seen of Gentlemates going for those early picks.
What I will say as well, Summers, I guess a nice way to put it for Focus is that we weren't too sure on what they were going to do on the attack, right? They were a team that had only played 2 rounds against the Gentlemate side on that map, where they closed, won the pistol, won the second. It was the defense that really set these two apart, where Focus really gathered their lead. So, okay, sure, it's not the best attack that we've seen out of them yet. At the same time, we know the defense is where they've really managed to force Gentlemate's hand.
One more hands maybe falls with Cabot TPing.
Lines. Berry X forward though with the showstopper. Nami's just caught a couple. And Berry X almost a waste of the ultimate because nobody's come through. The bodies that have found their way out into sight, well, they've been swiftly dismissed. Molly delaying even further. And it is just disgusting at this point. The orb goes up. Shield deployed, but that's quickly spammed down. Focus have no easy entry into this A site anymore.
With it being so early on, at least there's time for Focus to work with, readjust, try and pick off a couple of the players. But for Gentlemates, 3 players all ready to peek off each other's contact. Flash goes out, but Nami gets taken down.
Addy as well as second. But Tokamite here to restore the vote of order. Gentlemates exceed expectations once again. 3-on-1. Operator Sammy can't be given more 1v1s though. 10 seconds left. Play time. Play time. A swing. I mean, this is just dangerous from Tokamite. Don't give Sammy a way in. She'll recognize the clock is indeed low. There is no chance now for Sammy to win. The rifle's better kept. Gentlemates will take a 7th.
You can understand the want to take away the operator, knowing how potent it can be for the Focus side and how potent it can be for Barry X if you're able to shuffle that over. But unfortunately, not afforded the opportunity. And Focus counting their lucky stars that they're able to keep that alive because the investment around it isn't shabby, right? You're being able to get a couple more rifles out. You have Stars Ultimate available. Yes. And especially with the Bucky as the secondary to the Ultimate. Expect something fast.
Run it back. You hear the voice line.
Ooh.
But it's Sammy that draws first blood. Tokamite watching from teammates' perspectives. As Gentlemates, well, they have to evacuate A. No room.
Planted.
I mean, 2 against all of the numbers that were pushing forward. It was always going to be tricky. C's going out. First shot connects. Second. Can't be more, surely. How are the mates turning this one around? It's a 2v2. And Berry X has now thinned the numbers for Focus. Sammy out towards main.
Forward.
And now spotted. The flank from Marty is sublime. 8 on the board for the Gentlemates side. They are not taking their foot off the gas.
And that's exactly what you needed from the side of Gentlemates, given the last time we saw these two teams against each other on this map in particular. They had something to prove. especially against Focus, against this this opposition in particular. You have to admit, both players on the operator on either side of the server showing some incredible skill. Some cheeky little skill shots as well, but unfortunately not enough for Focus. Again, another double kill from the site anchors of A, doing so much work for the side of Gentlemates.
Our last of the half, and the mates are looking for a repeat from Ascent. Fantastically well-worked advantage that they've built on their defense. Focus Sakura's pick kind of relies on making this 8-4, winning a pistol. It's very conditional. And the operator able to get away. Oh, the discipline. Marty. Radio
but
silence.
No one else is
You've
coming.
got to be careful. Well, the fate's there. Gun down! How on earth has Marty found a double? Unchecked in the corner. And it really is heartbreak for Focus. A 2-on-4 with a minute left to spare. Nami takes the TP round the map. Further fortifying control. Nade to go out. Cabot forced back. Wens would have spotted Cabot. The fight being taken. It's a must-win now because the numbers are bad. And he's found a double. Cabot, 1-on-2. Now left in the 1v1. Berry X, 30 seconds. An operator in hand as well. And Cabot knows this is a game of, well, where's the operator holding from?
It's not even that. A smoke's coming up online soon, so you could possibly play peeky, cut off the angle of the spike, but the spike's ahead of the smoke. Cabot.
Time. I mean, even is there enough time to take the spike and move back in? It's got to be planted in safety. Well, where's Berry X coming from? The answer is round the corner. It's a brave plant for Spawn. It will go down. Berry X. A game of cat and mouse, but rounding the corner is the operator. 9-3 at the half. It is fantastically worked by Gentlemates, and what feels like a definitive lead might just be unlosable. A supernatural half required out of Focus if they wish to remain in the upper bracket. Well, let's see. Pressure makes diamonds. Will the mates supersede, or will Focus have something for us? We'll find out after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I'm this you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I'm this you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control.
What did we say for the questions?
Welcome back, ladies and gents. 9-3 at the half. Mates have done well above what was expected, considering what happened within the group stage. And now we head into our potentially last pistol. The mates up by 6 Summer, and only need a handful more to close.
And you can see it on the screen. It will be a debut for 4 of the 5 players on the Gentlemates roster to make it to Game Changers Championship, which is all they need, Ryan. It's the next 4 rounds, or at least 4 in total. Grouped up. Heavy pressure in towards A main. Mali first line of defense.
Wall goes up, the flash as well, trying to present the fights. Don't break the door down either. They want these fights taken. Now the counter harbor wall goes up. And while the mates have to sit stagnant behind it, can't afford to go pushing through. Don't know the quantity of defenses that Focus have got in place.
But Focus have managed to slip on towards site. Mali doing a lot of the work, but Start doing 2 better.
Well, in fact, it's a hat trick. The Neon finding so much success. Tokamite tap pushes through, but already within the dome. Addy able to pick up the pieces. Focus up to 4.
Important pistol for the Focus side. And we talk about the defense, right? And what we saw these two teams up against each other previously. That's where you said Focus really shone in the matchup in particular. Especially focus on towards Sammy and Addy. We've already seen Sammy more than willing to be in those opening engagements. Hopefully keeps up the good work on the defense, at least if you're a Focus fan. Can already see aggression walking straight down mid, wanting to take those deeper angles, but nobody's home. Gentlemates, knowing they don't necessarily have the best money, want to flood in towards B, get a spike plan. Get the most bang for their buck with this low buy.
Utility isn't great, but it's hearts and minds here, as you say, thinking about the buy in the next round. The stun, oh, it's catching so many. Flash goes round the corner. Ooh. Sammy's got one with the Outlaw, and now with the Headhunter as well. Multi, 1 HP, stuck in drop. Focus making sure that this one doesn't get too out of hand. Cool the nerves. The drop control definitely was scary, but the mates will not move to double digits.
Weapons recovered as well, so not real amounts of investments lost, and if anything, further investments made in towards this. Addy forcing up on towards that premium rifle, making this as potent as possible. Interesting to see any sort of adaptations Gentlemates make going forward now with the weapons back out. Only difference to the previous round is Wenz is nowhere to be seen, going for that mid presence.
Outlaw firing twice. To no avail. Cabot half expecting the B push to commence once more. The mates have got a fair few bodies out in B main. The only one is Cypher out towards top mid, lurking. All in all, pressure still yet to be applied.
Well, that's the thing. Focus also have a fair few of their defensive squads over towards B. Paranoia ready in the hands of Cabot as well to support both Star and Sammy on this cross.
All goes up, so the cross has to happen quickly here. Molly out towards the cubby plant as well, making sure that everything close is clear. Now the fights can be taken. Boombot sent in towards the back halls of sight. Spam down Star, the opener. And speaking of stun, this could be fantastic from Star. A blinding performance shut down by Nami. 2 on 3, but the lurk, this unknown entity, it stepped. Never mind Wenz. She's made noise. Headhunter on the angle, and the dome on top of the spike. This one is over. Addy sticks the defuse. 9-6. The gap down to 3.
Yeah, it seems like there's a bit of a miscommunication, or T's not dotted, T's not crossed, I's not dotted, because Star goes completely unchecked, and this double's massive for the Focus side. Completely dismantles any sort of site presence that Gentlemates have. Focus then being aware of the lurk, and massive round for them, converting that bonus. Starts to make Gentlemates feel a little bit of the pressure back. Nami sure saved his weapon over, but there's no investment around it.
You say little to write home about for mates is looking round 16. Focus on the other hand, well, start to really benefit from the streak of rounds they're putting together. Summer financially, this could be a real builder for them. B almost magnetized this Gentlemate's side towards this side of the map.
Look at Sammy. All the timing.
The heals, spotted the heals. I mean, you do not expect this at all, do you? I thought it was nearly going to be a collateral, but Tokamite dropped, and now cornered in B. You don't know where the chamber is behind. You know that there's going to be bodies in front. Spam through the smoke. Cabot collects another. And this one is just going to be a formality.
Yeah, you just know if your Gentlemates having Sammy pick off a player that deep in towards B main as a flank as well, that everyone in the Nan is going to be on that B site. It's going to be heavily fortified. At least able to pick up the orb and turn their sights elsewhere, but with time dwindling, decisions will have to be made. Quick kill onto Mali, though, might prove the perfect gateway in towards A. But quick kill is not going to be afforded. Instead, it's the absolute opposite. Complete shutout in the round from Focus. And now starting to question the lead that Gentlemates were able to build up in the first half. Now only 2 rounds separating them.
This is what I mean, some of the intuitiveness that Focus have. Their defense is scary. It's almost a different team that you get here on this defense. I mean, we knew their attack was quite unknown. At least, you know, in this specific matchup, we knew what their defense was capable of, and they're looking to put on a show again. Gentlemates lead down to just 2. And yes, sure, both teams on a full buy, but look at the money that Focus are able to build up off the back of this. Flash goes in. Sammy has to take the TP.
Similar start for Gentlemates, though, wanting a heavy pressure in towards B main. This time, at least run it back to help at least fortify the position on site, but Focus are respecting it. Nobody wants to fight forward.
With the run it back deployed as well, you kind of don't want to give the free kills, because it's not exactly like you're hunting for trades at that point. You're just trying to claw back the disadvantage. Paint shells into drop. Nami sits close behind. Good swing. Marty a second. Focus, an integral round to their success, and it will fall short at every metric. Tokamite, the only casualty for Gentlemates. 10-7.
Realistically for Gentlemates, there wasn't really much that they changed going into that round. It was the similar sort of approach in towards B, short, supported with the run it back from Marty, at least clearing it out. Focus playing a little bit further back in the defense, but in the post plant, they were just winning their ones.
What I will say is you look at the ultimates invested, and you know, you kind of feel like we used to run it back and the showstopper on Gentlemates, and you're like, well, it's actually quite a big investment. But you also turn to the likes of Focus, where, you know, the Neon ult was invested in the round previous, the Chamber ult was burnt out here. Realistically, both teams sort of sitting on the same cycle. Nami has her ult online, the Harbor ult as well available for Addy. But even then, you know, it's not much to write home about. Both teams suffering from the same problem.
Yeah, and Tokus being close as well, that could be a massive little ultimate just to have in the pocket after a post plan, or whether it's you collect the orb and you go for the site hit directly. But it's the same thing that we saw from Barry X in the previous. As soon as they're getting these ultimates online, Gentlemates aren't necessarily shying away from using them. Went in with 7, got the 8 from planting, uses it in the same round, so trying to build them up and use them as much as possible to get as many ultimates as she can in the half. But it's also a much needed round for them in regards to momentum wise. You don't necessarily want Focus to continue building up, don't necessarily want them to get too much money in the reserve, but also it's a coveted 10th round for Gentlemates on the board. So hitting the double digits, breaking that mark as well, and the drought of unsuccessful rounds that they've had so far on the defense. On the attack, sorry.
Only noise being made out towards B, and the ultimate gained onto Tokamite. As you were saying, she was close, but now has that available. Those scales tip in favour of the Gentlemate side. But a very slow tone taken to this one, Summer. Little to no information just yet. Gentlemates, no information in mid. They've left one out towards B. Obviously, Nami with her ult able to make her way over to A if she's required. Now, I mean, look at this. She uses a blind. It brings the Harbour Wall out. Okay, sure, the number's still thick and fast outside A, but Focus open for trades, and the Nightfall used, but they have put up one hell of a wall. 5 kills in a matter of moments. Start a hat-trick individually. Well, Focus aren't going down without a fight.
It almost feels too many angles to be worried about. We talked previously going in towards this of how much Addy's wall can be useful, of getting out on towards A, blocking off the sightline from both Garden and in towards A link. But in that, there's nothing really to block it off, allowing players like Mali to play forward and Star being that support from the Garden position behind the open door. Too many angles for Jansenmates to deal with. Sammy at least pushed off the initial angle.
Blind is Star. A really, really sharp weapon for this A site. It looks incredible so far, and she's looking to do it again. Hits the first, backs away. A site is the Gentlemates for the taking. And the plant going into default. But a retake where Focus have the numbers. This is where we know they can act at some rate. Blind not catching Marty, and that's getting Addy by surprise. Star also removed from this equation, so from 5v4 to 3v4, work cut out for the trio left alive.
And it's a bait and switch as well. Nami picking up 2 from the site position. Wen's another from the double box, and almost instantaneously after the round that we saw Focus absolutely demolish, shut out Gentlemates from that round. Almost a similar thing when it comes to the retake there. Gentlemates heavily fortified defense of the site.
Potentially two rounds left of this map and in turn series. For Focus, we know that they have got some fight on this map. Now that they've been effectively forced all in. See how they perform. Ball goes up for Marty. Again, this pressure early Orb Summer. The ultimate economy for Gentlemates is receiving a lot of love right now in the early doors of these rounds. It's not exactly like Focus can counter, or at least they're not comfortable in doing so.
A lot of questions posed to both teams. How are they going to deal with Sammy on this elongated angle? And the issue is they don't have to. TP's away.
All drops. Blinds out. Star just caught by everything out towards the double box. But here, still Sting for a hat-trick of frags. Berry X1 back. But Focus, they deliver 5 for the price of 1.
And it's again that box position that Gentlemates just seem to overlook consistently when they're going in towards the safe position. We've seen Mali get multi-kills. Now Star. Nobody is looking. Nobody's even considering a player up close on towards the boxes. Yeah.
Almost like... Sorry, I was going to say, it's like Star plays there every round. It's almost like an expected thing that Gentlemates should be clearing that.
I mean, not even just Star. We've seen Mali play there. We've seen Sammy play there. We've seen Cabot even play there with the Paranoia. So it's not as if it's a new development Focus have only put in that 20th round. It's something that Gentlemates have consistently seen. Admittedly, sometimes have punished for it, but majority of the times getting punished themselves for overlooking that possibility, or even getting distracted by some of the other angles that they're not necessarily being able to cut off with no harbor wall to cut off those deeper angles that they're using Marty's and flashing through it. But there's not necessarily that follow-up of smokes over towards Garden or towards Link, so a lot of supportive angles can come in to help those players on the box, like we saw from Sammy deeper behind Garden or even close up from the site peak. It makes sense after the back of that one. It's the last time out that we're going to be seeing a tactical break for Gentlemates. Interesting to see what their adaptation is. And off the initial setup, it looks like they're wanting to turn their focuses back over towards B. Had the hat and go at A a couple of times, not necessarily the most successful win rate. They turn their attentions.
Coming up close in mid. A lot of control already cordoned off by the chamber on the op. So it looked to be as if Gentlemates were going to choreograph a B play. Instead, the orb is taken. The spikes move back. And to be fair, Focus have kind of played their own game here, and the fade aggressive A, but it's the solo defense of Mali for the entire right-hand side of this map.
That's the concern. Makes sense for Mali. Dropping off after any sign of contact. Second Prowler goes out. Just spot at least one player, so Focus have some information to work with and reshuffle the defense. You can start to see both Star and Addy a little bit restless.
There goes the voice line of the Berry X ultimate, the showstopper. We know what she's capable of with it, but the problem is caught in the seas, and that's basically burnt the ultimate itself. Spike to go down. Still, this close corner not checked. Marty. Oh, now this might just be under the nose of the entirety of Focus. She'll get compromised. A wider swing. Wall to go up. Sammy tries to pressure and punish. She will. But the Gentlemate's side holding strong towards sight. But 1-for-1s aren't going to be enough. Wens now needs to be in the clutch. Sheriff only in hand. But Addy will hold on. 11-10. This map ever closer. We are definitely heading the distance.
Operator picked up in the aftermath as well, so that again is going to be cycled likely back into the hands of the chamber to Sammy. You got a feel for Gentlemate's Wens being the player left in the clutch. The only player who didn't necessarily have a weapon to go and name, at least a rifle. Good on the first, but I'm able to follow up on towards the second. Now this is the interesting part, Ryan, is because there's no money left in the bank of Gentlemates. Forced down onto the Sheriffs. A prime opportunity for Focus to equalize. Miss shot.
Swing and a miss. Operator doesn't connect, as you say. Not that it matters, because you'll get a few tries knowing that the Gentlemates side are on pistols. Addy taking a jiggle peek. Blind Marty, yeah, I mean, nowhere to go in that situation. Just over a minute left. Sammy baited out again on the op. The Cove protected as well. I mean, Focus know that they can just play time here, Summer. No harm done.
Inside of Gentlemates, you want to poke and prod, see what sort of defensive setup that they're working with. The gap around the trip, but Cabot all two away. No shenanigans afforded to Wens.
Bit of damage, it's not bad, but even then, this one basically impossible start. Nice couple of kills against the Eco. 11-11. We are tied up after 22 rounds. Both teams need both, otherwise we are heading to overtime.
Concerning aspect of this one is off the back of the previous rounds, farming up a couple of kills, a couple of orbs, getting the spike plant down. Most attempting to. You're looking in towards this one. Now with weapons back out for Gentlemates, they have almost a full house of ultimates.
Restless operator in the hands of Sammy. Opening kill, not forced off the angle, nothing to stop. The op flashes go through, run it back, engaged for Marty. Breaks the door down as well, and so while, yes, the B space has been made, look what's happening out towards A. Mali just trying to rotate, spotted as well. And you can't blame her for leaving the A site. You thought that was just a full-blown B exec. Instead, now the mates are trying to hold on to the A control, but the cavalry needs to apply quickly because Wens has been dropped as well. A huge over peak from the Gentlemates side. A molly on top of the spike. Cabot will tap. Where's the second player? They'll be asking themselves, but both from the same location. Cabot continues to stick. There is no stopping Focus.
They can't afford to peek. They can't afford to lose the weapons because it's coming up to the last round of regulation. An opportunity for Focus to slam the door in Gentlemate's face based off the lead that they were able to build in the first half. But in towards this one, you can see it in the replay here as it goes over towards the A site, or well, just cast your minds back to the round itself. Mali threads the needle not once, not twice, 3 times on the positioning. Gentlemates just couldn't get a hold of it. Information relayed too late.
Way to go up, Sammy. Around the edge, caught by the flash, has to TP away. And even then, Gentlemate's trying the B play. I suppose the nice thing is you have disguised a lot of the A plays off the back of a fake on B. But even then, I don't think either of Summer are giving Gentlemates the vote of confidence, considering what we've seen on the attack to make it 12-12.
You look over towards the A site, sure, it's least defended, but you're looking towards the names that are there, Mali and Addy. You almost feel like 2's at least guaranteed. Catches the information of a triple.
Nightfall. Mali able to escape the clutches of the U-tilt. The reveal going over towards A as well. I mean, even then, 45 seconds. The second rotation's just coming towards A. But the Omen's lurking B, but the spike's out on A. I mean, Summer, where do you even go if you're Gentlemates here? It feels very, very split.
Especially if they can't necessarily get this kill. The massive kill if Wens can get that pick on towards Sammy, but it goes untraded. The Nami's there. That's a way in towards the B site, but Cabot's here. Perfect timing through the smoke.
Oh, Toka might want back. It might not be perfect. It might just get pulled apart. 3-on-3 for the Gentlemates. Time is low, but enough to get the spike set down. The pull in towards drop. Prowler as well detects nobody. Star slips down. Reveal to go out. Now it's a 2-on-3. You're solely relying on BerryX and Marty. And while Marty will find one and BerryX still alive, there's still so much to do. Low HP on the Phoenix. You rely solely, basically, on BerryX. This is being stuck. It's halfway. Down drop. The Phoenix slips the net. And BerryX takes us to OT.
Beautifully played from both of the duelists, playing off of each other. BerryX trying to draw all the attention. Marty drops down. Confirms it on towards the spike. Gets a kill for herself. There's absolute pandemonium on towards the B site. The trays going left, right, and center, peeking before the weapons back out. You can almost feel the pressure on the server for both sides. For Focus wanting to push this, or wanting to push it to a victory, push it towards that third map. But also for Gentlemates, there's so much on the line for these players. Sure, it's not necessarily the last opportunity for them or either of the teams. For an upper bracket run, definitely favoured for Focus, and if Gentlemates can punch their ticket to champions today, I mean a world to them. Clean slate though, heading in towards overtime. Yeah. Focus still on the attack, and Focus back in towards that A main, getting those orbs online for start.
Buzzed in Neon ult. The most desired. Prowler up mid. It's going to detect some movement. Arm spotted. In a spam. Reveal to go out as well. It's broken! Sammy! Nami's got 2 back. Addy with 1 in response. Gentlemates down to 2. Mai and Wens. 2-on-3. And the hightail towards B. Well, it's recognised. The camera to go up. The orb deployed. TP in. Cabot to try and stick the plant. A jumping. Addy nearly getting caught. And the barrier now broken. Blinded is Wens. Has to move away. A chance to strike. Thwarted. And all 3 attackers sitting in about on B main.
Enemy remaining.
Sammy's hat trick. 1 to go. Marty needs to come up huge. Ultimate drawn up. Marty brings it down. 2 more. Flash to go out. Nothing left in the pocket, so it's just going to have to be the rifle. And Cabot makes sure that Gentlemates aren't going to have this one easy. Need to win the attacking round now, the Gentlemates. And Focus the all-important round on attack, and it starts right there. The collateral kill Summer paves the way for the success of Focus.
Yeah, that's absolutely disgusting collab from Sammy. I talk about the entries, but that's just going above and beyond. hyper quick double entry towards mid, a collat to boot, and given the fact that it was a collat, they come out on top of the bet in regards to the trades that happened therefore after. Now we'll get to see the overtime tactical break taken by Gentlemates. Now them heading on towards the attack. This is the side that they struggled with. Hoping that they'd pick up the previous round with relative ease and be able to push this to a close, but instead, Focus step up. You just have to be looking towards Star and Sammy. Key players for the Focus sides.
Even then, okay, sure, we can talk about individuals, but I feel like it has been a complete outclassment of teams when Focus moves to this defense. Gentlemates given little to no way in. Operator brought out for Sammy, and to be honest, after what we saw in the last, you can't blame her.
Now on the defense, you almost want to be favoring Sammy in these engagements. Posting up. Taking a little bit of a gander in towards B main, so that's a lot of information that they can use to readjust the defense.
Nice swing. Might baits the shot and more integrally forces the chamber back. Smoke to go up. Orb can be picked up maybe.
But even if the orb gets picked up, there's no committal from Gentlemates. Spike is sitting pretty outside A main. Near towards the IGL and Nami. It's a misnomer, but the thing is, the smoke drops at the perfect time.
Berry X is in sight as well. The reveal sent out. Stars found Tokamite. Berry X needs to do a huge amount of work out on B, but look at this. A is so clear.
Free and clear, especially Mali, the last line of defense normally on A, has vacated, but it's also the question, how much damage can Berry X do? Can Nami pick off anyone on the road?
Oh! Nami! A huge whiff, a blunder of the highest degree. Berry X and Wens left to clutch 2 on 4. And so many bodies piling in through the caves. Prowler out as well. Wens sat deeper than where the util was directed. Berry X making her way forward as well. You've got to consider the time in all of this though, Summer. They do have to make moves somewhat soon. A swing connects. Wens only one. And it will be a third map between these two. Focus take home their pick of Summit, 14-12.
I'm sure Gentlemates put up a little bit more of a fight than we saw previously, but Focus, tooth and nail to bring that one back after the deficit that they were in the first half, and so much of that is towards the defense. Absolutely masterfully played, complete lockout of Gentlemates, and even pushing in towards this OT in particular. Key players stepping up, multi-kills on top of multi-kills for both of these sides, and it has to be either towards Star or towards Sammy, because both of those players massive in regards to pulling that back for Focus Sakura.
No, I think Star is the name you have to mention. The amount of times that she's able to bail Focus out of a situation, hat tricks, double kills, whatever it may be. Her presence on the server, not well received by Gentlemates as they concede. And you look at the grander scheme of things as to why, Summer, and it feels like Focus were able to really put pen to paper in their own way. It didn't feel like that this was a game that they were playing against Gentlemates. It was a case of they were just playing their game and Gentlemates couldn't match it. Looked really confident, and I mean, you can see the first kills here. Fantastic. I mean, neither side really can hold on to a post plant consistently, but I guess when both teams falling victim to the same error, it is quite literally the fortunate moments that matter most. And in this case, Focus 17 out of 28 first bloods.
Yeah, I really want to see on who sort of the breakdown of that was, because again, looking towards obviously Star's performance, incredible. But also the little picks and dibs that we saw Mali get as well. Same goes for when you're looking towards the chamber utility and the chamber aggressive peaks from Sammy. And yeah, you look towards the series so far. Admittedly, a harder fought victory for Focus in towards the second map compared to what Gentlemates were able to walk away with their map pick with relative ease. This, when we're teeing up for Haven, we were expecting Summer and Ascent to be both one-sided. Gentlemates definitely stepping up in that second map, just maybe not necessarily enough.
Yes, and Haven, the decider, where Gentlemates have played the majority of their maps through 2026 thus far, Summer. So the concern is definitely there for the Focus Sakura side to see if they can bring this home and reverse sweep in their upper bracket opener. Of course, the first time that they're here in 2026, and well, for the Gentlemate side, this is the third time that they're here, and potentially a win today secures them a spot at Sao Paulo. The question is, will they be able to bring things over the line? A historic map for them of Haven up next to see if they can deliver and find themselves on the biggest stage. We'll be back after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know.
성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 gonna shake that 해골로 채운 옷잘 전부 that's like 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? I'll never fight, I'll sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine, cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세 와 맛보게 fade. 빛이 보여 네 bandits. 그럼 니네 rampage. 이게 나니까 judge you can't change. 내게 나서 plan B.
Welcome back, everyone. A third and final map required between these two. Summer, a real contrast in how the maps are played out between the first two, right? Obviously, the first quick dismissal, Gentlemates were just able to overcome everything on Ascent. And however, out on Summit, well, Gentlemates had a commanding lead until Focus got on the defense. And then that's where things started to turn pear-shaped. Both teams eager to take this third.
Yeah, and especially going in towards this third map as this decider, a lot of focus on both of these teams, especially given the clawback of momentum that we saw from the Focus Sakura side, being able to build on that going forward into Haven, but also for Ascent, for Gentlemates having that quick victory on Ascent, hoping to retrieve a little bit of ground under their feet again, because on Summit, it was a little bit of a slip and slide of nothing really going their way in that second half, especially as we got into overtime where Focus were able to nip them to the bud for that 14th round. My focus though for Haven is definitely going to be on the duelists yet again, because in the first map and even in the second, if you want to be honest, Barrier X have been performing amazingly so far this series, but same goes for Star. So looking more of that head-to-head comparison between those two players as we head in towards Haven, looking for sort of the endurance aspect of the Star quality that we have on both sides of the server.
Yeah, I don't think that's unfair to say either, Summer, right? Like, as you say, top performers throughout this series so far have been those duelists, have really been those difference makers. As you would expect, I think obviously you've got to turn your attention maybe to the history of this map as well, for the likes of Gentlemates who have played this religiously this year so far. Okay, they're weakest technically in terms of win percentage, but even then, to score nearly a 60% win rate over the amount that they've played, I think is a phenomenal number to host. And you know, you look at the likes of the Focus side, well, you know, over 20 maps, they're not exactly bolstering a 60% win rate like the Gentlemates side are. So I think that's definitely going to be something that Focus are going to have to overcome. Having said that, they're no strangers to adversity, because they have found themselves in complete darkness in the first half of the second map. However, yet we're still here talking about a third.
Yeah, and not to count Focus out by any means, but when you're looking towards that first half of Summit, you almost felt like it was an inevitability that it was going to be a 2-0 in favor of Gentlemates. They would have already been booking their tickets to champs. But it's, like you said, it's the fighting against adversity, building their way back up into it, round by round, multi-kill by multi-kill. And it was so nice to see not only just one player popping off. Obviously, there's a lot of focus on towards Star on that duelist role. But like we were mentioning before, Mali and Sammy both having their own highlight moments, and really seeing that build up into that sort of flip of the script in towards that second map. And now us coming in towards Haven, yes, there's still questions to be answered by both teams, but it feels a little bit more of an equal playing field coming in towards that, given the performance and sort of the rebound that we did see towards the tail end of Summit.
Yes, and obviously we talked about the history of Summit and how lopsided it was in favour of Focus. Just to reiterate, we look at the group stage game that we saw just a couple weeks ago. Well, on Haven, you know, the same treatment that Focus gave on Summit, Gentlemates were able to perform to basically the same degree. So Look, I'm not saying that this is everything to go by. This isn't the holy grail that we have to follow here in this map summer. I think it's really important to highlight, however, you look at the numbers here, Haven was a very definitive performance for the Gentlemates side. Okay, sure, Focus have had a couple of rounds in the ring already with this team, and especially this is going to be their second on this map, but there's no denying at least the history. You know, as much as we said that we were going to believe in Focus on the defense in the second map, you kind of have to use that same logic and point out the obvious that Gentlemates do look incredible on this map, especially as shown previously.
And when you're talking about previously, though, I still want to be looking towards Focus. And even if you look at that series in particular, on Haven especially, the entry kills aren't necessarily being super one-sided in regards to it always being the side of Gentlemates. Focus are actually normally leading in that, and especially what we saw just now on Summit. What was it, 17-9 in regards to the entries, all in their favor, and being able to build off that in the mid-round, I think is going to be the important thing for Focus coming into this matchup, in towards Haven in particular, because it seems like they've got the entries down to a T. It's just that mid to late rounding that they might have to just polish up just slightly just to edge the victory over Gentlemates coming in towards this one. And it's the opposite script for Gentlemates. Get a little bit more of a focus on those entry bloods and those first bloods, and being able to get the entries in and out relatively quickly without the trades necessarily being there for the side of Focus.
Yeah, and so far I think we've seen a lot of the same things being picked between these two teams. We head into Agent Select now to see if we see a repeat from that group stage, right? See if there are any changes. I highly doubt so, Summer, but you can never say never in these situations. And by the looks of things, it is all in order. Marty out on that Yoru once again. Berry X, of course, on the Phoenix. You've got the Sovas there as well between Mali and Tokamite. Interestingly enough, however, it is the Jet instead of the Yoru for Focus Sakura. So again, there's a deviation between the teams, but by and large, it is the exact same comps they've played against each other in the group stage.
Yeah, it's not necessarily any point in deviating from that now. Stick to what you know. And for the side of Gentlemates, it's going to be difficult for Focus Sakura to deal with so many flashes, especially when you're wanting to see maybe Sammy or Star get out on that operator. We saw how potent it was in the last couple of maps. But with Barry X, Marty, and Nami, and even Toka, if you want to talk about the Owl drone and the recon as well, just to be annoying to those deep sight lines that you can get with the operator, it's going to be something that is going to be in the back of the minds of the Sakura sides of, if we do invest in towards that operator, how are we necessarily going to be able to counter the counter utility that Gentlemates are going to be bringing forward with it?
Looking at the stats as well, Summer, I think it's fair to say, okay, sure, the comp pick percentage is obviously over time. It isn't just this head-to-head, this matchup in particular. But Focus Sakura may be a little more comfortable in terms of those numbers. In the sense of the map win percentage, Gentlemates, of course, it leans that way. And, well, at the end of the day, the defense and attack percentages we've learned basically means nothing at this point after what we saw on Summit.
Yeah, and if you think of Gentlemates, that's going to be across the whole year, so across the whole 2026 season. In the most recent split, in Split 3, it's about an 80% pick rate for them on this composition, so it's definitely not as out there as that 20% that people at home might be thinking. This is definitely a comfort pick for them. It's what they've been playing in the most recent matches, and they've got relatively good success in it. This is exactly the same comp that they 13-4'd Focus Sakura on.
And it comes down to this, our decider between the mates and Focus Sakura to see who will progress in the upper bracket. Of course, huge implications for Gentlemates, where again, like I opened on Summit, it is the exact same on Haven. They are 13 rounds away from taking a trip to Sao Paulo. And as you can see here, I mean, the headshot rate, definitely something we'll be looking out for Nami, but the history runs deep between these two. Focus losing 13-4. They want to be putting up a better fight here as the decider in their opening game of their first playoffs of 2026.
Open it up with a flash out window, wanting to go aggressive, but no intoning from Gentlemates. It's a heavy stack towards A long. Wen's the only player anywhere near to be any sort of denial. Respect being given though. Focus in towards this post plant. I can already see Marty working on that flank.
Oh. Gotta be careful, Marty. Doesn't connect the shot. Kavik gets first blood. Spike still ticking as well, so the approach to Gentlemates has to be direct. Berry X one back,
Massive
but it's
paranoia.
Mally. And as you say, the blind affecting what feels like everyone close on sight. Berry X dropped, not to mention Tokamite taking some chip damage as well. They can't cross freely. There's so many bodies in the window, and a jumping right click from Addy will close things out. Focus, take the pistol.
Starting to heat up themselves in regards to the pistols. It's been 3 pistols in a row for Gentlemates, and starting to find an answer back now for Focus. Sets them up at least for a little bit of a stronger half, because you think back to both on the first, second half of Ascent and on the first half of Summit, not only weren't able to get the pistols, they weren't able to get the bonus conversion. So going down 0-3 at the beginning of the maps and beginning of the halves, definitely not the way you want to go forward. So positive light for Focus there, starting off the map as they mean to continue. Also means Gentlemates don't necessarily have that buffer of rounds to work with. At least an early buffer.
Deploying drone.
Our drone sent out by Mally. Sweeping what's on A. Checking close short. The drone is destroyed. Work of assumption as to where potentially these bodies are. Nice start. No scopes for start. Easily done. Marty, an upgrade in weaponry. Switching out the sidearms. Able to drop the jet. But how much more damage realistically can be done off the back of this Marshall? Need to find 4. Smoke fades in heaven. She starts to take face.
I mean, at this point, you'll take anything, any sort of damage that can be done. Especially looking if you can drop Sammy. That's a Phantom.
Oh no! Close your eyes. Tough to watch. Could have been a bit more damage, as you say, Summer, instead. Focus will walk away with a win, and in fact, it's by elimination, not by objective. All 5 dead for Gentlemates. Now they get to move into the bonus, and it's time for Gentlemates to put up a rebuttal here on the defense.
Weapons back out. Perfect opportunity to do so. The only concerning aspect is, out of 5 Gentlemate players, only 1 actually has full shields, and you look towards Star, Outlaw in hand. Could be devastating for the Gentlemate side. Half armor. It's not really going to protect them against body shot from Star.
Blind sent out. Dendery dropped deep as well. Be careful. They know that the pressure is definitely mounting towards A. How deep does Berry X go? Well, she's primed on the off angle. Swings. Big hit. Sammy down. Star finding Wens. That's the C anchor gone. So as much as the importance of the kill towards A, you lose your solo site anchor.
They can't necessarily speed up in towards C, given how spread apart that attacking force of Focus was. Don't necessarily see the speed up, and with Marty and Nami both rotating over to support, Focus collective forces towards mid. Barry X is going to be hearing this commotion.
Spike planted.
Blind spike down. Nami out on the rafters. Trying to apply some effect from the rooftops instead. Marty, Berry X both with kills. 2 on 4. This is a bonus for Focus. Let's not forget that this one made devastating. Gentlemates on the board, Summer. 4 rifles brought forward. I think in terms of damage and in terms of what's brought into the next, Gentlemates have done well for themselves.
Yeah, keeping it as clean as possible. Nami somehow surviving on such low HP, getting spammed to get that defuse down, but instead are able to feed that over on towards Barrier X, get the run it back online early. Again, an important factor, whether that's for early pushes out of down C long or out of garage, down A, something to catch the focus players off guard. Or even in the post plants in regards to the retakes. A little bit of adaptation from the setup though, so a lot heavier towards C in the initial fight. Ooh, punish.
That's the start. That is a great start. As you say, Cabot bears the corner. Marty falls victim to the Vandal. Cage to go up in garage. Berry X. And some spam. Cabot has to move away. Low HP, does not want to compromise the early advantage earned. A double walk from garage. It's Brave! And it's Stardust caught out. Smoke towards C. You can tell they know the instant reaction, Summer.
Yeah, definitely aware of the possibilities, and even now popping the molly down, getting back off site. Well, we're waiting to see what happens. Probably just as much as you guys are, but we're back, and run it back is also utilized. Straight out of spawn for Barry X.
Into the fire. And caught by Flames. Cabot dropping another with the Vandal. This time the numbers now even. The retake attempt here. Not peeking on the blind. Barry X needs 2 more. 2 already found. Flash ready for the left-hand side. Wondering if she'll be able to isolate these fights. Peek in, finds the 3rd, looking for 4, now knows where Addy is. It's a tap, no, it's a stick brought off by the shoulder peek. A TP across for Addy. Berry X seems to know what's going on. A jiggle, it's being stuck. Addy needs to swing, and she does not. Berry X, 3 kills, 1v2, a Red Bull clutch to end round 4.
Got there eventually, but for Gentlemates, that's 2 now retakes in a row going in their favor, but it's so costly. Barely any players survive. And it's a Red Bull clutch for the Phoenix player. A lot of damage being done. A quadra kill for herself in that round, and just nerves of steel.
Tactical break. I mean, I'd argue this should be Focus calling it, because there's no way that it should be 2-2 right now. They should be ahead of the curve. Gentlemate's fortunate to be picking that up, and it is by mistake of those players in the attack left to defend the C site that we are at this standpoint after 4 played. And they will be the teams to take the timeout first. They're not afraid to call an early timeout, Summer. I do respect that a lot about this team. They're not scared to recognise when a thing's going south. Well, you know, we've got coaching staff, we've got outside assistants that we can bring in for these short blips of time. Why don't we get someone on the other line, tell us where we're going wrong, and try and clear things up before the half is too irreparable?
Yeah, it's like phone a friend on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. You gotta take that lifeline if it's available. There's no harm in using it, especially if you can figure out the right answer for a reply that might be needed to start to shift things in favor of the attacking team yet again. At the moment it's equal.
Shock dart. My camera is destroyed.
Giddy util, getting rid of the Cypher setup towards C. The camera. And now to take some more dangerous measures. The jump spot out towards C. Allowing Marty to cross on the op. He'll hold down the angle. To go up. Very X spotted close. That compromises the early A play. The Gentlemates are wanting to make. It's almost like a game of chess here, Summer. You know, everyone's trying to play safe and smart and not really like sacrifice any pieces.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They haven't actually been able to clear Barry X out of that position, so a lot of information still available to Gentlemates of that it's not necessarily going to be A, or at least not just yet. Backing away to deeper position on A long for safety while the rotates go over towards B.
Caught by the trip, but no information gathered. Marty baited by the arm of someone. Sammy able to find the opener. It's a hard push towards C. Time is of the essence here, Summer. Let's not forget, they've got to make their move. The spike has got to go down. Sammy's hat trick. It might be enough, but Toka might. She'll respond. Eventually dropped by Addy. And Berry X now left in another clutch. This time, Focus shouldn't be making the same mistakes, but we shouldn't also be offering one-on-ones. Time ticking. But Berry X knows there's enough of it to reposition herself towards Garage.
The Focus are also repositioning towards backside. They're together, ready to trade off each other.
The swing. Arm spotted. Double swing. Star from the left. Cabot on the right. There was no denying Focus of a third there. A huge hat trick from Toka. But it all means naught.
And it comes down to Sammy's triple, man. That's not even her putting her own life on the line. It's the run it back. It was a free life. And take 3 down for the price of 0, realistically. The Flash is just disrupting any sort of semblance of a defensive setup, of crossfires, of playoff contact peaks that Gentleman's were intending to go for. And the ramifications of that and the last couple of rounds have been so costly for the defensive side as they're down onto Classic, some Bandits. Sure, there's a couple of different pistols in the mix. Nothing really to write home about as Cabot takes an early entry onto her opposition of Wens. It's
Gets his lead. Kept a clean round so far from Focus. 2 kills. Spike's in a convenient position to make its way towards the site. The only damaging piece could have been Nami on the Bucky. Gotta be careful. Bears the corner. Sammy delivers 1 to the dome piece. Berry X 1 on 5. Coming through B, linking towards A. At this point, any damage is good. I mean, looking at the Focus money here, Summer, to keep 5 alive, this would be a huge builder financially.
I mean, it's not also about keeping them alive. Is not a lick of damage has been done yet, right? Everybody's still sitting pretty on 100. All their shields are still intact. So you're minimizing as much reinvestment that they're going to have to go in towards the next round with. Like you said, it's going to be massive for them, not only weapon-wise, but also for shields. And there you see it. An absolutely flawless round from Focus. Starting to build further up in towards the cash reserves, but also a great response to the couple of rounds Gentleman's were able to realistically steal away from them in those 2 retakes. At least a little bit of a stabilization from them, putting themselves 2 to the good in the lead.
Couple up, as you say. A lead that will not easily be given up, they know. Having only been here for the first time today, they don't want the run to start off on a negative note, and it would be a huge statement to take down the Queens of EMEA and Gentlemates. A patient game yet again. It really is, Summer, just like watching a game of chess. Advancements being made, it's all very tactical. No one wanting to make that mistake. You can see that Focus starting to group up in middle. Well, there is one. Sammy ahead of the pack, caught out. And the firepower cut down as Focus work back from the 4v5.
And that's what we're talking about for Gentleman, struggling with the entries on the previous map.
Who's next?
An important kill for Berry X to get, and cleanly at that. Slight bit of damage short. Ultimate from Marty, spotting out a player, isolated and alone. Berry X takes a full advantage of that. And Marty still continues flanking.
Start earns 1 back, but it is a 4-on-3. Work to be done, 20 seconds left as well. Cage is being put up, run it back used by Berry X, a TP under heaven. Star's able to find that run it back, so now the numbers look good. Focus 2 back, knives drawn, it's all on Star, 1-on-3, and that chance fizzles out fast. Berry X's hat trick to give Gentlemates their 3rd.
A lot of work being done by BerryX. Also, it's the layering of utility Marty, enabling the duelist companion of BerryX on towards the Phoenix to get a second. Put them in a prime opportunity for the retake, because then they can just throw bodies at the problem, like you could see them as they went out from spawn. Being able to play the numbers game, trade their way out of the situation. But again, it relies on getting those entries. There's still a focus on towards Gentlemates to continue that going forward. Especially now, Marty with the operator in hand.
Brave. Gonna say,
yeah, and the
Nami
ultimate
probably
too.
best to get out. As you say, Hunter's Fury used for the defense. I was expecting it to be used in tandem. Instead, a rogue push up mid. Nami knows better.
Yeah, but the thing is, BerryX is still here, and you can see the pings going out. Aldrone even invested because, yeah, so unknown. But Wens is here in support, so is Nami from mid.
Oh, the flash, it's good, Wens. A good opener. 5-on-4, yet again, Focus penalised in the first engagement. Less than a minute left to work with. Tokamite. Silent jump spot on long. Now spotting the jet. Recon dart at the ready. This is going to thwart any pushes. At least that's what you'd expect. As you say, Paranoia could be there. Tokamite only one. Focus earn 2 back. 3v3 in the post plant.
At least with the neural theft, they know everyone's going to be coming from that spawn positions. Whether they can hold off the advancements. Nami goes towards heaven to see if the elevated angle might work out in favor.
Waiting for Focus to peak, but I think, unfortunately for Gentlemates, they've already taught them that lesson. Overzealousness will be punished, so they are playing crossfires, they're playing contact. Nice first kill, a second, a third. It is a beautiful post plant from Focus. 5-3, the gap back up to 2. A few rounds left to make amends in this half. I've got to say, for the Gentlemate side, I like the idea of the mid-play Summer, but when that all starts to fall apart, sticking about could have been costly. And then the A play, nicely served up for Focus to bring that one home.
Yeah, it's when they're lacking utility to go for that retake. You saw a couple of rounds ago how impactful the flashes were from BerryX as they pop out the smoke, being able to differentiate between the players that were either in shorts, on default plan, or under hell. But in that one, they just had to realistically take out the contact because they'd already utilized all of the spare utility that they had. Even with a player dropping down from heaven, too little too late and a little bit mistimed, that Focus can easily pick up those individual kills. And in a 3v3 retake, have 3 players walking out alive. And it makes sense that we're going to be going in towards a tactical break now for Gentlemates, right? In the sense of, sure, it's not necessarily the worst rounds in regards to only being 2 down, but they're going into this now lower by, not really much to invest in this with, both in money and in regards to ult. But at the same time, even the rounds that they were able to get, not in the fashion that you would expect them to. It's coming down to the wire, but for majority of this map, Focus have been in the driver's seat.
I think the other important piece of information is that Gentlemates have only been able to win 1 of the last 4 rounds, so for them it's just a case of trying to set the record back straight. Star, good beginning, has the dash at the ready, closing the gap towards Nami, blind by the Phoenix. Sammy, easy double. Spike to go down, Marty and Tokamite kind of just left to let this one happen. No resources really between them to get this one going. Should be wrapped up neatly. Favor of this attack to take the tally to 6.
Yeah, and it's not as if you're looking towards Toka or Marty being 1 away from ultimate, that they just want to go hunting for these exits. That's exactly what Focus are going to want to do. A lot of cash in the pocket. Putting salt in the wound if they can get these kills. Obviously, it's not necessarily any weapons for Gentlemates to save, but it's more of the mental aspect of things, not giving them the opportunity to go out on their own terms to the spike, instead getting hunted down. And another flawless round yet again for Focus. Sakura on the board. Starting to build their way back into this now. Not only doubling their lead, but a continuation from the focus that we were seeing on Summit that was incredibly absent on Ascent. So building their way into the series as a whole also.
I've got to say, it's been a lot more consistent in victory as well for Focus compared to that of the last. See what happens in round number 10. If Focus can continue to shed growth on their attack, or if the defense has other ideas. The timeout not too long behind us, Summer, so time to see what Gentlemates are going to be putting into practice.
Well, spikes at least down for Focus. Many players for this post plan, but start to dwindle now for Gentlemates. Star is fighting forward.
It's beautiful. It's so good from Focus. A near flawless round. Addy dropped, but she was the space creator, took the TP to B, and they knew that the site was clear, the damage enough. And the repercussions huge because, well, the Sheriffs filling the pockets of the Gentlemate side.
I'll say it again. Focus just salt in the wound with the lash that they've given towards Gentlemate so far. It's not looking any better going forward for them. Down again on towards the pistols. Sheriffs at least of an investment, but it's nothing that's necessarily starting to make you feel confident.
Oh, Addy! I know it's clay pigeon shooting. It's against pistols. It's against the half buy. A nice couple of kills, but even then, it is a 2 versus 2, so a very integral set of frags. Marty walking forward out of long. Eyes set on maybe upgrading to a rifle. Being very aware that Focus could still be holding these weapons in place.
I mean, also looking towards Wen's positioning, has an opportunity to come for that flank, but you're going to see at least Marty pick up a weapon. Abbott wants to go looking, knows that there was a player nearby.
I know exactly where.
Pipe planted, neural theft. It's a big investment from Wens, but I suppose now that you have the 2 rifles, this round looks a lot more approachable. If you're on the Gentlemate side, TP up into the heavens, Addy tag low. It's not looking good. And Wens able to dish out the kill. Cabot 1 on 2. Good first frag. Needs one more. Switches to the sidearm. Trusting in the Sheriff. But Wens bests her with the rifle. 4 on the board for Gentlemates.
And it's the fashion that they do it in a mode of thrifty to get a 4th round on the board when it looked absolutely devastating for them with rifles, when it was full buys, when they had operators of their own. But we were looking towards this triple kill from Addy thinking that it was all over, but somehow in the background it was Nami and Marty collecting 3 between them. And of course, Focus turning their sights onto side to get that spike planted, getting towards the post plant. Affords both Marty and Wentz the perfect opportunity to pick up a couple of weapons, use that neural theft, and readjust for their retake. A bounce back for a 5th here could be massive for them. Ultimate invested early from Addy just to regroup with her teammates towards C.
And now the entire operation compromised. Focus just have to go in towards the C site. Star to try and create some space. Spots a couple of bodies towards spawn. And while Led's being shot through the smoke, it's no damage done.
It's going to be heavily in favor for Gentlemates for this retake. Looking at the ultimates that they have, Marty can give so much information.
And there you go. Marty dropping the dimensional drift. Having said that, Mali now has Hunter's Fury as well. So if this takes too long, it could be problematic. Invested early and fighting forwards is Focus. 3 out of the bag, 4 make it. In fact, all 5 a team ace to boot. 8-4 at the end of this half. Focus with a commanding lead. But as we learned on Summit, there is still plenty of time for these measures to change. We know that this is a game of 2 halves. Can it be found in the second? Can Gentlemates recover? We'll find out after this.
Switching sides.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Our last half in front of us now. Focus with a lead of 4, up 8-4 against Gentlemates. And Focus, well, eyes set on the defense of Haven. Bring this one home, continue their run in the upper bracket and send Gentlemates to the lowers. See what they can do for us here. Heading into our second half. Summer, focus on this defense, compositionally speaking. Nothing that really sets them apart from that of the mates, it's just a duelist change, so we'll see how they fare in terms of teamwork and communication. A fast play towards C.
Ooh, lovely flash out of Garage, but nothing really to follow it up. Cabot needs to be careful, already low HP.
Damage being done. You can hear Nami taking some lead, but delivers first blood. Sammy able to watch on as the rest of the team try and get back into this site. Nice shot from Tokamite. 4 on 3. Cabot low now, dead. 2 players left alive for Focus. This pistol, the retake chance is diminishing by the millisecond. Star swings out nice on the Sheriff, but Mally now needs 3. Hits the first, blinded up the flank. Marty, let's not scare us too much. The pistol was always going to be theirs, but could have been kept a little clean.
Yeah, I got a little bit worried then. I don't know what we're going to see in the replay. I know we have some great people in production that always do the players dirty.
Love playing those moments back, don't they? Love it.
In slow-mo as well. But it doesn't matter. A pistol win is a pistol win. So
yeah,
it's a split pistol for the teams as they head into the third and final map. A little bit of a punchy beginning for Gentlemates in the second half gambit. Important victory at that of 1. Again, early aggression down towards long. Marty, no real investment in weapons. Off the basis of that, Star is going to be able to relay so much information to the rest of the Focus players that it's not a, you can rotate, fortify the C defense.
Good start. Ollie stops the aggression as well, and Sammy's able to encroach, but Berry X catching Cabot. There are plenty of bodies on this C site, not to mention the flank coming in as well here. They've got to be careful here, Gentlemates. Nice shot from Nami, able to trade out Marty in the heart of the site. This one's starting to fizzle out unless Star can find more on the Bandit. The classic in back sight, trying to pepper down Marty. Jiggle, swing, nice shot off the Sheriff. I mean, a really messy round, and the spike is down. What does Star want to do in the 2-on-1?
Especially given Star has that bandit in hand. And with Gentlemates rotating away an opportunity to pick up a better weapon. But for Gentlemates, you said it's already a messy round. Keep it as clean as possible, or at least a victory, because right now Star is actually the one leading with HP, and with weapon picked up Bulldog, you want to start believing in this duelist. Already shown great things so far in the series and so far in Split. Opportunity to isolate these kills as well. One Heaven, one Hell.
You expect this setup though. Star walking through, clears the angle. Marty a bullet away from death. Fortunate enough to tell the tale. Gentlemates, a messy way to bring home the 6th. Gap down to 2. And those pistols just clipping at the heels here of the Gentlemates side. Quite scary. Focus able to bring out the rifles though, knowing they've done integral financial damage.
Yeah, and then some. Look at the investments that are being made though. Still not a bonus that should be easily dealt with by Focus. 3 premium rifles, Guardian still available. Only Nami really without anything to a name. Fast in towards Garage.
This is quick. Outlaw baited. Star can't afford to stick around. Second one baited as well. But look at the flank, Sammy. Nice adjustment. It could have been for everything. Instead, Gentlemates left with a fighting chance. But the C-site attempt thwarted. Have to move elsewhere. And that's where Wens can activate on the lurk. Nami through Garage. It's all crumbling for Focus right now. Cabot and Addy. They had plenty of support. Now it's just those two left to close this round out. And it will not happen. 3v5 to 3v0. Light work made out of the Focus defense.
What happened to Gentlemates in that last round? Every kill felt almost instantaneous. Sure, we saw it from the Focus player's perspective majority of the time, almost as if they peaked and insta-died. So Gentlemates looking like they're stepping up their game, looking a little bit more crispy in the last couple. That's one of the things that they've been incredibly consistent at. Incredibly potent of converting that 3rd round after winning the pistol. Now the pressure. Even though the first half was seemingly all Focus, Gentlemates have a prime opportunity to equalise. Look at the weapons. But it's also the perfect opportunity for Focus to pull the wool over Gentlemates' eyes, walking away with Motor Thrifty, or doing any sort of damage. Don't want to let Gentlemates get too confident.
Flash goes out. It's a wide swing from Sammy. Advantage conceded for Focus. And Gentlemates just running down this B site. Blood in the water. Berry eggs. Hat-trick of frags. Looking for more. Toka might spot in the shoulder of Cabot. Tapping away on the Vandal. Being spammed out from behind as well. How is she still alive? Finally taken down. But Marty blasts her back with the Outlaw. 8-8. We're tied up after 16, Summer.
Help. Important couple of kills from Barry X, but at the same time, the kill from Toka, the fact that she's able to get one and almost readjust for the second. But nonetheless, a little bit of damage done by Focus. Not necessarily the best situation for them in the previous, but a little bit of damage is better than none. Now we're going to be seeing another tactical break. It's the second one for Focus, knowing what this round means, given that the fact that they've got the weapons back out, they've got the operator as well for start. It's time to make the difference here. Otherwise, they'll soon lose the lead, and the momentum again beginning to shift in favour of the French squad.
Yeah, an inspiring start to the second half for Gentlemates. Focus, well, their attempts, while promising at times, have been faltered. as you say rightly, round 17, you know, you've lost the entire lead you built up in the first half. It now relies solely on winning this round to stay ahead. Otherwise, you will have to work from behind. You will have to mount a comeback of your own. And for a Gentlemate side that was so momentum-driven on a map like Summit, this gets awfully scary should they concede.
That's also the same for Focus. It's not as if they're not used to fighting from the back foot, but they want to put themselves in the best position going forward.
Quick play towards A. Operator spotted on Star. And so the smoke dropped in front. Dash brought in. No saw. Quick scope rather onto Marty. Toka might not able to find anything either. Berry X1. Nami able to take down Sammy's ult. And so a 3-on-4. It's not the most unlosable situation for Gentlemates. Just some expectations needing to be exceeded here in the post plant.
You gotta be careful though of that trip on long. You see Wens want to jump out of the smoke in support. Still got enough utility for delay, but look how many players are coming from heaven!
Oh, the flash is good, and Nami caught out. Wens having to trade. All in the hands of Berry Eggs. And who better to have in this situation? Flash to go high, playing with fire. As it's Berry Eggs that gets burned. Both players low. Ring around the roses on the back of side, but Sammy still connects. And Focus will retain.
Just about able to get that across the line. You see, we talk about the head-to-heads between the duelists, especially looking between Star and Barry X. But it was this time Sammy thrown a name into the hat. And the Phoenix had to head towards the end, and an immediate headshot needed to shut down Barry X. And even just looking at the scoreboard below, both duelists, both Phoenixes topping the board for either side. A great conversion off the back of a focus timeout. An important conversion.
Habit with some early pressure, trying to force Gentlemates away out on C. Leaving some gunfire, giving it back out. But at this point, it's all cosmetic to the round. There is no damage dealt just yet.
Who's next?
Yet again, Gentlemates eyeing up the A site more. The Yoru dimensional drift being used. Star takes the swing out. Berry X well prepared. Some good communication. And the Yoru now in on site. Marty swings wide, able to find Mali. Addy, got to be careful. The neural theft deployed 3-on-4.
That's the thing. No one quite necessarily close enough to make that quick dash to C, so it's into B that they go. Or at least that's what they want Focus to think. Spike's heading back to A, and well, Focus are biting on the bait.
Oh my word, Cabot. 3-on-3, but as you say, it's all theatrics towards B. The A site was the end goal, despite all of the cloak and dagger elsewhere. And so now it is a retake. Sammy quite aggressive, but you can't really go as two here. I think you've got to wait. Cabot, neural theft now for the defense, so they'll know where the attack is.
Hunter's Fury for the defense, though, for Toka to get them off the spike if he even needed. You to the early on the push out. Addy's TPing everywhere.
Straight into the jaws of Nami. Cabot 1-on-3. Tap of the spike. The recon destroyed, and Wens waiting round the corner. 9-9. We really are getting into the deep end of map 3, and neither team willing to give up.
Oh, this TP from Addy into the clutches of Nami. Sure, gets traded, but too many plays for Gentlemates. Another tactical break, this time for Gentlemates. And sure, it's 9-9. They won the previous, but the last opportunity for the coaches to have their say in regulation. A minute of time. The inputs for the adaptations, for the cautions to be known, especially looking at the money, knowing how important this round is for Gentlemates to get across the line. This should be a relatively done deal for them in the sense of getting up onto 10, getting that lead back. But just making sure no shenanigans from Star with the Blade Storm Mali with the Hunter's Fury to shake things up as well.
See here. Nice quote from Mali.
Yeah, I think I quite like this quote from Ali talking about the structure of the team changing and also her focuses as an IGL of wanting to make sure that they're doing the right thing on the bigger, grander scheme of things. Definitely looking towards her as one of the younger IGLs and more inexperienced IGLs when it comes to deeper runs in towards Game Changers EMEA, whether that's into playoffs, it being her first time here. Definitely a one to watch for the future.
I was going to say, there's no denying that what we saw between Stage 2 and Stage 3 has been night and day. Like Mali obviously saying about working on the macro, working a little closer with the team and enforcing certain rules and regulations to make sure that you're sort of running a more tight-knitted ship. Got to say, you know, they were 9th place in Stage 2 group stage. They were fighting for their spot again. This time, it's a completely different story. Nice job from start. One with the knives. Can't get too excited just yet, though, because the delay is so good out of Berry X. And then not to mention, Spike's already down. The blind is good. Got to get the kills here. Berry X chased down, eventually removed. Nami just straight through the smoke. No worries at all. Gentlemate's advantage, 10-9.
Yeah, important round for them as well. Not letting anything catch them up on the lower and lesser buy focus. Sure, they had the investment of the Blade Storm, but keeping things relatively under control. Lovely flying right kick coming in from Addy. A little bit of a consolation prize for the couple of kills that they were able to get, but both teams realistically walk away with that with exactly what they wanted. Gentlemate's around 10, focus a little bit damage.
Camera destroyed, but it's integral information that yet again Gentlemate's pouring towards the C side of the map. Nami taking the TP across. Default from Gentlemate's just early pressure towards C. See what they can establish and go from there. That, though, not the way that Gentlemate's wanted to start round 20.
And not the follow-up either. Sure, they're able to sneak into short. That gets shut down, so they attempt to go for long. Start on that long angle. Operator now at least known. So Gentlemates will have a little bit more information to work with, but the options start to dwindle. A has been a complete shutout, so they look towards C, but Spike's outside B at the moment. They need to get a kill relatively soon, and they can start to move their pieces afterwards. Whether even Mali gets hard cleared here.
Trip gone. So now it's just a case of the rifle having to do all the work. Time, you heard over the intercom, there's not much of it, Summer. 30 seconds was the call. Berry X in the smoke, walks past, but finds nothing. And now Sammy able to peek round the corner and focus, make sure this one kept tidy and this one kept flawless. 10-10. Yet again, Summer, we're at an even number and both teams sat equally to their goal.
Yeah, it's this back and forth that really keeping both of us on our toes, and I'm sure the players and coaches themselves feel it. Relatively nail biter of a final map.
This goes here. This goes here. Yes.
A little bit of a shuffle of the setup for focus. Now start out towards C. That operator and Gentlemate's take a little bit more of a direct approach to the control on A long.
I think the more overarching point, Summer, is you look at the money for Gentlemates and, well, okay, sure, Nami is a bit of an exception to this rule, but losing this, you're on an eco. You know, you go 11-10 down, you're on the eco, you expect it to be 12-10. You know, this quickly becomes a very winnable game to one that you kind of have to fight in OT.
Start dodging the owl drone.
Smart move from Star. They know that the Yoru has caused problems when It's been allowed the space into sight. Good start from BerryX. It's unbelievable! Talk about a moment when you need to see BerryX come up clutch. Mali and Addy left to tuck tail and save. A huge round, all by the helm of BerryX, the spearhead of the push. And she just decimates Focus.
Prime opportunity for Focus. You were teeing it up of it being Star dodges the drone, dodges the paranoia, has the perfect opportunity, and who comes around the corner? None other than BerryX, getting a triple for herself. And it's not just for herself really at that point, it's for the team, what it means to them to win this round of all the rounds. And again, it's this back and forth between the two teams. Immediate lockout. Mali and Addy have no chance into that. How early the round was decided off of the back of an entry. Multi-kill from BerryX. Puts them up on towards 11. For Focus though, like we said, it wasn't necessarily the round that it was a must win in regards to the money aspect of things. They have still plenty to reinvest, and likely to still see a reinvestment into an operator for start. And he does have enough money to drop that over. You'll see it come to fruition now. The thing is, with that round, with that multi-kill, BerryX now has the running back online yet again. Another aspect of things that Focus are going to have to contend with.
This goes here.
Playing again with the trip. Cast and recall. Should have kept it there because Addy's walking up close. Of course, with the cage being there, you kind of anticipate that they definitely could be there. Do you expect the third? It has to be huge from Addy too. I mean, it's good enough on her own, but between the other two, finding nothing. It's a costly retake now for Focus. Star and Mali have to step up to the top step. Hunter's Fury. Now, this is going to provide a bit of coverage and maybe even information, but nothing detected off the back of it. Now a one-way dropped on top of the spike. Okay, sure, Star can stick it to half with one of the cloud bursts. Tagged up by the recon. The owl drone. Ever seeing Star doesn't clear in Cubby. And it is a mistake after mistake for Focus. Gentlemate, map, series, and qualification point for GCC.
And it's two back-to-back rounds that Gentlemates have found success on towards C. Two different versions of it. One being the triple kill entry from BerryX, completely locking Focus out of any attempted retake. But the second, a fight that realistically was initiated by Focus. The walk down, Cabot caught out in the open, which just it's in transition between positions, wanting to go and support a teammate that had tucked herself in towards Cubby. But given the money, given how they've been able to shuffle their finances around, it's still a buy for Focus. There's still an operator on the board for Star. But so far, it's been completely removed from the last two rounds. Now an opportunity with presence over towards 8. To get more of an entry kill rather than just left scrambling for the retake.
So much audio being given out towards the A site. Gentlemates do not care. They're not here to try and psych out Focus. They smell blood. They want it. Into the heart of sight. Star jumping around in the smoke. The shorty. The knife was drawn. There was nearly a knife in the potentially final round of the game. Tokamite and Marty both with kills. Owl drone sent over the top. It's a 3v5 that Focus need to win. And as the dust settles, the spike goes down. Those odds don't improve. And in fact, Focus impeded upon. Flashes are out, the recon is in, but Focus can't penalise. In the cage, moving forward. This one is looking bleak as Marty secures the fate. A 2 versus 5, and the bodies will drop in favour of Gentlemates. Forget the bracket, forget the winner, forget everything. Gentlemates, well, they qualify for Sao Paulo right now. A fantastic job from them. Dominant through the 3 stages. And for them, well, now a sigh of relief as work, well, still to be done. but a huge thing ticked off the list.
Just means so much to all the players, whether it's Wenz, who, sure, not necessarily a championship debut, but is returning back into Sao Paulo, where she made her championship debut. Hasn't been to a champs since, and that's back in 2023. But for the rest of the players, making their debut into a championship off the back of whether it's Barry X and Marty having the close calls. Same goes for Nami and Toka in regards to the 2025 season. That it's just so exciting to see what we're going to be going forward for that Gentlemate squad in towards Sao Paulo. But for Focus, the story's not over yet. There is going to be that lower bracket, of course.
Yeah, of course, job not done for them. They've got a huge step ahead of them to make it through the lower bracket, qualify all the way through if they want to be making champs as well. Of course, our MVP for the map, Berry X, and to be honest, there's only one round that sticks in my mind, Summer. It was the triple kill towards C that felt like the beginning of the end for Focus. A good fight put up by them today, but an outclassment in terms of weaponry. We'll have to see what they've got in store for us. Now moving to the lowers. Their job not done, but it just becomes incredibly hard.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to see that, like I said, the Gentlemates roster going forward. But same goes for Focus. They've shown so many highlights in this series, whether it was individuals, but also being able to go toe-to-toe with Gentlemates that have been relatively incredible throughout this entire year, and being able to keep up with them in this series, taking them to the third map, taking them to overtime as well in the second. So there's definitely a lot of good points from Focus, Sakura, that it's not the end of the road for them now, and we're going to be looking forward to what they're going to be doing in that lower bracket when it comes to it. But for Gentlemates, it's definitely a sigh of relief in regards to the championship qualification.
Yes, Gentlemates get it done in 3. Of course, they make champs. They get their trip to Sao Paulo. For Focus, bittersweet because it was a close affair on the third map, but not enough gas in the tank to bring it home. And unfortunately, as I say, it has to all be done from the lower bracket. Summer, look, a banger series today, though, nonetheless. Very impressed by both sides. And obviously for Gentlemates, just another cornerstone for them with a fantastic previous 2 stages. Well, now they get what they came for.
Yeah, of course. And I believe we have an interview ready with the great, the lovely Marty. So we're going to be switching over to that. I'm getting rid of you, Ryan, because I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'd rather talk to the players that have qualified to champs in towards Sao Paulo. So, well, Vitam, hi, Marty. Hello. Congratulations. I'm not even going to... The only question I want to know from you right now is, how do you feel? Like, how are you feeling right now in this moment, knowing that you're going to be going to Sao Paulo?
To be honest, I was confirming with my coaches because I wasn't really sure that we actually gonna, because, you know, I don't really like trust with their mentality and everything. But emotions are still trying to, you know, calm down and everything. I still didn't really believe that we are actually going there. But yeah, we are feeling incredible in general, and yeah.
And obviously we're talking about the way that you've made it. Obviously we can confirm that you have, but talking about that series in general, what was it like going in towards that second map? Obviously the history that you had with them on it wasn't necessarily the best. It was that 13-4, obviously having that turnaround. What do you think you changed? Obviously it wasn't necessarily a victory for you, but what has changed since the last time you faced this team in groups when you lost to them to be in playoffs now taking that victory?
Can you repeat the last, because
what?
I didn't hear anything.
What changed? What changed from groups when you faced them in groups versus now being able to take that win over them?
I mean, obviously we came into... give me a second. Obviously we came into the game with like full confidence. We started respecting them, obviously, because they beat us last time. So we were like coming with fresh mental and everything. And what changed? But I don't know. We just played better. Nami is not healed fully, but she's here with us, and it was everything what matters for us.
Of course, I hope Nami does feel better soon and her wrists are back in 100% for when you do eventually get to champs. But I do actually have a question. When we're talking about the fact that you've got that one slot already, who else do you want to see qualify to champs with you for EMEA?
I think... guys, who do we want to see for to qualify also with us?
Focus are very good. Focus are very good.
Focus and G2.
And SK, because...
No, we want Focus and G2.
Okay, focus on G2 and maybe an SK in there as well, with the coach's opinions. But
maybe.
But
there's only 3 slots.
Yeah, of course. Are you guys looking forward to this upper bracket run? I'm assuming you're still intending to go completely in regards to wanting to win stage 3 as well, but regards to trying out new stuff, is this more of like a little bit more of a comfort zone for you guys going forward, knowing that you've already qualified to champs, that you a little bit more willing to try new things?
I mean, obviously we're gonna like focus, our goal is basically to win first of all the stage, and champs was like, you know, in the way that we qualified. Obviously it's a big goal of everyone, but in the end, like, we still are focusing on the winning of the split. So yeah, we're gonna prepare for the next upcoming matches plus champs in the same time. It's gonna be hard, but we need to set up high goals.
My last question, what does it actually mean to you personally qualifying to champs this year, given how close you were last season with Twisted Minds?
I mean, me personally, I regretted a lot of things from last stage when I was playing with Toka and Twisted. So right now, like, I'm feeling like I'm actually kind of proud of myself, I would say, that I actually qualified and I make it, and I put all the regrets down, and right now I'm just, you know, relieved that it happened and happy.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations again, everyone, for qualifying in towards champs. And it is nice to see you guys obviously being so close last year and finally getting that opportunity to go this year. So hopefully we'll see you again a couple more times in these winner interviews going forward in the upper bracket. But otherwise, I'll let you go celebrate your qualification to champs.
Like you can see, they are already starting. I don't know what they are doing. I'm sorry for them, but thank you so much, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
I don't know. Have a good evening.
And you.
Bye bye.
I mean, that is got to be one of the most wholesome, fun interviews I've seen in a little while. Look, you can tell, like, the emotion is definitely there for those, right? That, like, as you say, like, there is so much history, some interesting stories in of itself from previous teams, near misses, opportunities, all of that stuff. All it comes down to today is they had to win one game, one BO3 in the upper bracket. Look, it was against Focus. They gave them a damn good run for their money. But at the end of the day, they brought it over the line 2-1, and now they get to go to Sao Paulo. And it's really nice to see that, you know, that they said we'd like to see Focus there as well, because I think for the sake of our storyline and such, Focus have been on an upward trend for a little while, and if they can go toe-to-toe with, you know, arguably the EMEA's best for this year in terms of that Gentlemates team, what's not to say that they can go on the tear in the lower bracket? And of course, the first spot gets that direct invite anyway, so every team has a chance at this moment in time.
Yeah, and for me, especially when we're looking towards the Gentlemates aspect of things, it's the near misses from some of the players, of whether it's Nami last year with GX, not necessarily playing with them in that third split and being able to make it to champs, finally getting her opportunity to go, and I'm so excited to see her on the international stage. Yeah. Same goes for Toka and Marty. Like, they're players that I've watched for a long time, even knowing Toka for a couple of years before. They were so close with the Twisted Mind Dream run that we saw last year, similar to what possibly Focus might be going on this year, of making it to the LAN finals, making that stage 3 victory for that qualification point, and seeing them get that confirmed now and being able to take maybe not necessarily the foot off the gas in regards to they still want to win split 3, of course, but being able to have that little bit of a sigh of relief, saying, okay, do you know what, I'm actually going to champs, I'm going to be at GCC. And then for Focus, like they said, they want to see Focus there. They're the strong team going forward. And I, for one, cannot say I wouldn't be happy if Focus were also making that deeper run, making a dream run into champs qualification as well.
Here's tomorrow's schedule for you, of course, same time, same place. Habos Babos versus Giant X, our opener. Twisted Minds taking on SK Nebula later on. As you saw in the playoff bracket, still so much to pencil in, so much to talk about, and so many stories still to conclude. It starts, of course, tomorrow, same time, same place. Summer, it's been a pleasure, as always, joined by you. And look, a fantastic day in the office for the Gentlemate side. That's not the last we'll see of Focus, though. Of course, new faces to playoffs tomorrow in Stage 3, some new stories to talk about, and potentially more teams to see qualify. Points are up for grabs. The slot up first is there. everything is still to play for. Join us tomorrow. Until then, have a great night, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Popped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link it, I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Ken and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.